I'm honored to greet Dear ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Dear guests, dear esteemed speakers, welcome to Ukraine House Davos. And it is my great pleasure to open our third day of work of Ukraine House Davos here today with the innovation, digitalization, and more opportunities for cooperation with Ukraine. And on behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great pleasure to introduce this, our first panel and the block of the discussions that we are going to launch the first GovTech Day at Ukraine House Davos 2026, which is the accredited program of WEF. And I would like to invite on stage for the greetings Zoe Litvin, the head of the Global Governance Technology Center in Kyiv, as well as Managing Director of Global Technology Center in Berlin, Manuel Kilian, for the welcoming speech. Thank you.
So, you start.
I start, yeah. Great to be here with you, Zoya. I'll make this very brief, because the shorter we are right now, the more time we have for the discussion, and I and hope we all look very much forward to the day that we here. So, welcome also from my side, from the Global Government Technology Center in Berlin. I just want to say thank you 3 times, very briefly. First, thank you to you, Zoya, and to the team at the GGGC Kiev for doing this together with us. Let's be honest, you did most of the work, and we're very happy that we can do this together with you here in the House of Ukraine, which brings me to the second thank you, which is to the House of Ukraine. Thank you very much that we are allowed to do this GovTech Day here. The House of Ukraine for me is unofficially the best place, the place with the best coffee in Davos. So I'll also invite you to again come here, have a coffee, look at the art. It's really amazing. And the third thank you goes to all our partners, sponsors, which I don't name because then I'm gonna forget someone. So everybody feel included that works with us. Very happy that most of you are also represented here. And by that, I hand it over to you. And look very much forward to the day that we have today.
Thank you, Manuel. You're absolutely right about the coffee. And good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and honor to have you all here during our first ever GovTech Day in Davos. And I already hope that it will turn into tradition and we'll have such a day next year during the annual gathering, because digital governance is important, and often we feel there's not enough dialogue and co-creation and collaboration. That's why it's great we will have it here today in Ukrainian House of Davos. Before we start the event, probably one thing we wanted to share with you is the explanation why this event is happening in the Ukrainian House of Davos. And that's e-governance in Ukraine, which is skyrocketing, inspired by many other countries of the world, Estonia, Singapore. And it is also proved by the war, which actually became a catalyst for digitalization and the guarantee of resilience of Ukraine. And we wanted to share with you a little video on success story of Ukrainian digitalization. And you will be the first audience that will see this video, because it's from the upcoming study of the World Bank on success story and digital story of Ukraine. So your attention to the screen, please.
Ukraine's digital transformation became a global example of turning crisis into opportunity. Fueled by necessity, the rapid transformation was driven by the strategic vision. Ukraine is redefining its future as an agentic state. At a record pace, Ukraine has surged to 5th globally for online services and 1st for e-participation. The flagship of the vision is DIA. It's a bold ecosystem used by almost 24 million Ukrainians. At its heart, DIA provides 33 government documents in digital form and 77 services. 77% of Ukrainians' smartphones have DIA installed. DIA ecosystem is fueling an entire economy and pioneering global innovations. Today, 20% of all marriages in Ukraine happen fully in the app. Now, Ukraine has launched DIA AI, the world's first national AI assistant for government services. Amid Russia's full-scale invasion, this progress wasn't stopped. It accelerated. The Register of Damaged and Destroyed Property was established in under 2 months. Maria Educational Ecosystem was launched. It integrates parents, students, teachers, and administrators into one digital system. Ukraine's journey demonstrates that digitalization can be the driving force behind reconstruction. Through the dream, the country now bridges the gap between local needs and national strategy, integrating damage registries with construction data to ensure total transparency at every stage. Ukraine's win-win global innovation strategy until 2030 makes innovation its national identity and its path to the EU, constantly evolving, never stopping.
Thank you. So we're looking forward to share the study of the World Bank with you as soon as it's ready, and it's going to be in spring. And you know, every great story is impossible without amazing team, but also you need a visionary. In case of Ukraine, our Ministry of Digital Transformation was launched 6 years ago, and Mikhailo Fedorov, the Minister of Digital Transformation, was in charge. He actually was supposed to be here with us today, but a week ago he became a Minister of Defense of Ukraine. And probably we would love to have Mikhailo here, but it's one more proof how important digital governance and digital resilience today in the world, that Minister of Digitalization turns into the Minister of Defense. But we have welcome remarks from Mikhailo today, so please attention to the screen.
I'm honored to greet the participants of the World Economic Forum here in Davos and send my regards from Kyiv. I would like to begin by noting that last September, Ukraine's Ministry of Digital Transformation marked its 6th anniversary. Our journey began as a startup ministry, and over these years, we have built from the ground up a full-fledged government institution with a wide range of focus areas and hundreds of projects. We created a digital state and completed a transformation that many countries take decades to achieve. During this time, Ukraine rose to 5th place globally out of 102 countries in the development of digital public services. We became the first country in the world to introduce digital passports. Today, 23 million Ukrainians use the DIA app, more than 70% of all smartphone users in the country. The app offers 33 digital documents and more than 65 services, with over 150 additional services available through the DIA portal. Public services have become simple, convenient, and fast, and documents are always with you, right on your smartphone. In 2024, Time magazine named online marriage one of the best inventions of the year. Most recently, we launched the world's first national AI agent that delivers public services. Our ministry has become an institution people trust, and digitalization is now the highest-rated reform in public opinion surveys. Even today, our team is laying the groundwork for Ukraine's future, not only as a digital state, but as an AI-first state, a global GovTech leader, and a country of innovation and technology. That is why we are actively integrating artificial intelligence across all sectors, because this is the future of every progressive nation. We have set a clear goal. By 2030, Ukraine aims to be among the top 3 countries in the world for AI development and implementation in the public sector. To achieve this goal, we established the Win-Win AI Center of Excellence, which develops and deploys AI solutions across various areas of public life. Today, AI is no longer the future, it is the present. It is already transforming healthcare, education, business, and defense. Our task is to ensure these technologies work for every Ukrainian and strengthen the state. We are ready to share our experience and best practices to help shape a future where digital transformation serves people, ensures transparency, and makes public services accessible to all. We deeply value our cooperation with the World Economic Forum and the opportunity to present the achievements of digital Ukraine on the global stage. We sincerely thank all partners, businesses, organizations, and governments for your support and cooperation in digitalization. You are our reliable partners in building a modern digital state. I wish everyone a productive day at the Ukrainian House in Davos.
We'll send your applause to Mihailo, and he mentioned in the end of the speech that no road is long with a good company, proper partners. And here I would like to welcome to the stage Jacques Gerber, the Federal Council Delegate for Ukraine in the government of Switzerland, because Switzerland for many years is a partner of Ukraine that supports digitalization, and we appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to be here today to reflect with you on the Swiss-Ukraine partnership for modern digital governance. Switzerland's partnership with Ukraine is built on continuity and also trust. We have been present in Ukraine through our international cooperation since the 1990s. For decades, we have been supporting reforms and strengthening institutions and public services. Since February 2022, we have significantly increased our engagement through international cooperation in Ukraine and, of course, also neighborhood countries. The Federal Council considers support to Ukraine and its recovery and reconstruction to be of strategic importance. That is why Switzerland has allocated 1.6 million euro for the first phase of support until 28. The Ukrainian Country Program 25-28 provides a strategic framework for this first phase. It builds on Switzerland's long-standing presence in Ukraine and combines humanitarian aid, development cooperation, and peace building with targeted reconstruction. Through our program, we support a wide range of reform projects in Ukraine. Digital governance is a clear priority within this framework. We see Ukrainian digital transformation as an essential contribution to resilient public services, as well as to transparency, accountability, and trust in public institutions. Switzerland has been supporting Ukraine in this area since 2015, when the EGAP program was launched to promote digital transformation. EGAP stands for e-government for accountability and participation, and program is implemented by the Eastern Europe Foundation. His CEO is with us today. Unfortunately, I have to leave just after my speech, but I'm sure that Victor will be able to answer to all of your questions about this, this program. Thank you to him, and thank you always also of the collaboration with the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. The program's key goal is to support sectorial reforms and to improve the quality of public services that are convenient, transparent, and accessible. No long waiting times, no heavy bureaucracy, and easy access for citizens in big cities and also in small rural communities. And at the same time, EGAP promotes e-democracy tools that help citizens take an active role in community life by initiating projects, contracting local authorities, and also, of course, influencing decision-making. During the first phase of Russia's war against Ukraine, it contributed significantly to ensuring continued and uninterrupted access to public services. Over the years, Switzerland's support for digitalization and e-government, including through eGap, has amounted around 110 million euro. Today's eGap remains a flagship program of Switzerland in Ukraine. It is one of the most innovative programs as it advances good governance and civic participation through innovative digital solutions. When I look, ladies and gentlemen, at what Ukraine has already achieved in GovTech, I have to admit I'm truly impressive and deeply inspiring. Today, Ukraine, and we heard, ranked the first in the EU index, UN e-participation index, and 30 in the e-government development index. And it continues to advance rapidly in the broader field of digital government. One message is clear. Ukraine has reached an impressive level of digitalization, possibly even, I'm sure, much more than Switzerland in a lot of areas. Ukraine's speed of innovation and implementation has become a reference point internationally. Digital public services have been maintained, expanded, and made accessible even during wartime, helping citizens, displaced persons, and businesses remain connected to the states. Groundbreaking digital solutions such as DIA, we've seen it, marriage online. I had the opportunity to participate to one of those marriages. It was just incredible. And the MRIA educational ecosystem have become symbols of a modern Ukraine state, a state that, despite the immense challenges of wartime, continues to deliver innovation of global relevance. This is exactly the spirit of Ukraine that we admire. And it is precisely this experience, this know-how, and this world-class solution that is worth sharing. And we heard it from the Minister of Digitalization. In Switzerland, of course, our situation is fundamentally different. Our country operates with a distinct political and administrative system shaped by strong federalism and a high degree of decentralization. The stability of the system, together with a reliable delivery of public services under the current framework, creates a very different context for implementing innovation. While this stability is, of course, a significant asset, it is also, and it can also make reforms and large-scale digital transformation extremely challenging. And we all know this challenge of implementing digitalization in our system and public services. Ukraine experience shows what is possible when digital innovation becomes a national priority. This is why our partnership is not a one-way transfer of expertise. Switzerland supports Ukraine, but Switzerland can, and I'm sure should now also learn from Ukraine. For this reason, I would be very pleased to support practical exchanges such as a working day in Switzerland. It would bring together Ukrainian experts and Swiss stakeholders from the federal, cantonal, but also municipal levels to share experiences and for us to learn from each other, but to learn in a concrete and hands-on way. Switzerland intends to remain a reliable and important actor in digitalization, governance, cooperation in Ukraine, both in the current wartime context, but also in a long-term reconstruction. We are, ladies and gentlemen, convinced that modern and trustworthy public services supported by digital solutions, are a crucial part of Ukraine's resilience. And we believe that digital governance will be central to rebuild a modern, resilient state. Thank you for your attention.
Stay with me. Thank you very much, Jacques. And it's really impressive what Swiss government is doing in Ukraine and how many projects you support. And we really appreciate, on behalf of the country of Ukraine, we really appreciate all support. And with your support, we will definitely win this war. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the GovTech, center in Kiev, we would like to present you. We are a very hospitable country. some presents from Ukraine.
Thank you so much.
And also to keep you warm, it is our tradition of Ukraine House. We work with the Ukrainian designers, and this is the Ukrainian brand run by women. We support small and medium businesses, and this is the design of the scarf was inspired by the Ukrainian contemporary artist.
Thank you.
So this is to keep you warm.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we all can confirm that we have not only good coffee in the house of Ukraine, but all around Ukraine. I was really impressed the first time I went to Ukraine, how the coffee is good everywhere you go in Ukraine.
That's one more field for potential, knowledge expert from Ukraine, not only GovTech. And probably that's a proper time to switch to our next stage, a thought-provoking discussion on the future of agentic state and what is actually agentic state is. And I would like to welcome to the floor Andrew Caruano Galizia from the World Economic Forum, head of Europe and Eurasia. Andrew is getting mic'd, and we'll take a minute to set up the stage. Okay, Andrew, the floor is yours.
Good. I'm already impressed by the technology. I mean, we all have these Madonna mics, something that we don't get in the Congress Center. So thank you for that. And well done on this incredible program and this beautiful space that you've created. So this is the first GovTech Day at Ukraine House in Davos. So in many ways, it's a culmination of our collaboration over the past couple of years. We launched a GovTech Center in Kiev about a year ago. I think it came out of a meeting between President Zelensky and our leadership. And we offered to do this in partnership. And a real partnership, because we've learned a lot from Ukraine. Our network of centers for the Fourth Industrial Revolution have learned a lot from Ukraine. I hope you've learned something, at least from the network and from our team back in Geneva. But it's very much mutually beneficial as a partnership. So it's a real honor to be moderating this session today. We have an incredible cast. So ministers responsible for digital technologies from some of the most innovative countries on earth. We have Minister Josephine Teo from Singapore, responsible for digital development, also responsible for cybersecurity. We have Minister Keldo from Estonia, responsible for business, industry. And we have His Excellency Mohammed bin Talia, who's the Chief Digital Officer of the federal government of the UAE. So I invite Zoya, I suppose we should, I invite you to join me up here on stage. I'll take a seat on this side, please. Minister Teo, you could take a seat in the middle.
How are you? Good to see you too. Thank you.
Great. Please take a seat, Your Excellency. Good. So, first of all, my name is Andrew Caruano Galizia, and I'm the head of Europe and Eurasia at the World Economic Forum. I'm responsible for both our Europe program and European government relations. We have, I think, close to 40 heads of state and government from Europe here in Davos this week. So it's been a busy weekend for us, but an exciting program ahead. Now, yesterday we had a session with two Nobel laureates, Philippe Aghion and Peter Howard, and they were talking about creative destruction. And Philippe Aghion compared technological progress to the horse. You know, we used to walk around, and then we discovered how to domesticate horses. A lot of people got thrown off, probably got knocked off by branches, fell into ditches, and then we invented the saddle, stirrups, reins. And in a way, that's a nostalgic, reassuring comparison, because advanced technologies today are very hard for us to grasp, unlike a horse, for example. But it shows you how scary the idea of riding a horse must have been thousands of years ago. You know, the first brave person to do that. And in a way, the idea of giving over our states, our public services, to AI agents strikes a similar level of fear in society. And so what we really need to do is figure out how to get on the horse so that we don't need to walk around over long distances, while also understanding how to control it using reins, and therefore both boost productivity in the public sector, ensure social acceptance, and avoid the horses taking control of our governments. Mm-hmm. And so we have the perfect panel here this morning to address those questions, because these are three of the governments who I would say were the first to get on that horse. So far, you're still riding it. I don't think you've been thrown off yet. Mm-hmm. But we're also interested in hearing examples, you know, of examples of both success and getting hit by a branch while on that horse. I'd like to start with you, Minister. You have a broad portfolio from Estonia. Within Europe, it has a reputation for being one of the most technologically advanced nations, a very sort of slim, effective government. You're also a young global leader of the World Economic Forum. Congratulations on that nomination. You've pioneered cross-border public services using Agentic AI. Could you tell us a little bit about that? What successes you've met, where you've struggled, and how you managed to get the Estonian population to trust the state with its experiments?
Yes, thank you very much. It's a great honor being here. That's a really broad question. For give a complete answer, it takes 30 minutes. But as you mentioned, of course, when you try something new, you get hit by a branch or fell off a horse. As they say, it's really important to get back on the saddle. So if you're pioneering, it means you make mistakes. It's only human, as they say. But talking about specifically cross-border agentic AI use cases, it's quite a hard one at the moment, I would say, because at first we tried this with our good partner and the neighbor Finland. It didn't work out so good because I don't know if there's any Finns here, they weren't ready at the point of receiving potential new services, because you don't know that, but we share seamless data with Finland because we have the same digital infrastructure, X-Road, that we developed in Estonia decades ago. So we can do it already with digital infrastructure. Now the next step would be agentic state, so-called, but unfortunately we are not there yet. But to take a really good example, I was really happy to hear what cooperation Switzerland and Ukraine are doing. And I know that we are doing really good cooperation, especially in the AI agentic state-wise with Ukraine. Because, as mentioned, in Ukraine, digital services, AI services are not something nice to have. They're a necessity of holding together a really secure, backed up governmental services. And I'm really happy that I know a lot of Estonian companies, our digital infrastructure engineers are present in Ukraine, and we are working closely together and learning from each other. So this is something that's really important. And if you asked for the latest, how Estonian society goes along with the development, it's really important. I have said it here in Davos multiple times. The key factor of people actually using digital services and implementing them, it's trust. And you can have trust if systems are fully transparent. People feel that their data is secured, well protected, will not get into wrong hands, so to say. So this is the key, or I would even say a foundation or a cornerstone of really good, trusted digital infrastructure where humans, companies will use those really easy, accessible, and safe systems. That's why we're really proud that we have also 100% of our governmental services are fully online, fully accessible digitally. And I'm always joking, the last two were actually marriage and divorce. I don't know why, maybe the complexity of real life issues there. And we always say, even if it's possible to do it easy, you don't have to do it in haste. So even if you get divorced online, you still have the 30-day reconsidering trial period.
Thank you so much, Minister Keldo. I suppose the money you save from an online marriage could pay for the divorce. Yeah.
You will never know. We've made calculations. If we could use fully agentic governance, AI agentic governance, the effect would be around more than 1% of our GDP. For our case, the cost effectiveness would be around over 400+ million per year, just to cut back expenses, and you can invest that money somewhere else.
Thank you. I'll do 2 questions each, and then I have a closing question for all of you. So Minister, you serve in an EU member state. The EU is often criticized for over-indexing on trust, over-regulating AI through the AI Act, stifling innovation. Do you see those two as in tension with each other? Have we got the balance right in Europe between regulation and innovation? And would you recommend the AI Act to Singapore or the UAE or any other friends, for example?
First of all, I would say that every society is a little bit different, so everybody has to find their way. But the European Union AI Act, it's a really tough question, because let's be honest, we don't want to have a wild west in the world of AI, where people's data would be used with no boundaries or no legal frameworks. But at the same time, definitely, I'm always advocating that in Europe, we shouldn't start with regulations day one. We should think through what we want to achieve, because the AI Act itself, it's really comprehensive. And if I talk to companies, especially let's take for small, medium enterprises, that's most of the companies in the world, let's be honest. And if they want to use AI, if they look at the AI framework, and it's really, really comprehensive and hard to understand, there might be a factor, they feel it's like a really heavy burden of administrative bureaucracy, compliance, and they get afraid and they won't use that. So we really need a risk-based assessment. What kind of sectors, how they use AI, what's the compliance, how do you actually safeguard data, especially when you go to healthcare sector, people are very protective of their health data and so on. So I would say that we need definitely a framework. I'm advocating in the European Union, it has to be risk-based. And of course, it would be really appreciated that different sectors come and make their own suggestions, how they can safeguard themselves. Because yesterday, I was in a lunch panel with Digital Switzerland. Switzerland now is implementing their AI legislation, and I was really happy. I was together with representatives of media, and they said they are on day one on board. What they can do, how can they protect their own media sphere, but at the same time they're looking really good collaboration with the Swiss government as well. That's the question, how we can achieve I would say, a balance between innovation and regulation.
Thanks so much, Minister. Minister Theo, moving to you, you have a leadership role in one of the most sort of effective, efficient states on earth, with some of the best educated, highest paid civil servants. You've recently moved from a strategy that looks at AI as an opportunity to AI as a necessity. And you've introduced the concept of AI teammates in public services. How is that working out?
Well, first, I'd like to thank GGTC for organizing this event, and also much appreciation to the House of Ukraine for providing this wonderful venue. I'm also happy to be on this panel, Andrew, because our friends from Estonia, our friends from the UAE, as well as our friends from Ukraine have been our teachers. We've been very inspired by the work that you do in your countries, and there is a constant learning journey for us. For just a bit of context, I think Ukraine, or Estonia and Singapore are very aligned in terms of the adoption of digital technologies. We are probably one of the few countries in the world with a national digital identity that has been around for some years now, and is underpinning digital utility that enables the delivery of digital government services in 99%, if not, well, 99.5% of the time. Yeah. I think for us, some key lessons that we've learned with the whole digitalization process is that the citizens' capacity for using digitalized services is higher than we imagine. And there are some contexts where it has surprised us, the extent to which the citizen is prepared to accept an interaction that does not involve a human being. So for example, when I arrived back in Singapore, in the same way when I left the airport, when I left Singapore at the airport, I'm not actually going to whip out my passport. I have passportless entry and exit. And it's because we have biometrics that have been enrolled, and the system at the back end is able to recognize me as a citizen, so I can leave the borders without whipping out my passport. I still carry it because in other countries I need to use my passport. But I was quite surprised when we implemented this, how citizens enjoyed the service. They didn't miss, going to the immigration counter. But on the other hand, that's a similar feeling, right? Yes. On the other hand, there are some services where the human touch remains very important. And we are very mindful of the fact that we do have seniors in our midst, and the seniors in particular find the pace of digitalization very daunting. And digitalization, keeping up with technology, feels very much more like a chore to them. And they are equally important in the way we deliver services. Now, here's where I think AI agents could potentially help us enable this group of citizens come on board the digitalization journey, because very often what they need is someone who can act as a navigator, someone who can help them be guided through the process, someone that they believe they can trust. Now, this someone can take the form of an AI agent, because to organize this effort using human agents will be very costly and very difficult to do. That's why we believe that it is important for us to explore the use of agents. But we are quite mindful that a number of factors need to be in place. Number one, trust is still very important. You need to be able to give the assurance that this is architected in a way that does not take away agency from individuals. In other words, they should have the right, they should have the ability to stop this process and say, look, I really prefer to interact with a human. That's something that we need to always provide as a backstop. It will be many years before we can do away with it completely. But I think the value of still trying to use AI agents in a more intelligent and also more pervasive way is that then you can preserve and allow the resources that are going to be more limited to be directed towards individuals, persons that are going to need it more. So in a way, a more targeted way of supporting the digitalization journey. The other factor I would think is that citizens will always need the assurance that you have looked at the risks. And what it means is that there will be certain transactions where it may not be such a good idea to test out the use of AI agents. You want to start with things that people feel quite comfortable about, it's not very high risk, and build confidence over time. I think it is necessary also, as a final point to add, that governments, in order to be able to govern and regulate a space, needs to have credibility. So if as a government, we ourselves are not using agents, we ourselves do not know the difficulties in implementing agentic AI, I think we are less credible in terms of the regulations that we will eventually have to put out. And so we take it from the point of view of this is still very much a learning journey. We need to acquire the dexterity to implement agentic AI well, but at the same time be able to assure our citizens that it is also well guarded.
Minister Theo, you've answered all of my questions.
Have I?
You've explained what you do with the savings from agentic AI. You focus resources on people who need human-to-human services. You talked about, the conditions that need to be in place, such as trust, also modeling the sort of behavior that you want your citizens to adopt. So I'll ask you a new question, if you agree. In Europe, we often, we have this fraud debate on tech sovereignty. Europe lacks the tech stack to sort of emancipate itself from vendors from outside Europe, even if it were to choose to do so. Whereas countries outside of Europe, sort of several middle powers, have adopted a very different approach, balancing different vendors from different geographies and so on. What's the approach you've taken in government, and could you explain what risks, opportunities you're balancing in doing so?
I would say if you look at our 60 years of independence, I think from the very early days we accepted the fact that whilst it is very sexy, very attractive to have the idea that you could have things that belong to you, for us it's not going to be a very practical thing to do. So if I give the example of our air hub, we don't own any aircraft technology. We don't make Airbuses, we don't, at most, we assemble engines because the wings are too expensive to assemble in land-constrained Singapore. And it doesn't prevent us from having our own airline, and they have to compete on the basis of service quality and reliability. And out of these activities, we are able to have an air hub that makes it possible for Singapore to be a regional as well as a global headquarters for many businesses that have a global footprint. So this is just one of the examples of how we think about the idea of sovereignty. In this air hub, you still need to be able to manage the airspace. And in that regard, we are fortunate that there are organizations like ICAO that make the rules clear and make it possible for nation states to still have sovereign control over the airspace, working in partnership with other sovereign states who also have control over their airspaces, and enable an environment that allow planes to fly safely and for passengers to be carried around the world. I believe that in the same way, that's how we look at technology too. There will be any number of vendors and suppliers, and they include cloud services, they include cybersecurity services. We think that it makes sense for companies located in Singapore, organizations based in Singapore, to have access to the best that the world has to offer. Sovereignty, however, comes through being able to exercise the necessary controls when there's a demand for it. So for example, when it comes to cybersecurity, you have to be able to make the rules, and you have to be able to get the businesses that are owners and operators of critical information infrastructure to live up to the standards that we set. And you also must have the capabilities in order to know when they are not doing what they're supposed to do. And I think the capability piece is central to how you exercise sovereignty. Because you can want to have the sovereignty, you can try and put in place the rules that seem to give you more sovereignty, more sovereign control, but if you don't have the capabilities to assess whether those rules are actually implemented in a way that you wish them to be, then you do not have true sovereignty. And that's what we tend to want to focus our attention on doing.
Thank you, Minister. No, and in fact, without a competent, strong civil service, it will be very, very hard to manage these tensions, these conflicts. And having such an effective civil service assisted by AI teammates, I suppose, doubles their ability to manage these risks.
We would hope so.
Yeah. Turning to you, Your Excellency, Mohammed bin Talia, you have a role in the government of the United Arab Emirates that I suspect is never very cozy. You're constantly pushed further and further to do more and more. You're the chief of government services. You are trying to create, in a way, heaven on earth, a country without bureaucracy. Yes. You've moved from digitalizing bureaucracy to sort of what you could call phase 2, which is eliminating bureaucracy entirely. How is that possible?
Thank you, Andrew, for this question, and thanks to Kiev House Ukraine House for having us here. You know, we have realized over time that going digital is not necessarily making things easy. We have seen from our customers, citizens, residents, that they prefer to use papers to fill rather than fill stuff on a small screen. Yeah, and redesigning the way we do stuff or the way we do business is crucial in order to be able to deliver frictionless services. When we started back in early 2000s to digitize services, what we've done is, and it's not unique to the United Arab Emirates, many nations around the world have taken what bureaucracy looked like on paper and put it into the digital world. Over the years, we've been re-engineering services, optimizing how they look like, but there is always this area and this spot where nobody wants to touch, because that's how the law says it, or that's how our ancestors did it. You know, they don't touch it. I'll give you an example. One of the examples is legal translation. So, for example, if you get documents from anywhere around the world, whether it's invoices, whether it's certificates, university certificates, driving license, official documents from any countries, all of the laws in all countries says that it needs to be legally translated to the official language. If you think about it, do we still need this today in 2026? You would notice that all of the laws still mandate that, and it's a hurdle in the process of providing frictionless services. All government entities, even judges, law enforcement, can easily click a button and translate any document. And it could be much more perfect than a legal translator. And it could be done in seconds. This is where we are today. We are eliminating bureaucracy, but we're not doing it from a central point of view. The UAE has designed a program where everybody in the government and the citizens can participate into eliminating bureaucracy. And they compete to achieve that. The way we did it, there is a reward. We have 7 categories. Every category is awarded $250,000 for eliminating bureaucracy, and they compete. And there is an assessment that happens, and who have innovated ideas to eliminate bureaucracy or eliminated certain bureaucracies that has huge impact will get the reward. The reward is not given to the ministry or the government entity, it's given to the teams that have identified those challenges and eliminated them. Either it is in a process, in a service, in a public service that's offered, or it's in certain procedures, or even in regulations and procedures or laws. They can just change one line that can ease the life of millions of people, just like saying we no longer need legal translation before we process your documentation. This program went through the first cohort, and then it went through the second cohort, which is in 2025. We just recently closed the submissions for what teams have done. What we've done in the second cohort, based on what we learned in the first one, the most complaints we get from our customers, the citizens and residents, are not related to processes, are not related to complex services. It's related to challenges with digital resilience. So people say the website is slow, or the app crashed, or I can't upload the document because the limit is 2 MB. I don't have 2 MB now. It's all stuff that has been inherited from years ago. And a lot of people say we finished the entire service, but we end up having a payment failure. So His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, our Vice President, the Prime Minister of UAE, directed us to include a new element of eliminating bureaucracy, which is eliminating digital bureaucracy. So digital bureaucracy, we have defined it as the hurdles we have in the technical systems. Why can't government systems be as resilient and as available as the private sector systems? Why can't payment be as fast as it is in the private sector? And that's what we've been working on in 2025. Of course, we've been inspired by success stories in Estonia and in Singapore, and even we've been inspired by what Ukraine has done in DIA. And we work towards ensuring that our digital experience is at par with what people experience in other applications in the private sector, if not even better than that.
Thank you so much for that. It brings me to an interesting question, which is that it's getting civil servants to digitalize their work, their processes, is a bit like turkeys voting for Christmas. So it helps to report to the Prime Minister, I'm sure. So there's a stick. You have a carrot with these rewards. But what do you see that is in it for civil servants when it comes to the zero bureaucracy strategy? Do you see them moving on to higher value added tasks, for example, focusing their energies on more meaningful areas of work? Or are you slimming down the state? Yeah.
Of course, there is a lot that can be taken out of increasing efficiencies in any domain, not only in government. What we've been doing and what we've been seeing over the past years with digitization and introducing artificial intelligence and a lot of the transactions and public services that the government offers is that workers and public servants have been moving to a more intelligent, innovative roles where they can create a new value into what is offered to citizens. There are many examples of that, but I can give you certain examples. We had front-facing officers that have been providing services to customers for many years. When the services have been digitized, the flow to government service centers have been reducing over the years. We took these people and we used them as our consultants into what people want, because they're the ones who have been engaged with the customers for many years, day to day, understanding what they go through. And this helped us go through a shortcut of how we can improve services, because they've been there, they've understood, and we have now around 600 consultants that have been transformed from being front-facing to consultants within the people who design services within the government. Like that, we have a lot of other cases and examples where they've been upskilled, reskilled, and moved into roles that can add more value to the overall government ecosystem.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I suspect we're running out of time. Do we have time for a quick fire closing round, Zoya? No. Perfect. So just rapid responses, and then we'll close, starting with you, Minister Keldo. What do you see as the single most important step that a government can take today to move from delivering digital services to becoming an agentic state?
Yeah, really inspiring discussion. Could talk for hours, I guess, but it already was mentioned several times, trust. Because without public trust, there is no possibility to implement new services. To make it short, it's way more complex, of course, but overall, public has to feel, people have to feel that, first of all, government acknowledges what they are doing, they are skilled, they know what are the risks, how to mitigate them, and with this transparency, security comes trust. Without that, there's no possibility to implement something.
Thank you, Minister. Over to you, Minister Theo. Same question.
I think we want to go back to the purpose of using these AI agents. It is not to be more distant from the people. Government wants to be close to people, but the whole system and the processes that you put in place to be close to the people, there are a lot of frictions. What you're really trying to do is to remove these frictions so that you can maintain the closeness to the people. So I would say that the most important thing for us to do is to be very thoughtful about where we apply the use of AI agents. It's not always going to be at the interaction, at the touch point with the citizen. It could very much more be at the back end, making life easier for them so that the interface, the interaction with the state is a more pleasant one and one that feels like, the state cares more for them. That would be the way I would think about it.
Thank you, Minister. Same question to you, Your Excellency.
Andrew, I would agree with both of their excellencies. Trust and doubling down on it is important. Going back to the purpose, anything we do, anything we think of in a government is for people and creating a better life for people, and we have to go back to that. I would like to add one more point, which is governments need to have, to increase their courage, experiment. AI and technology is moving very fast. We can't wait for the perfect moment. We have to start experimenting and go with trial and error and not fear failure. Agentic AI is still at the beginning, I would say. There is a lot that can be done, and if we don't experiment, we will fall behind.
There's a reason we should wear helmets when we ride horses, right? I'll try to summarize this discussion from a very European perspective. My main takeaway is that the status quo is untenable. States are actually not delivering at speed, at a required level, in terms of public services for their citizens. At least that is true generally of Europe. The agentic state, if anchored in trust, transparency, clear guardrails, can actually bring governments closer to citizens and create a positive feedback loop in terms of trust in the state's ability to deliver for its citizens, in its ability to protect them also from the worst excesses of advanced technologies. And it's very inspiring to see that you are talking to each other, that you're learning to each other, from each other. And I hope we, as the World Economic Forum, can continue to play that role. Again, we're privileged to have this partnership with the GovTech Center in Ukraine, led by Zoya. You really sort of set the bar high, and we really value your ambition. Yep. Thank you so much for joining us. Yep.
Thank you.
Presents.
Oh, thank you. We got this lovely scarf as well. Super.
I really enjoyed that. Yeah, you were really great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's really good to meet you.
Oh,
Same way.
good to meet you in person.
It is, it is.
Yes, of course.
Smart enough.
Yes. So thank you, dear ministers and your excellencies, for sharing your vision of agentic state and your digital journey, or as Andrew beautifully worded, as riding a horse journey. I'll use that metaphor. Thank you. Okay, so I guess that's a perfect time to proceed to our next panel. And for those who'd like to network, I remind about amazing coffee downstairs in the House of Ukraine. I also encourage people come closer. We now have some free seats in a front row, so please don't be shy. And I'll also take that pause to remind that, because you know we received so many compliments to Ukraine, but this session today is co-led by two global government technology centers, Kyiv and Berlin, and we cooperate for a year, and I would say that Germany is skyrocketing, ambition is there, resources is there, and we are very proud of that partnership. And in terms of partnerships, then our next panel is dedicated to partnerships, because digital miracle is impossible without public-private partnerships. And here we'd like you to have Robin Scott, co-founder of Apolitical and also leader of digital transformation, empowering digital leaders all over the world. So please, Robin, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite our panelists to take a seat.
Hi.
Paul.
Hi, how are you?
Nice to meet you. I think we're missing a panelist.
Just had to say bye to this. Thank you.
We're meeting on the spot, so I'm going to say hello. No.
All right. Either way.
Super. Well, good morning, everyone. And I should say it's an absolute delight to be here and moderating this conversation for a few reasons. First of all, we all heard in the last panel, by implication, if not stated explicitly, how important public-private partnerships are going to be on delivering the potential of the agentic state. For example, if we don't reinvent public-private partnerships, we don't deliver the trust that we need. It's also particularly poignant for me. We're proud to work. I'm co-founder and CEO of Apolitical, which provides training to governments around the world in advanced technologies, energy, climate, etc. And we're proud to work with the Ukrainian government. And as a one startup and now scale up, we've also experienced the challenges of making public-private partnerships work, especially when you're small. And I was listening to the earlier conversation about marriage, and it struck me that you can extend the metaphor to public-private partnerships. It's too slow, it takes too long to get married, and it takes too long to get divorced. And if we could speed up marriage and speed up divorce, everyone would be better off. So I'm counting on the Ukrainian governments to build a procurement app, some digital public infrastructure that will make that possible. So we're going to hear some of the good, the bad, and the ugly of public-private partnerships. I first just want to turn to you in the room. Who here has been part of a public-private partnership or had a ringside seat to one? Okay, I'm surprised there are not more. So of those who've put up your hands, keep your hands up if you've been part of one that hasn't gone particularly well. maybe this is because it's Ukraine dominated. Generally, when you ask that question, people have enormous frustrations with them. Like, it's hard to find public-private partnerships which go brilliantly. And at the same time, they're enormously important. So our data shows that depending on the government, about either 50 to 75% of meaningful government projects are delivered through PPPs, or in some governments, it's upwards of 75%, so the top quartile. So they're very hard to get right, and they are incredibly important. And it's therefore fantastic that we've got some representatives of global heavyweights when it comes to public-private partnerships. We have from Capgemini, Mark Reinhardt, who's Executive Vice President of a public sector and a global industry leader. From IBM, we have Mark Harney, Vice President, Government and Regulatory Affairs. From Microsoft, we have Paul Lorimer, Corporate Vice President, Office 365 Enterprise and Cloud. And then we have Victor Liach, the president of the East European Foundation, who has a unique perspective on how Ukraine has reinvented public-private partnerships. So the way we're going to run this conversation, fast and furious, we're going to kick off with a lightning round, just to see where the panelists sit. Then we're going to go a little bit deeper, so 1 minute question, and then a slightly deeper 2 to 3 minute question, and then we'll wrap up with another lightning round. I appreciate all of your time, all of your conflicting meetings, so we're going to make this very punchy and very energetic. So the first question, and I'm just going to start on my right, Victor, with you, but this question is for everyone. If you had a magic wand to change one thing about public-private partnerships that most often sabotages them, one unlock, what is that unlock? Where would you wave your wand?
My key message will be that PPP, public-private partnerships, they're not optional, they're existential, and Ukraine proved that. So think about that. One enlightening, one I would change that in GovTech sector, PPP is essential to drive innovations in the government, and in some cases this is existential. Ukrainian case is a wonderful proof. For example, first attacks to Ukraine in February 2022 was very on data center, and Amazon Web Services came to Ukraine and took all data and transferred it to the cloud. Without that, we would not be so digital resilient.
Paul.
If I had one magic wand, I think it would be focus on outcomes and shared responsibility, and trying to make sure that the tech companies come in and bring platform and bring what they're good at, but that the government doesn't necessarily outsource all the thinking, outsource outcomes and definition. I think there needs to be shared responsibility and outcome, but clear roles and responsibilities is what's going to make projects successful.
Yeah, I agree with that. Thinking also, Robin, about what you said about being quicker to marriage and quicker to divorce. I don't know if I would put it that way precisely, but you know, for us, I think we feel very strongly about the value and importance of open source, open models, open interoperability in systems, and so. Giving governments much greater flexibility to choose partners, to move quickly. You know, I think if we had a magic wand, it would be sort of far greater focus on and promotion of open technologies in these partnerships.
Mark.
Yeah, it goes in a similar line. For me, the partnership and especially PPPs are not so much about having a legal structure that really like ironclad ties people together. It's more to have a common purpose, a common goal, strive towards common outcomes. So this is why this mission economy principles I liked. If you really are aligned on a common mission, everybody can contribute. So in that spirit, the magic wand I would use to really, in a way, reward those that collaborate well from both sides, actually, in the collaboration, and in a way punish those that abuse it or mistreat it. Because too often we see in procurement still today that some people really are not good partners, also from our industry to government. They just go in to make the buck, and because of the way procurements are structured, they win again the next time. that's not the best way to really form strong partnerships. So I think really looking at what provides value, what provides outcome, and reinforce that, I think that's the way.
Yeah, there's so many underlying perverse incentives that create some of the issues you described. So, Mark, I want to stay with you because Capgemini is a co-founder of the Global GovTech Center in Berlin, a really important player in the global GovTech landscape. Obviously, generative AI has kind of elevated the stakes for what that center can help support. And I'm keen to hear from you what role you think a center like that is convening so many players and stakeholders, has to do now in the age of generative AI.
Yeah, we do need platforms on which different actors from all over the world can meet, convene, exchange best practices, learn from each other, but in a way that is on a way curated. So you get the right people in the room, you get the right knowledge on the table, and with a neutrality. So you can be clear that everybody who's there is not pushing a specific agenda, but is really coming in the spirit of providing input and providing help to the others. And I think that is something that is still missing. We have a lot of bilateral collaborations. We have a lot of also, if you got the various stacks, exporting one stack to other countries and so on, but that often comes with an agenda. And that's why I think having a neutral platform like the Global GovTech Center provides some value. I mean, there's room for all the other things as well, but that's why we wanted to add this to the menu and really give people a chance to learn, to get inspired, and to ideally also not just find ideas and insights, but reusable things that they can directly implement. And that's also, I guess we'll come back to that later, what we're now doing on this in a way, Agentic state study that we're currently doing, which really aims to give governments a very tangible and very structured way to say, okay, I want to get into that, and as we just also heard from the excellencies on the panel, not to go in it blindly and with crazy optimism, but very measured, and where can I start? And that's what we're trying to really pin down and say, what are the right places and how can you get started immediately to learn, to then grow from that. So that's the kind of stuff we try to do, again, to provide the right value, to in a way curate it, but also to really get into action quickly and not just have another talk shop, because we have enough of those. There
are enough, absolutely enough of those. Just to stay with you for a moment, do you have any concrete examples of applications and applied projects or initiatives that are being incubated out of the center?
Oh, there's a number of them.
Your favorite?
I think Manuel can come back into that. At the moment, for example, one of the things that we're looking at, because I mean the hub and the initial starting point of that was in Berlin, so which is sometimes surprising for many countries, but even Germany is now doing some very innovative things. They're still coming from a little bit behind, yeah. but they're picking up speed. So at the moment they're looking at a platform which can accelerate some processes of administration, like approvals for complex matters, and we directly do this having in mind how else can we reuse that in other countries and directly start collaborating already in the phase while we're developing it, yeah. Rather than having a product which is finished, which we then have on the table and then say like, well, what else can we do with this? So it's like getting early into a dialogue, getting earlier into a collaboration. I think that's one of the examples I would pick for now.
Thank you very much for that. Paul, I want to come to you next. Microsoft has done all sorts of public-private partnerships all over the world. One of the issues that we hear again and again in governments everywhere is pilotitis. So some of the best initiatives get stuck at the pilot level because there isn't the mandate or ambition or courage to scale them, or in fact the right architecture to scale them. So in your experience, what are the distinguishing features of those initiatives that get purchased and get to scale?
I think there's a couple elements to that of what makes a pilot something that's likely to be long-term successful. There is the shared, shared outcome, shared responsibility, trust, and I think, to lean on what Mike said a little bit, some level of openness. No pilot that doesn't take into account identity in the way that it's used across government, that doesn't take into account security and the way that the world and cybersecurity are moving, and governance is going to be able to be broadly adopted. If it's a toy, it's a toy. So I think those elements need to be taken into account. And I think most of, we think largely about bringing platform, and I think multi-vendor openness, the ability to have multiple vendors contribute on top of a platform and to have some level of governance. We keep talking about an agentic world, and an agentic world where we don't know what all the agents are, what permissions they have, who's in control of them, and what they're doing isn't a step forward, it's a step backwards in cybersecurity. So really looking at pilots and making sure that they involve a sound foundation that's usable across government, that's usable across multiple vendors, and that is based on a solid expandable platform, I think is the key. If it's bright and shiny and I can run it on a single laptop, it may look like a great pilot, but it's not something that was actually integrated into any of the platform, any of the infrastructure, and it's likely based on the technology of a single vendor, which is in general not the long-term solution.
Just to say, I'm immensely grateful to Microsoft because we have a partnership in the UAE with Microsoft and G42 to provide the capability building that underpins these ambitious partnerships around AI and agentic AI. And that time and time again, we see as such a vulnerability if you don't get those right as well. You don't get capable AI unless you have sufficiently capable people who are recipients of that AI or partners in government. So appreciate Microsoft getting that part of the equation as well. Mike, coming now to you, IBM has emphasized the need for harmonized and risk-based AI legislation and ongoing collaboration between government, industry, and academia. Everyone wants that. It's easy to articulate, very hard to do. What does good look like when it comes to shaping AI policy in the context of public-private partnerships? And particularly, what will make it sustainable and able to evolve as the technology evolves?
Yeah. I think the most important thing is just to have a very clear picture and vision for what is the problem that we're trying to solve. For the sort of big disruptive technologies of the last 50 years, for the most part, we haven't regulated them at the level of the technology itself. We've regulated where there was specific risk that needed to be addressed, that was sort of brought about by the technology. And so, we're very firm believers that many of the risks that people are concerned about where AI is concerned can be addressed in a lot of contexts with existing authorities, with existing regulations, and where they can't, we should take a very proactive but very tailored and specific approach to addressing those risks. We didn't regulate the personal computer at the level of the personal computer. We didn't regulate the internet at the level of the internet. We regulated around the specific risks that those things presented. I think it's also important for us to be focused on real risks that present themselves in the real world rather than sort of hypothetical, imaginary scenarios that could develop themselves over quite a bit of time when we have time to address them in the future. And so that's sort of our core principle around AI regulation. Of course, the more harmonization we can have between governments, within the United States, we spend a lot of time talking about different states' regulations. At the sort of global level, obviously, the more harmonization we can have, the easier it's going to be for us, for our counterparts at other companies, to deliver the kinds of solutions that the governments are looking for.
Thank you for that. And just to drill down for a second, you mentioned the analogy with the internet. Arguably, that hasn't gone brilliantly, right? So there are some lessons to learn from what's not worked in internet regulation. Do you have any take on what those are? And also, when you look at regulation, I totally get harmonization using what you've got, the regulations you've already got. Do you have a view on where accountability should sit with them, whether it's the model providers or the wrapper implementation companies?
Yeah. I mean, look, again, to the extent that there have been failures around to regulation of the internet, I do think it's been primarily a failure to regulate a specific risk when it has presented itself. Again, rather than a failure to come in at the very early stages of the internet and try to apply sort of blanket regulation or create new regulatory bodies to oversee the entirety of the internet. I think given where we are today and sort of the diversity of what the internet has become, it seems almost silly to suggest that that could have been handled at the very outset with a sort of a single framework. So.
Thank you. So, Victor, I'm going to turn to you now, 2 to 3 minutes, and then we're going to wrap very rapidly with one more lightning round. So, Ukraine, at a time of war, has been a global lighthouse for what's possible in government. It's ripped up the rule books. It's achieved the impossible. What has worked in Ukraine when it comes to public-private partnerships that the rest of the world should learn as they reinvent them?
Robin, wonderful question. I would like to share with you lessons from Ukraine. Mike was telling about the focus of PPP on one or another problems to solve. I would extend it even as I've been other part of the PPP. I'm representing organization which is rather moderates or facilitates public-private partnerships, and we are definitely focused on impact. So impact from in Ukraine is number 5 place in the world on e-services and number 1 place in the world on e-participation as a result of PPP. I think this is a tremendous impact which reached together joining efforts of the government as well as with the companies. That's number 1 probably aspect I would like to stress. Another one is that once we are taking GovTech as a big ecosystem with a number of different kind of dimensions, services, registers, exchanges about data, open data, e-participation, digital platforms, local governments. I think that Ukraine opened up all possible dimensions of cooperation for companies with on all levels and all dimensions of the government, and that resulted to dramatic shift in the whole concept of the digital government development. One very simple case then definitely to develop government, we definitely need to have digital skilled population and citizens, and together with Google we developed a system, online platform which now has 2.6 million Ukrainians are using the online platform to get digital skills. Google finance the platform, and they also send their engineers, so the platform delivers the best online training experience for citizens. Fintech, payments, access to best licenses like Microsoft, Google, access to different kind of licenses for cybersecurity like IBM, and also training those people who are driving digital transformation like we do with Apolitica and our partnership with CDTO Campus, which resulted training more than 1,200 people during the 2 years on best international practices for digital transformation. I think these are wonderful sample how Ukraine drives multidimensional, multi-level PPP opportunities. And my message to the world will be, first, in case you need wonderful experience in PPP with proven impact, look into cases in Ukraine. Second, in case you think about implementing PPPs, think about multidimensional, multi-level opportunities for business on all levels, on all dimensions. And third, we understand that it's a long-term game. It's not just single-off event, and think about longer-term impact and longer-term partnerships.
Thank you so much for that, Victor. And you alluded to Google. We partnered with Google.org to train 1 million public servants in AI, and we have 300,000 on the way in for that, and I'm proud that Ukraine is the Ukrainian government is a partner there. So that's another example of a public-private partnership that is delivering real impact. I'll leave you with a data point before I turn to our panelists for the last word, just to underscore how important it is to get this right. So, and this is echoed by similar data that we have. There was some KPMG data that came out in 2024 asking public servants, where is the most important area to innovate, to unlock public value? And the top area was public-private partnerships. 40% said that, but what was interesting is the runner-up was only 20%, and that was public service delivery. So this issue towers above everything else as an unlock for public value at a time that democracies especially are in crisis because they're not demonstrably delivering enough of it. So this is a really important conversation. And the note we're going to end on is looking to the future, because everything's moving so fast. If we're not building for the second bounce of the ball, as the hedgies say, we are missing out. We have to be looking around corners, even while we do the gigantic fix that is making partnerships in the present work better. So I'm just going to go from my right across the panel and ask, what is the thing that is underestimated now in GovTech, underpinned by public-private partnerships, that in 5 to 10 years will be the topic of many panels at Davos, but isn't today? Victor.
Thank you for this question. Definitely AI is widely spoken, but let's turn sides and look to the PPP opportunities from the other side, from the side of client and citizens. And definitely to get the most out of the PPPs and innovations, we would need to have digitally skilled citizens and business which will be using opportunities for PPP. Let's think about that. This is underestimated area of I would say, of PPP. Second, definitely working with the state, making sure that state provides all possible opportunities, legislative opportunities, economic opportunities for companies to invest in PPP. That will be probably two core underestimated areas. I also would like to say that in some cases, we would need to have a framework for cooperation. It's either strategic document for government in implementing GovTech solution, etc. So the strategy, having a longer-term vision and strategy, will be another one underestimated.
Thank you. Paul, you're one most underestimated.
I think looking out 10 years, the trade-offs between resiliency and sovereignty, I think will continue to be front of mind. Do you need everything locally, everything cut off from the world, and what do you give up in terms of resiliency, in terms of cybersecurity, in terms of innovation? I think it's a topic that's apropos today, and I think it's a topic that's not going away.
Thank you.
I was worried Paul was going to steal this. This is my answer is going to be a little bit out of left field, but I think the thing that is not being talked about enough now, that in 5 years will be the topic of every panel here, is quantum computing. And we are a very small number of years away from hardware that is capable of doing things that classical computing is incapable of. And if governments and companies are not thinking now, the race is, there's a race to develop the hardware, and we're participating in it, Microsoft's participating in it, but the real effort that should be underway now in most places is familiarizing yourselves with the technology at the level of governments and businesses, experimenting with it, because once we reach the sort of inflection point, the gap between the haves and the have-nots in terms of who's capable of implementing and applying quantum technologies to real-world problems and who's not is going to become huge.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And a colleague is speaking on a panel on that right now, but there needs to be many more conversations about that. Last word to you, Mark.
It's a good one. Yeah, for me, I stay with my introductory point. So I think more focus on outcomes. I believe the way to outcomes is, especially for the next 5 years, everything around agentic AI. And the key is to think differently, because it's a question of looking transversally across organizations, looking at across processes. It's not the way classically government organizations were built. So we need to really look not just at the technology, but also how we apply it and how we structure and organize ourselves to employ it. So that's why, I mean, stay tuned for our report. We'll cover that in a little bit more detail, but I think that will be the key point.
Mark, thank you. Outcomes, fantastic note to end on. Please give a round of applause to our speakers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Nice to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Thanks. Can I? Thanks.
Excuse me.
Nice to meet you.
Perfekt, wieder. Ja. Can you put on this phone again? Perfect. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, good to see you again. How's it going? Yeah, no, I imagine. Thanks for making time. How did you like that? Thank you. Yeah? Is it working? Can you hear me? Great. I need to throw you off the stage, Mark. Sorry. Because we're rushing forward with our next panel. And I'm very pleased to have Florian Turski here with me, who is not only the Executive Fellow of the GGTC Berlin, but also a former State Minister for Digital of Austria. So, Florian, the panel is yours, where we're going to open up a little bit the perspective of what we're going to talk about. It's the return of the state towards geopolitics. I think it's a very timely topic. And floor is yours, and I very much look forward to the next minutes.
Thank you very much, Manuel. So, we are now the last session before Manuel and Katrina, I think, are wrapping up the morning. I'm very happy to be here at the Ukraine House in Davos. I have a long relationship with Ukraine. Also, in my time as State Secretary, we had a very, very good relationship together. And I'm very happy to welcome my two panelists, my two guests of today. And so I'm very pleased to welcome my today's speaker. First, Annemarie Engtoft-Melgaard. I'm sorry for my bad pronunciation. And on the other side, Achim Berg.
No.
I'm maybe in the middle.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, last year when we discussed governmental technologies here in Davos, one topic was not on top of mind. It was digital sovereignty. And I think this totally changed over the last year when we're thinking about the Sovereignty Summit between the French and the German government. I think also Denmark was joining there. The whole discussion about tariffs, the whole discussion about export restrictions. But I would like to start with an ice-breaking question with you. You're the tech ambassador at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at Denmark. You know, I was State Secretary in Austria for digitalization, telecommunication, and the postal service. And I think you know what's coming up now. I was also responsible there for the postal service. If I had stopped analog mail delivery in Austria, I would have had to resign immediately. Maybe also from a point of view of a tech ambassador, how was this development in Denmark, and how was also the reaction of the public? Because when I was in office, there was a big skepticism about technology at all.
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation to be here today in a house that means a lot to the Danes here. The decision on ending postal service in Denmark got remarkably little attention.
Really?
For most of us, we didn't even really notice it happens. There was a political debate. There was a great unity around this is no longer, you can't make a business out of it. It is too expensive. Most of us are receiving all of our mail digitally. You can still use the private vendors for sending packages and letters if you want to have a handwritten letter. I think this is a testimony to what digitization can actually do when it works really well. If you fully digitize a country so that people are experiencing better services in ease of not only doing business but being a citizen, these symbolic things, the fact that you abandon letters over emails, becomes a thing where...
For Austria and Germany, it would be a big thing if we would do that.
Why?
Because it's so in our tradition to, also here in Switzerland, I live in Switzerland now, and everything is over the postal service, everything. You get everything over the postal service. But I think you have a total different tradition over the last years in that matter.
The urgency that we're experiencing these days, and we talked about this yesterday, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Postal service is not the highest ranking for the Kingdom of Denmark these days. And I think if you are delivering really good public services digitally and demonstrate, and there is a huge, tremendous value in that, and you can still, if you really want to, as my wonderful mom who's 75, she still sends her Christmas letters, handwritten. She just don't use a public service for it, she uses a private vendor. And so I think it goes back to there can be a lot of rhetoric around the symbols of these, but it's fundamentally how do you deliver better services? If you deliver them better with digital, and there's public trust in the institutions that do them, and you do it well, this is not an issue.
Thank you. I totally agree on that. Maybe to come to the discussion about digital sovereignty, Denmark and Greenland currently feel the influence of the United States very strongly. It's also the topic of the day. But this discussion also influenced the whole discussion in Denmark about digital sovereignty. How was the development over the last years in that matter?
The conversations around digital sovereignty started at least 5-6 years ago. They've been accelerated, especially over the past year. The Danes, we're also very pragmatic people. For us, you cannot protect your way to success. There's not a way where we can have a closed, non-competitive digital markets where we don't let the best products compete. So sovereignty for us is fundamentally two things. It is one, better control with the digital assets and the infrastructure, especially the critical infrastructure that we have. And a lot of the conversations I've been in over the past 12 months, also with American vendors, is how can they guarantee more control, more security on our end. The second piece is that we've somehow in Europe decided to outsource our security to the Americans for the past 40 years. We outsource technology development to the Americans and partly to Chinese. We outsource all of the infrastructure necessary for the green transition to China. Now the time is for us to do things differently. So sovereignty is about getting back in the game of developing technology, because that is part, and we'll talk about this later, in a changing geopolitical world, technology is the strategy. That is how we are going to have a meaningful role to play. And so sovereignty for us is about innovating on open competitive markets. I don't want to buy worse products just because they're European. I want to buy great European products. And let me just end on this. This continent invented the first and partly the second industrial revolution. The idea that there's not a culture for innovation, there's not a culture for science, I think it's BS, to be honest. We are a net exporter of AI talent. We are an incredible continent with a lot of resources. The burning platform and the sense of urgency that we're feeling right now is the moment we have to try and do things differently.
Thank you very much. Achim, nobody else than you were so involved also in the whole European and German discussion. You were president of Bitkom over the last years. And today you gave an interview at NTV, and there you said, not America, Europe is the problem. Annemarie was just talking about that we are the continent where innovation was happening, where the Industrial Revolution was happening. What happened to Europe?
What happened to Europe? That's a very good question. Maybe I can tell you, I lived in the US for many years, and it was 10 years ago, and I was so super proud to be European. I was German, I was European, everything under control. I'm not proud anymore. And that's what I said on TV a couple of minutes ago. I think I met a few Americans a couple of days ago, and they said to me, not US is the problem. Europe is the problem. You don't get your act together. And there's something truth in it. And what I see in the whole thing of the sovereignty, what you mentioned before, is I lived for 35 years, I lived in a business where the market controls everything or solved everything. It was quite fine. That changed. Huge. For example, many years, I think the states were just referees, and now they are actors. And this is a big difference. And we need to understand what's going on. You mentioned critical infrastructure. We need to get control over critical infrastructure. We don't have it yet. I don't know how Denmark is in Germany. I really doubt it. And you see a few things. For example, semiconductors. That's the new oil for me. And cloud services is maybe the new energy. It is like it changed a lot, and we need to be. And what you said before on the talents, yeah, there is an export of talents, and what the Americans rightly try to do is try to suck them in, to bring them to the US. We do the opposite, but not really in a controlled way. And my criticism is currently on the Europeans, and I'm a proud European. Europeans is that they don't work together. There is not one voice. There's a lot of stuff, and this is the biggest problem. Even working, we need to be aware how strong we are, and this is what I missed in the last couple of maybe 12 months. We are super strong in many areas, and we need to work on this one. And this is something I was super critical and negative in the last couple of days. And I think we need, hopefully Davos will help us to maybe readjust our European approach.
But what's the aim? What do you think is necessary to do as Europeans? Okay, working together is fine. Maybe they're United States of Europe ones. Now we are facing totally in the different direction when we look at the discussion also in Eastern Europe. But what has to happen in Europe?
Okay, I'm not part of a party or something. I'm just independent, and for me, it's quite important that we have at least we need to play with our strength. We have many strengths. For example, we talk about the digital tax. Something. This is really a strong weapon, and we said no, don't do it. We have to be careful here. We have to be careful there. Playing like we do, like I learned it for 30 years in the industry, is play hard. And this is what the Americans do, by the way. They play hard. They don't go to all the end, but they play hard. We have to play hard as well. And if the Europeans not united, then go with Germany, UK, France, the big ones. But we need to talk with one voice, and this is what we don't do. And I think this is super important for sovereignty, for other things. We are so strong. We have so much power, and we don't play it right. This is my criticism, and I don't see it yet. I don't see the change. We sit together and we talk about something, and we might have an AI act, but it's so small things. It's not what I expect from the politicians. That's my point. Hopefully I'm not taped here, but it's maybe I am.
I introduced the digital tax once in Austria. Yeah. We were expecting maybe about 40 to 50 million of income, because we had no clue how much money is in the digital advertising. And now the amount is about 200 million per year. So it's totally changed. But when we tried to put it up or to increase it, there was a lot of calls from the United States not to do it.
Maybe one more thing. I had yesterday had a few meetings with the big tech, the big US tech companies, and they all told me we are surprised that you don't play your strength, because if you play your strength against us, we are the first ones who go to Washington and maybe explain what it means for us if the Europeans play hardball.
But our core strength is the strength of the market. The
strength of the market, a digital tax, whatever it is, maybe ban them or from anything. We have tons of weapons, but we don't use them. This is what they told me. And the other, they haven't even asked for it. They said, we are really afraid that the Europeans now fed up and they start playing against us. This was what I'm hearing from all the big tech companies.
Annemarie, we were talking about digital sovereignty on the one hand. On the other hand, we made a lot of regulations over the last years in Europe. Isn't that a contradiction? Are we limiting our own ability to innovate in Europe?
I don't think that regulation necessarily has been stifling innovation to the degree that we can say the reason why we don't have significant competitors to US big tech is because of GDPR. I mean, I think we are losing objective a little bit. I think the challenge we've been having is we've been so busy only focusing that we have not invested in what it requires to build a more entrepreneurial continent, on investing the necessary money. So, it's important now with Omnibus. It's important with, thinking around how to make GDPR more smooth. That is for the small, medium-sized companies of Europe that makes up the large bulk of our economy. But the large global competitors, the European competitors, I don't think Omnibus is fundamentally going to change whether they will make it or break it as an international success on technology. Mm-hmm. The challenge there has been, and so that's not to say it's not important for the SMEs. It is absolutely. I think the challenge has been we've not been invested nearly enough. We've been underinvesting. We see that a lot of our companies, once they go to Series B, maybe Series C, they have to go somewhere else. It is challenging, and it's still challenging doing business if you want to go from a Danish startup to also do business in Germany, in Portugal, in Stockholm. You got to hire 4 different people, 4 different languages. You got to hire a lot of lawyers. It's much easier to do it in America. One market, one language, open for business. So we really got to get our act together in And I don't think no one wins elections on talking about the single digital market, but we've got to talk a lot more about the single digital market because the power and the weaponization of an integrated economy lies in that strength. And if we don't use it, again, the joke becomes on us.
But that's the aim of the whole European regulation on the digital side, is coming to a single digital market, isn't it? And I think there were also some very good things what happened. Also, I think the Digital Market Act, for example. But in the AI Act, I think there was a much bigger discussion about what we are facing with this regulation, especially when we're looking at small and medium enterprises.
I sat in a lot of meetings over the past couple of years with ministers from the African continent, from Latin America, from Southeast Asia, who said, look, stand tall and keep on going, because you are setting fundamental global standards where there are none. We had a completely unregulated internet. The DSA finally said out loud what is obvious, that what's illegal offline should be illegal online, and you have a responsibility on that. The DMA, of course, these massive gatekeepers who have been distorting competition quite significantly. And with the AI Act, it is not a perfect piece of legislation. I mean, you will hear this from no Burkhardt, but no piece of legislation ever is. But the fact that we started to do something where a lot of the public, I think, felt fundamentally challenged and scared by the technology. And a lot of the rest of the world is looking still for Europe to take, even though we don't talk a lot about values these days, but there are some fundamental values at stake, and insisting on going that way. That being said, we're not going to regulate ourselves to success. We have to innovate ourselves to success and invest. And so we've been going on one leg. I think Europe is waking up to two leg. That this is also about investing in all of that. And so they can go together, and I actually think they can be paired in a quite beautiful way where they become supportive of each other.
Okay. Achim, I think one of the biggest problems you were also talking about is funding in all over Europe. How do you saw this discussion, especially you're working a lot together with big companies but also startups? What do you think has to happen on the funding side?
Interesting enough, I worked for many, many large private equity, or was partner of a private equity company. Even in Germany or in Europe, the money is there. We don't have money. Or many people are complaining about, oh, startups don't have money, we don't invest there. That's not true. If you see we have many, many good companies or good startups, and the investment is super easy for them to get money, but the business model has to be right. And somebody has just something on paper, and he is surprised that he doesn't get the money. But I can give you a list of at least 10 companies which are leading edge worldwide on AI, on stuff, in Germany, in Europe, in the Nordics, and I know many companies. It's not about money. It's about business case, and don't look at the politicians, don't look at the people who should look at the companies itself. And the companies itself, they can, if they have the right solution and are successful on the market, they will get money. That's for me no question. It's always the case. I'm totally against something funding from government or what we need is the for example, on data and other stuff, we need the overarching model that the government has to make sure that, for example, energy, data, everything is available for these companies, that they don't have a disadvantage in the market. But money itself is not the issue.
Really?
It's because I was there. I've invested billions the last couple of years.
Also in the B series, C series, so when the big
whatever I see on the companies who are really good, they have at least 6 to 10 private equity companies who wants to invest there. And I always was fighting to get these companies to make investment there. That's not my point. Sorry to say. It's maybe against everything you hear in the market, but my view is different.
I think there's two challenges around this. One is also just on valuations. I know companies that get smaller valuations in Europe, higher valuations, because there's a different sense of ambition and urgency around it.
Yeah.
And I think we have a huge problem on the exit market. I speak to quantum companies and they look around and say, who am I going to exit to? Who's going to buy me? The only one who are really deep-pocketed and in the market for buying are American companies. So we need a better exit market for the European startups as well.
Or strategic companies. We have many, many exits to strategic companies, and there's money available. Again, I want to play it small, but it is smaller than we all make it. For me, it is a smaller problem to get money.
Maybe one last question on governmental technologies and the governmental technology market. A few years ago, from my point of view, it was a totally niche topic. So, you know, some freaks in the different ministries were talking about it. It was not really innovative. We were talking a lot about registers. But from my point of view, that totally changed over the last year, especially with the coming up of the first apps, for example, here also the DIA app in the Ukraine. Maybe you can tell us a bit about your strategy in Denmark about governmental technologies there.
We both have some really successful cases of public-private partnerships where we got, a digital ID, digital wallets. Most of the services have been done by a private company, but in close collaboration with the state. We also had some digitization products that was absolutely terrible, that cost 4 times more, still didn't turn out really well. I think we learned that we got to be pretty involved in the development of it, but it cannot be the state developing it on our own. So now we have some very successful businesses that are building GovTech in Denmark that are thinking about expanding. I think for the GovTech market, we're living in a time of the poly crisis, and for a lot of heads of state who fundamentally have to be behind any digitization of a state, it has to be a top-down priority. Right now, the priority is not GovTech. Priorities are others. And so I think for this to be meaningful, you have to play into how does the digitization of a state mean that state stands stronger in a changing world? And how does that support ultimately other government functions, whether it's discussing sovereignty? I look at the military spending that we're doing now. This is not only about getting more soldiers and painting the barracks and buying equipment for what wars looked like 10 years ago. It is also about digitization. So play into the narrative that is on the top of mind of governments. And then I think GovTech have an amazing opportunity, not only to expand a market in Europe, but to help European governments do exactly, I think, what you're speaking to.
How do you see this cooperation between the GovTech sector and the private sector? There was a lot of development also in Germany.
Yeah, this is a super important topic because I think we talked about sovereignty and startups and success of startups. If you see in the US, the really successful companies, they have at least 50% of their orders from the government. We don't do this. And we have super successful companies in Europe, and I can give you a few examples. They can do exactly the same like Palantir and others, but we don't use them. The government is not giving them orders, not helping, not involving them. And if we change this a little bit, if we go to our startups, our grown-ups, and a few of the large corporations, and involve them in the GovTech thing, that might change totally. Even in the defense area, we spend millions and billions in defense area. We should involve our startups and not look around the world. And this is something we have to change as soon as possible.
Achim, Annemarie, thank you very much. Yeah. We're a bit behind schedule, and I would like to hand over to Manuel again. Thank you very much.
Komm, wir machen ein Foto. Macht ein Foto.
Wow, thank you very much.
Ja. Great. Thank you, Annemarie. See you soon. Danke. All right. With that panel, we come to a close of the panels, and we have 2 little more items to do before it's 12 o'clock, and by then we have to be out of the room, I think. So we're going to hurry up. So it's going to be me and then Kate wrapping up a little bit of our analytical thinking around GovTech that happened through the past 12 months. And I don't know who's doing this. Ah, perfect. Right, because we brought some slides. Look, if we're not in Davos, for the rest of the year, what we do is a lot of analytical thinking, a lot of foresight. And on that, there's a big study that we published last year, which was about sizing the public impact of GovTech. We did this together with our partners of Capgemini, together with the World Economic Forum. And between Christmas and New Year's Eve, we took the time to reflect a bit back to this and ask ourselves the question, how did this age, the study? And from this, we got to a couple of shifts we saw in GovTech in the last year, and this is just something I'd like to run through you in, I would say, like 3 minutes, and to share with you how we sense that GovTech changed in the last 12 months, and also how, honestly, the study aged. Because we do a lot of foresight, and with all the foresight, it's sometimes good to look back and to see if that's still valid. So let's do this together. But again, that's the report. There's a huge QR code, so if you want to read the report, scan the QR codes. As said, we try to give a size or a number to the public impact of GovTech. We landed at $9.8 trillion US. And on that one, yeah, we just look back. I'm going to share my thoughts on this right now. It's also on our GovTech Intelligence Hub. The GovTech Intelligence Hub is a joint project by the GGGC Kiev, by Berlin, together with the World Economic Forum. And all the knowledge that we produce throughout the year is shared on the GovTech Intelligence Hub. So, on the 6 shifts that we saw in GovTech, maybe I'm going to stand here, in the last year was very clearly, and that's also something that we talked about in the report, that's the digital public infrastructure, that's important. That's sort of the core of GovTech, and we saw this to gain more traction in the world in the last year. This is the blueprint to be successful with the digital transformation. Every single country that advanced in GovTech has digital and public infrastructure, which is identity, which is payment, which is data sharing. Every single country that right now in 2025 or 2026 decides to go another route and reinvent the wheel, I have to say, sorry, you don't have to do this, because the blueprint for being successful is out there, and we saw this being strengthened in the last 12 months. Related to this, and I think that's great news, we saw that the GovTech market matured. It's not so much about experimentation anymore, but it's about really implementing what works. And luckily, we have very good insights around the globe, what is working. So replicating this and executing at scale is something that we see happening more. Until now, because, and this is sort of a counter shift that we see, the emergence of the agentic state. So I think until May last year, we talked about the digital state. And then we, with the GGGC Berlin, we took some pride that we, I would say, reinvented the term the agentic state and did a lot of work on this. And then also we had the then digital minister of Ukraine talking very publicly about how to move from a digital state to the agentic state. So this is where we see a little bit of the playbook around how to go digital for the last 20 years. That's written. The playbook for becoming an agentic state, that's not written at all. And this is why I think it's very important that collectively Kiev, Berlin, others, have more knowledge about this, think with governments around this, because I think it's really, really crucial that governments get it right to move towards the agentic state. On that one, I think, and that's a little bit of more a detailed observation, look, this is the methodology from the study that we've written on the sizing of the GovTech market. And until now, it's like for the last 10 years, whenever we sized the GovTech market, it was about, we looked at IT spend in the public sector, and then we sort of deducted what's the GovTech market. And I sense this may be changing, right? Because if we look at agentic AI, this is not about classical IT and software anymore, but this is also about taking over service markets. This is also, quite honestly, potentially in the future about, replacing employees, so HR, with software. So I would say for, we saw this a little bit in 2025, but we're going to see it more this year, next year, the year after, so that we're going to be looking at the different GovTech market, which is not related to IT only anymore, but is also related to costs for HR, also related to the bigger service market. And I'm really excited, I would say, like, I'm fine that our methodology there in the report didn't age well, because this is really exciting for the GovTech market. All under the condition that public procurement works. That's a big bottleneck. It's going to be the big bottleneck for the next couple of years. So let's see how that plays out. Shift 5. Look, we've heard this many times. That's the public impact that we had sized in the study. We broke it down to efficiency, we broke it down to transparency and to sustainability. And I would add right now sovereignty. That's, I think, the big shift that we see for the last 12 years, and this is something that we have to take into account and also size in our calculations there in the future. Last shift, that's more of a political development than we saw. GovTech is indeed moving closer to the government. We saw that Germany finally now has a digital ministry, and good news, we didn't have that before. Interestingly, also enough, we saw that Michailo Fedorov a couple of days ago moved from digital minister to defense minister. I can say very honestly that a couple of years ago, digital was not really the dossier with which you could win elections or which would qualify you to become the most important minister in the cabinet. So I think the appreciation that we have for digital around the world is really increasing, and that's exciting to see. This is also what we said in the report, what has to happen with GovTech, and yeah, I'm delighted to see that this is also getting track in reality. So I think this has been it. Yeah, a bit of advertisement, what's going to happen in 2026. Look, if I looked at what happened in 2025, I wouldn't really have predicted the scale and the speed with which that happened, but I can be very specific about one thing that is going to happen, namely our next big report that we pre-released yesterday, and that we're going to publish then for real on the 20th of March 2026. This is going to be about the Agentic State Decoded. So a lot of the work that we've been doing in the last couple of months is taking up this. It's going to take it to the next level, and I'm very, very excited about having then the real publication end of March. Again, with our partners from Capgemini, with our partners from the World Economic Forum, big piece of our work in this year. And by that, I hand it over to you, Kate, for the concluding remarks and also for sharing your insights on GovTech. Here you go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kate. I'm the head of innovation piloting at Global Government Technology Center in Kiev, and today we'll come to you with like a grounding session to close down our GovTech Day Ukraine with the perspectives from the GTC Kiev and Deloitte, the report that has been issued last month. Actually, how do I use green one? Okay, perfect. So building on what Manuel was just presenting, we're going to talk about the GovTech key investment trends and basically driving back to the public value, which is becoming the main key measurement around investment in GovTech. So based on joint analytical report by Deloitte and GTC Ukraine, the first trend that we'd like to highlight is the overall GovTech spending has been obviously on the rise with all the ongoing trends, and now it represents around 11% of the overall global IT spending and is at $606 billion in 2025, which is consequential, and it's reflected in the distribution as well, like the trend of transitioning to prioritizing the service model as opposed to like investment in on-premise infrastructure is also like the prominent trend in there. Talking about PPP in the previous sessions, like investing in partnerships, collaborations, in deployment services and consulting are key elements of GovTech spending in 2025. And of course, in terms of the trends of the spending, looking at the cloud spending versus infrastructure, we see that cloud is on the rise, and of course it's driven by AI implementations and deployment and transition from the vision of digital states to agentic states that Manuel has also mentioned, and that's where, for instance, Ukraine is headed. And of course, to highlight that all the multinational stakeholders who are in charge of like bolstering the GovTech in the world are strengthening the point around DPI. So using the reusable components instead of parallel systems is key in order to not to duplicate efforts across states and make sure that there is efficiency achieved in the ways we deploy governmental solutions across multiple countries around the globe. Trend number 4 is obviously measuring that public value and what are actually the key performance indicators when it comes to the public value. There are some real life tangible examples in multiple states around the world. For instance, in AI, looking at how the Meteorological Agency of Japan deployed the solution to forecast the epicenter range for earthquakes, which now saves a lot of lives because the prediction times are much faster, is the tangible outcome that can be achieved through a digital tool. Another example, Prozoro Sale, so it's a Ukrainian solution that has been acknowledged as one of the major GovTech innovations by OECD, is basically a state-run e-auction where the state can sell their public assets, and it's extremely transparent and available. All the information is available publicly, and it's one of the examples where tangible GovTech outcomes are driven. Obviously, digital identity systems like Aadhaar in India, providing EID to 1.3 billion citizens, and a lot of other examples that we are seeing across the globe where public value is at the core of the solution in the government. So, of course, we can't talk about public value if we don't anticipate the risks. The geopolitical instability is clearly showcasing that. The cybercrime is on the rise, especially in the frame of between 2021 and 2025. We can see that now cybercrime amounts to basically the value of the third largest economy in the world, which is immense if you put it into perspective. So, of course, governments across the world like the US, UK, Germany, Japan are increasing their spending on cybersecurity in order to ensure that it's not a liability when it comes to like growing GovTech spending. So, closing up with some recommendations in the report, and of course the QR code here where you can scan and download the report. Integrating central digitalization metrics to assess public impact is extremely pivotal. Of course, aligning on the metrics and is a challenge, but that's something that GovTech is actually where it drives the value. Cyber resilience, as opposed to cyber vulnerability as the foundation for GovTech development. Technical sovereignty, it's been echoed in multiple speeches, and of course, building on what Manuel has mentioned, sovereignty is at the core of the GovTech trends at the moment. And the institutional sustainability, like reinvesting in what has already been created and building on the strong digital public infrastructure as opposed to the fragmented investment across multiple agencies within countries and also cross-border is key. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you for being with us at GovTech Day. I'll hand it over to Manuel for the closing remarks.
Yeah. Thank you. We promised the House of Ukraine that we're going to be finished here at 12, and the room is empty, which was 1 minute ago. So I don't want to throw you out, but I would like to ask you politely to leave. Oh, this is very nice. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for coming. It's been great that we had the opportunity here to really dive deep into GovTech for half a day. I hope we can be back next year, maybe for a full day. And have a lovely stay here, great time, rest in Davos, and thank you everybody for being here.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure welcoming you, and because you know digitalization, especially in government, is the core for Ukraine. You know, especially during the wartime, and this is a great example to the world that we are showing. And thank you very much to Zoya for arranging. Yes. Of course, of course. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you to all the partners that joined and supported this, you know, GovTech Day in Ukraine House Davos today. Thank you to all the speakers, you know, and thank you to all the organizers of this GovTech Day. It's a pleasure having you in the house, and we do hope that next year we will have more to tell. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please come closer. We will start our next session. Please take your seats. Dear ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers, guests, on behalf of Ukraine House Organizing Committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you here today. My name is Uliana Hromyak and I'm the Executive Director. Today we start with an issue of education. A lot of children suffered in Ukraine, and the government, jointly with the educational establishments, with the NGOs, are helping Ukrainian children to continue their education. As this is really important for all of us, to keep the kids safe, educated, and warm. Before we start the session, I kindly ask you to watch the video prepared by our team.
Is development possible during wartime? Ukraine is expanding its opportunities thanks to technology, partnerships, and people. Technology has become a tool of our resilience. Even in the most challenging conditions, we have preserved the accessibility and effectiveness of public and educational services and proved that digital solutions can support the economy and strengthen public trust. Ukraine's GovTech ecosystem, the state in a smartphone, and online education platforms represent a unique, practical experience that we are ready to share with our partners. A resilient future for any country begins with education. In Ukraine, an education system has emerged that combines safety, distance learning formats, and inclusive solutions. It allows children to continue learning regardless of borders or circumstances. Partnership is the foundation of a strong country. Ukraine is deepening cooperation with the European Union in strategic sectors, from humanitarian demining to logistics and security. Our joint projects are shaping a new architecture of regional resilience and strengthening Ukraine's role as a reliable partner for Europe. New opportunities for the country are created by people who have taken on the highest level of responsibility. Today, veteran-owned businesses are growing in Ukraine, a community of leaders with unique experience. This is a path of reintegration, a powerful boost to the economy, and a source of new jobs. We are proud of every entrepreneur who chose to defend the country, and every veteran who found the strength to build and grow their own business. Ukraine today is a country of opportunity, one that learns, cooperates, and creates solutions with long-term impact. Solutions that are already working and that will shape security and stability in Europe and the world for years to come.
And it is my great pleasure to start and announce the next session, Learning to Stay Strong, the role of education in Ukraine's resilience. I would like to introduce the moderator of the panel, David Edwards, General Secretary, Education International, who will introduce the speakers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think, can you hear me? Good. Good afternoon, everyone. I think you made the best choice of the entire Davos week to be here, because there's absolutely nothing more important or nothing more pressing right now than what we're about to talk to you about. Education, and I should say what Education International is first as I move myself around the chairs here. This first thing is a good teacher. I'm a teacher, right? But I'm also the General Secretary of Education International, which, if you may not know, that is 33 million teachers in 180 countries. It's the World Federation of all teachers' organizations, unions in the world. And as part of Education International, I travel the world, and oftentimes we always go where the crisis is and where the teachers need us most. And in 2024, and I think Randy Weingarten's here somewhere with me, I was in Ukraine. There you're, hi. And when we were there, and we saw the resilience, we saw the importance of education, and we saw the grit and the determination of the Ukrainian people to make sure that education did not stop. And one of the things when I met with the Minister of Education, he said that Zelensky told him, I need you to come back to the front lines, because when you're on the front lines, that's what you're fighting the present. But when you come back to become Minister of Education, I need you to fight for the future, for the why. And that's why around the world, parents always want schools to be opened as fast as possible, because that's where the hope and the resilience to restore and to recover begins. Because in times of war, hope is the commodity that is most important. And we have a wonderful panel for you, and we are going to actually be taking you into Ukraine via some videos of the film Timestamp that we have for you. But let me bring out our panel. The first, we said that a good partnership, you need a good actor. Best actors. We have a fantastic actor. I'm going to bring out Carrie Mulligan, who is the founding global ambassador of War Child. Hi, Carrie. Yeah. Please welcome Carrie. You go right there. Yeah, that's good.
Hello.
And then, as a teacher, obviously, and I'm very excited, we have with us a teacher who's been teaching in an underground bunker on the very close to the front lines. Natalia is here. Natalia, if you could come out, please. Guturuk, Natalia Guturuk. She's my hero. I work for her. I work for all teachers. I work for her. Natalia, please have a seat. And I think many of you have already met Zoya, but Zoya Litvin is here from Osvitoria, who is just a force of nature. I talked to my members in Ukraine, and they said she is just, I don't know where her energy comes from, but she is just a force of nature doing so many different things. It's an honor to have you with us, Zoya. Thank you so much. Thank you. And last but not least, I'd like to welcome up Laura Miller, who is the Global Program Director of War Child. And is also very knowledgeable about conflicts all over the world. I've just learned a whole lot from Laura as well.
Thanks, Dave.
So thank you all very much. I think we're going to start actually going straight to the film clip, I think.
Okay.
We have a clip, right, about a destroyed school in Zariche. And I think if we could just, and I think what that'll do is it'll enable us to kind of set a context to understand the sort of seriousness and what people are actually going through. And I think we're going to go back and forth between the clips and the discussion, and then we're going to have time at the end for your questions. But let's go to the clip, please.
Не впізнаєш, да, Арік, що було за кімнату?
Та щось.
А ну, вгадай.
Учительська?
Учительська оту стіна далі. А це тут техперсонала кімната. Пригадуєш без вікон, да? Це ж маленький, отож там препараторська кабінет, це тут техперсонал, за стіночку учительська. Важко впізнати, да, так зруйнувало? Да. Кирил, Ніна, йдемте, я покажу, де був би ваш клас, якби ви прийшли сюди в п'ятницю.
So now we're all in the school, right? So now we're mentally prepared to understand just how important education, how difficult it is, but absolutely how important it is. So the first question I have for the panel is about how has education in Ukraine been impacted by the war? And why is it such a crucial component of resilience and recovery? And I'm going to start with you, Carrie, because you've traveled, and I've heard all the different places that you've traveled to, like me, and really seen the importance of education and resilience and recovery. And I was wondering, in terms of what you've seen and what have about children and education, how it's been affected, if you could just sort of share your thoughts and reflections with us.
Well, firstly, I want to say thank you for allowing me to be on this panel with these extraordinary women who I was lucky enough to see speaking at UNGA this year, and I'm so excited to hear more from you. Yeah, I'm a founding global ambassador for War Child UK, so part of my job is to go and see War Child's work, and a large part of that is their education programs. I think as a parent, I always think, my job as an ambassador is to go and see War Child work and come back and report and relate to the people in my community the experience. And I think with children and education, it starts with my experience as a parent. I know that in the brief moments in my life where my children have not been able to go to school, it's chaotic, and I think there are so many parents in the room who would understand that. And that's because we know that for children, structure is vital, community is vital, friendship is vital, learning is vital. And when you take those things away from a child, that's already incredibly dysregulating. That you don't have your classroom, you don't have your person that you sit next to at a desk, you don't have your friends that you relate to. If you suddenly strip that all away from a child, that's enough. You then add into that a child who's been traumatized by a conflict. They've seen things, they've lost family members, they've got family members fighting in a conflict. You add all of that trauma into a situation where a child hasn't got the framework of their daily life, and it's hugely distressing and damaging to a child. And so much part of War Child's work is prioritizing a child's return to education as soon as possible, not just because it's obviously so important for a child to learn in order to have a future, but also because everything that a school or a learning environment provides is so much a part of what children need to be able to thrive. They need the structure and organization of being in a setting where they feel safe to learn. And so I think in my, one of the first trips I ever went on with War Child was back in 2015. I went to Zaatari refugee camp, and we met with Syrian children who had lost their homes and fled and were in a camp, and they were in a sort of informal school setting doing a War Child program, and they were talking about their desire to get back into proper school. And a girl that was in this program was probably the same age as my daughter is now, and she said, I want to go back to school. I want to be an architect, so if my house is destroyed, I'll know how to rebuild it myself. And I think that speaks to so much to the resilience of what children need. Every child I've ever met in a conflict zone, the first thing they say is they want to be in school, and they say what they want to be when they grow up. And I think we need to meet them with that basic right. You deserve to be in school, and you also deserve to believe that the future that you dream for yourself is possible.
Well, absolutely. Thank you. I was just thinking so much of a place called School Matters, and a lot of us who are outside of Ukraine experienced that as parents during COVID, how important it was to get kids back in school so they could be with their friends. All right, so let's go a bit deeper now, Zoya, in terms of Ukraine. And let's talk a little bit about what it's looking like there under the full-scale invasion for about 4 million school children. Could you just give us a bit of the broader context in terms of what that looks like, the scale of the destruction, the impact, what it's like for the teachers, for the students, for the families in Ukraine?
I probably would start with hopeful messages, and the most important fact that Ukraine is the first country in the history of humanity that managed to establish educational process for all the children despite the full-scale war, and that's a good fact. And I'm especially proud of it because devastation is terrible, and we have every sixth school in Ukraine destroyed or damaged by Russia. And it leads us to the thought that it's their strategy. And this statistics is much worse than Second World War statistics. We see that on occupied territories, Russian soldiers, they first target veterans, but secondly, they target teachers of primary school subject teachers. So it is definitely a strategy to prevent Ukrainian children to cut their access to quality education. Tell you some more statistics. World Bank estimates this loss at the moment $5.6 billion but it's only about material things. It's about buildings, critical infrastructure in education. But also every school year that our children miss, it's minus 10% of their future income, and it's GDP of Ukraine, and it's impossible to measure this impact at the moment. You also mentioned mental health and trauma that our children face every day. I don't know how to measure it, but I know that Ukrainian teachers, they started learning on a second week of war, demanding this knowledge and expertise. How do we identify trauma? How do we support children with trauma? How do we support ourselves in order to support Ukrainian children? At the moment, 300,000 Ukrainian children, they still don't have access to face-to-face education, and some of them were educated for almost 5 years since the pandemic, only online. I recently talked to our former prime minister, who was on the opening of this school in Zaporizhia, first underground school, and it's 35 meters under the ground. It sounds creepy, but it's the only possibility for Ukrainian children to keep learning. So usually when prime minister or government official come to school, it's a big deal, and people are waiting for this government representative, but those kids, they saw their classmates face to face first time in 5 years, and some of them were like in a third, second grade, so they were so excited just playing with each other, meeting finally in person. And of course I have to mention that 1.5 school children, they are externally displaced, so they keep learning from other countries of the world, being a part of Ukrainian system of education, so they could connect and could come back and blend into school smoothly as soon as it is possible.
Well, thank you. So for a teacher to teach 35 meters below the surface of the earth at a time when you don't know when the next siren or alarm is going to go off, but yet you have to keep, and I'm a teacher, and I work for the world's teachers, and I find that to be the honor of my life, but to be a teacher in a bunker and keep kids' attention, right? To keep them engaged, you have to do so many different kinds of things to be able to do that. And I just really want to thank Natalia for being here with us. Can we hear a little bit about what it's like to be teaching in that situation?
Thank you. To tell the truth, to teach in the first of underground schools, it's a luck for us, and a great luxury for our city, because our parents would like to choose face-to-face education, and social connections, they are always a priority. In Zaporizhia, we have a joke that we live on the pages of the history books our children are holding in their hands. But on the contrary of the previous generations who had the chance to learn the history from the past events, our children witness the history, events, and war unfolds around them. And when I was a child, when I was a teenager, I learned about the attacks on the Dnipro Dam in the Second World War on my history lessons, and my students just open their windows and see the missiles going towards it. And they finish their homework by candlelight, having 3, 5, 7 sweaters on them. But at the same time, they are acquiring the top skills that are always highlighted in the end of the World Economic Forum as the top priority for the labor market for the next years. As Zoya has already mentioned, yes, for all of the teachers, on the very first place comes mental support and making social connections for students, parents, and building very strong community. So we start our days with supporting students, and you will never see me in school in a suit. You will see me in some fluffy sweater that makes like a huggable person, just to make some kind kind of human touch and to have some positive emotions in the very beginning of the day. And then comes the subject itself. And I know for sure that it's a must for all of Ukrainian teachers to have the special education in terms of trauma in teaching in challenging times. And if before the war we used to have plan A and plan B for our lesson, now we should have plan A, B, C, D, and so on to the end of the alphabet. And we never know how we will finish our lesson. We might start it face-to-face, continue in a shelter, and finish it online. It's our reality now. But students get accustomed to this flexibility. That's why I say that they acquire the top priority soft skills. That's why I do believe that these challenges will make them the real game changers in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a clip from actually going inside that classroom, so you can actually get a sense of what it's like to be teaching under those circumstances. I think I should.
Yeah,
I'll need to move.
Here comes.
There's some there, but they want to get it back here. So there? Okay, good. So you get an idea, right? And yet, somehow, they orderly get down there, they safely get down there, they come into the classroom, and the teachers teach. They have learning objectives, the students learn. And, you know, it takes a special kind of teacher with the special kinds of supports and the learning conditions and the teaching conditions to be able to do this. And I think one of the things about the benefit of this panel and what we're talking about is that War Child, who Laura is with me as the program director, is doing this in a lot of different places around the world. So the common thread throughout this is the building the resilience in times of crisis and ensuring that the learning can happen, the continuation of learning. And I'd just like to just specifically talk, Laura, a little bit about War Child in Ukraine, and how did Can't Wait to Learn, which is a great title name for a program, I Can't Wait to Learn, come into play. And could you tell us a little bit about it is, and then how it also came into Ukraine?
No, absolutely. Very happy to do that. And I think I don't have to say anything more about the devastating consequences that conflict can have on children. I think the images speak for themselves. I think like so many of you in the audience, I find it also quite emotional to see that situation for children going underground to learn. But at War Childs, we also know that children are resilient, and our message, our programming, we want to build on that resilience and hope. And that is one of the reasons that education is so important in the work that we do, and so important in how we look at supporting children to rebuild, recover, and be those actors in the future who are going to take us out of this situation, obviously together with us. So one of the things that Child started thinking about 10, 12 years ago was, what do we do when there are no schools? When the school environment, the infrastructure has become inaccessible, or children have been displaced to areas where actually they can't go to school in the traditional sense that we're thinking about. And we said, hey, we have to be able to get tools in children's hands where they can keep learning, they can keep thinking about the future, they can keep developing and building their skills. So we actually worked with a number of different educators. Actually, in the very beginning, it was in Sudan. I don't know if people are familiar with the context in Sudan, but at the time, there were 3 million children out of school. Now in Sudan, that's probably twice the number. And globally, if you can imagine, 50 million children are not in school in conflict-affected areas. And we thought, this is not acceptable. We are global actors, we can change the situation. So we started thinking about, how do we do that? And what we developed is a program called Can't Wait to Learn, and it's a tablet-based, personalized learning experience. And you're going to see a short video of that in a second. You'll get an idea of what does it actually look like, all those big words, we have no idea. But it became a tool that a child can sit down, him or herself, with a caregiver, with a peer, maybe with a person who's facilitating a safe space, and learn how to read and do basic math, and actually stay at their age grade level or catch up on missed years of schooling. So it's something that a child can use in an area where there is no school. So we do that in Sudan. We're working on Jordan and in Lebanon, for example. It's also in Chad. But it can also be a powerful tool for teachers. And that is something we learned together with Osvatoria. So Zoria is going to tell you more about that. But it can also be a tool for teachers to use when they have to go to a bunker, when children have to stay at home and practice on their own and aren't able to come to school. And that's actually how we got connected with Ukraine. I think I just kicked somebody over. That's how we got connected with Ukraine. Actually, the Can't Wait to Learn program was out there in the humanitarian community. And as the Ukraine crisis started, a number of educators said, hey, Can't Wait to Learn is something that can be valuable for the children of Ukraine. There's this amazing organization called Osvatoria that's done a lot of ed tech, that is a big partner of the government. Maybe this is something the Ministry of Education could pick up and support teachers, but also support children who are not able to access school. So I think I'll maybe leave it there. You'll see a little video, and then we can talk much more about how Can't Wait to Learn took off in Ukraine.
Thanks, Laura. Let's see the video, please.
Yeah.
Welcome to Can't Wait to Learn Ukraine, our educational game for young children in and outside Ukraine who can no longer follow a normal education because of the war. Our game is available on both iOS and Android devices and includes both math and reading sections in one convenient app. The game is based on the official Ukrainian curriculum and designed with the utmost care for privacy and child safety. A trusted adult, such as a teacher or parent, can create an account for the child with the option to share or keep game data private. Once the account is created, the child can begin their journey of learning and fun. As the child enters the game, they can select if they want to do math or reading, each with its own game environment. After this, they will be greeted by an enthusiastic in-game guide who introduces the basics of the game and guides the child throughout their learning journey. The game worlds for math and reading are divided into different grades, with each grade covering the learning objectives of one school year. Every grade has a unique visual theme, such as farm, space, or underwater, making it feel new and fresh for the children. In the math section, players will unlock and upgrade houses, while in the reading section, they will unlock different characters and attributes. Each grade level consists of several lessons, with mini games and educational videos that the player can choose to play or watch. As the child progresses, they will be assessed and new buildings or characters will be unlocked. One of the key features of the game is the progression and reward mechanics, as well as an in-game guide, a non-playable character at the age of the player who will provide advice, instructions, and encouragement along the way. The game is developed by a large consortium of educators, researchers, experts, game designers, and developers. All visual art and most video and audio is created by local artists. The game architecture allows for additional content to be added by teachers, subject matter experts, and designers.
All right, thank you. You know, it's really interesting that, like, the sort of history of asynchronous learning in crisis contexts is sort of the highway is littered with a lot of, I think, really important lessons where there were times when they just tried to drop in a technology and they didn't try to work with the teachers. They didn't try to think about aligning it to the curriculum. They didn't try to think about having teachers be using it themselves in terms of the instructors. That was going for replacement versus augmenting and as a tool. So I really think that that's really something that's absolutely essential. And what I've seen around the world is that you have to have a really good partner that can localize it and can sort of use their professional discretion to pedagogically make it meaningful. And I think that's what we're hearing Osvitoria has been able to do in Ukraine. And I was just wondering, so if you could talk to us a little bit about how you made that happen, what that process looked like. You talk to us about that, please.
Thank you. I probably have to mention why we did it, because our NGO is the largest partner of government in terms of education, supporting reforms, etc. And during COVID pandemics that you already mentioned a few times, government engaged our team to create the All Ukrainian School Online. And it's a national platform that covers the entire secondary school curriculum and brings every child in front of our very best teachers of Ukraine, like Natalia. And this platform was very helpful when full-scale invasion started. And on a second week, we had 500,000 learners on the platform. Today, it's almost 2 million active users from many countries of the world and inside Ukraine. But this is for secondary school, and government realized this tool is very helpful. But we don't have anything for primary school, and primary children, parents, they were demanding some support from government. And so that's when our government met War Child and realized that there are solutions that we can rely on, there is an expertise. And sometimes when people ask me what is the support that we need in Ukraine for education, that time for sure number one gap was not financing, it was expertise to rely on. What do you do in such a conflict? And we were happy to partner with a child who had a long experience in very different areas. Then, as you mentioned, every war, every crisis is unique. And our goal was to learn the best from Can't Wait to Learn and its implementation in different countries, but to localize it for Ukrainian children. And first thing we did, we brought teachers to the table and we made a focus group with them. How would you use this app? In what environments you would use it, what for, and it helped us to create this solution. And it is used inside the classrooms, in those shelters you've just seen, because it's impossible to have a lesson, unfortunately. Yeah? And for the last school year, our Ukrainian children had to run to bomb shelters almost 14,000 times in a school year, 14,000. And our app is being used then. And it is also used as a homework, because, you know, teacher's job is always difficult, not when it's war. It's always very difficult, and especially in environments and in crisis. So it is helpful to use it as a homework or even as an engaging exercise in a classroom. And we see it works. And we definitely needed a solution because online learning doesn't work for primary school learners. We need something gamified, something unique like Can't Wait to Learn.
Thank you. And so, Carrie, you've seen Can't Wait to Learn broadly in other contexts. Could you talk a little bit about what you've seen and your thoughts on why it works so well?
Yeah, I've seen it in, actually I haven't seen it, it wasn't, when I was in Ukraine, it hadn't come there yet. I actually saw it for the first time in Uganda last year. I mean, I think you know from being on trips and visiting children around the world, well, anyone, if you ever walk into a classroom, you're the most exciting person in the room because you've walked into a classroom. So everyone's so delighted to not have to learn for a second. And I was really struck, and that's been the case in lots of trips, you know, you walk in and you're someone they don't know, and that's so exciting. I walked into this classroom in Uganda and not a single child looked up. They were just locked in to their learning because they were so into this program and into what they were studying. And so that was sort of amazing. We walked in and we sort of walked around the classroom, and I think in this classroom there were probably 40 children, you know, a tricky class size of lots of different ages, probably between the ages sort of 6 and 11, 12 maybe, all from different backgrounds. Some were refugee children, some were local children. And I think what was amazing to see about this program was seeing how every child was learning at a different level. You know, there was a 6-year-old who was learning very basic maths, and then there was a 10-year-old that was doing maths that I honestly couldn't do. That really made me want to go back to school. But, you know, it was amazing at how, you know, these 40 children could all learn at totally different levels, and the teacher was there to facilitate. There was a teacher and a teaching assistant who were going around and, you know, understood it and was trained in Can't Wait to Learn, so they could sort of talk the children through trickier problems and help them in their learning. But these children were absolutely focused, and the teachers told us that they, first of all, the children love it, but secondly, the attendance in the school had skyrocketed because of that program being there and because of the children loving that program and wanting to engage with it. So it was sort of, yeah, it was really remarkable to see, you know, a 6-year-old and a 12-year-old, you know, getting back in, and children who had really missed a decent chunk of their education, having fled from Congo, you know, to be able to rejoin their education and attempt to catch up with the guidance from their teacher through this program, to get through the levels at their pace, but also to be guided by the teachers that were with them.
Really interesting. Thank you. Natalia, just from as a perspective from a teacher, could you just say a few words about how useful it is to have these kinds of tools? We saw what the classroom looked like. Could you just talk about the usefulness of tools like that?
For sure, but I would like to also
but not necessarily this one.
3 perspectives.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll start with the teaching point of view. First of all, you know, children are always children, and they have only one childhood, and dominating type of activity for the primary learners, it's a game. And in a stressful situation, when you try to deliver some kind of content, even if it's very interesting, they do not have energy, they don't have any time and to work and to do some stuff. But when they work with this application, I can say, oh, apologize for the word, work, when they play with it, or when they are engaged, because it grabs attention immediately, because they do not perceive it as a type of the content learning. Yeah, so it's natural, it increases curiosity, and they are involved in a very, very natural way. Also, it's very competitive for them to compare their results with their peers, and actually it makes them more involved, and it's a good alternative to some other games, because they, you know, they are the thumb generation, yeah, so we can't just hide from this problem, but we need to turn it into some strength point. As the parent, I would add one more thing. You should keep in mind that people who are living in the war context, they might be wonderful parents, but all of people who are in the frontline regions, they are tired, they are exhausted, and sometimes they do not have any spare good emotion, because they are just, their energy level is almost on zero. And when they need some substitution, yeah, for educational stuff, they can suggest using this app and be sure that students will play and learn at the same time. And also it's very useful for students because, you know, it's something like a kind of a mind shift because I can play, I can become a leader using it because I can gain great points. And actually there is one very interesting option we should keep in mind. It's very precious for those students who are temporarily displaced. I believe that they are temporarily in the other regions. It contains the local component, and that's very important for the Ukrainian culture. Because if you know, when you have to flee to the other country, sometimes you have no time and you take the minimum of things you can. And maybe some kind of books or something like that, it's not in your luggage. But this local component, it makes you fall in love into Ukrainian culture, into Ukrainian traditions, and it is a part of your identity. That's very important.
You know, you just reminded me, I was in Warsaw. I was at the train station. Yes, people were arriving, and they were going, and I went to one of the reception centers, and they had the teddy bear in the book, you know, and they were women. There were no men. They had left their fathers behind. And I went to schools where they were being received in Poland, and the teachers were there, and we were talking to them, and there were some Ukrainian women who were teachers who were sort of assisting in the Polish schools. But what you just said about going back, and they were through that online platform with the ministry, they maintained that link, and definitely, and I still hear that. I still hear that. Time, tools, and trust. That's the basis of the teaching profession, and that's what I heard. So we have another clip that we'd like to play. Again, trauma doesn't just affect children, trauma affects parents, trauma affects teachers. And how you deal with that as a teacher is really important. And we have a clip that we'd like to show, a very touching clip I'd like to show you. Thank you, from Timestamp.
Я не пам'ятаю. Моя дитиночка. Просто вона побачила свого тата. Юль. Навпаки, тато бачить нас і радіє. Подивись, як він радіє, що він тебе бачить. Все, моя сонечко. Все. Дивись, як він радіє, посміхається і думає, яка в мене донечка гарна. Так, давай, все, заспокойся, сонечко, все добре. Все, Юлічка, іди до мене, моя дівчинка, іди до мене, іди сюди. Так, ну що, ми ж прийшли не тільки полежати сюди, ви ж хотіли тут почитати? Почитати. А тепер покажи татові, як ти вмієш гарно читати. Домовилися? Все. І так, сідай, будь ласка. Да, все.
Прочитаємо два речення.
Ну, хоч два речення. А ми зараз покажемо, як ви вмієте читати. Так. Так. Все, посідали всі. Так, Тіма, все, дивись. І так, Маша, твоя книга. Яку ти вибрала книгу?
I think we can all agree that no child anywhere in the world should have to go through that. But yet, just heard all over the world, in conflict-affected places, that's exactly what it is. So you see not just the importance of a teacher, of a community, of a partnership, but the developmental costs on these kids, to make sure that there's to maintain that resilience. So programs like this are just so important. I'm sorry, I'm going to before, and I got a little choked up there again on it. Father of daughters. Here we go. So now let's take it to the next step. Let's talk about people getting engaged in this, because I'm sure everybody here is thinking about how they can help. So this is sort of the call to action part of our presentation. And so I want to give you all a chance to sort of, from your own perspective, talk a little bit about this. I'm going to start with Zoya. Over to you, please.
By the way, we saw like clips from the documentary, which is called Timestamp, and our Osvitoria team, we are educators, but we realized to explain what is going on, we maybe should make a documentary, and we engaged amazing Ukrainian director Katerina Gornostai to make this movie. And it was the moment when she just lost her brother at war, and it was possibility for her to be useful to create this documentary. It was in the main program of Berlinale Film Festival, first time in 28 years, and now it is on Amazon Prime, so I encourage you to watch this movie. It will be on other platforms soon, because we're just finishing this campaign. But I see that art works, and it's about also partnership that work. If I should spotlight something, like one thing, I want you to understand that unfortunately in this war, every Ukrainian has its own front line. Our soldiers, our doctors, our mothers, and also our teachers and children. And by continuing to learn, they are also fighting for their future and for the right to build this future in their own way, as they want to see it, and they want it to be bright and beautiful. They are standing heroically, those children, those teachers, but it is impossible to stand so long on your own against the dictator, against such a aggression. And the reason that we are still standing, that it was possible to restore system of education, it's thanks to partners that are standing with us. So I'm very proud of our partnership with War Child, and that's one of hundreds and thousands amazing partnerships and solutions. Thank you, and if you'd like to stand with children and teachers of Ukraine, please join.
Thank you, Soya. You heard that message very clear, I think. Laura, what can we do in terms of thinking about this, the Can't Wait to Learn, supporting War Child, maybe beyond Ukraine, but let's stay in Ukraine. How can we help? How can people here help?
Sure. Well, maybe first to say, as War Child, we're extremely proud of our relationship with Osvitoria as well. Really proud, and that's also why we're here today, and it's a huge success story for education, for partnership, but also for children in going back to school and engaging in education. And based on our experience in Ukraine and with Osvitoria, we have actually improved our whole approach to Can't Wait to Learn. So what we learned from Ukrainian teachers, what we learned from engaging with the Ministry of Education, we're updating our software, we're updating our user interface, we're updating how we think about training teachers, engaging with teachers, and reaching the hardest to reach children. So that's a really exciting process that we're going through. And of course, unfortunately, our mission today is more relevant than ever. There are 520 million children affected by conflict. It's a number that's so big you can't even really understand what does that mean. But for War Child, that means that our energy redoubles, right? We're really dedicated to reaching those children, supporting them in their well-being, supporting them to get back to education. So for us, our next step are actually expanding the program beyond where it is right now. So we definitely have a strong focus, for example, on Sudan. How soon can we get into Sudan and support those children to start learning again? Of course, Gaza, where the education infrastructure has been decimated. Most of the schools have been destroyed. Most of the teachers are displaced or themselves heavily impacted by the conflict. So those are contexts that we're going into. So for us, I think our message is one of, invest in education, but also invest in what we know works. One of the things we haven't talked about yet is the fact that Can't Wait to Learn is heavily researched. So we've done 3 different research studies, for those of you in the academic world, randomized controlled trials, to look at are we sure that children are learning? Are we sure this has outcomes? Because we want to reach children, but we want them to learn, to grow. And actually, yes, it does. What we're seeing is that children catch up to their grade twice as fast through Can't Wait to Learn as through a catch-up education an alternative catch-up education program. one of the most exciting things for me, I mean, you mentioned the panel of really strong women. So proud to be part of this panel, but also Can't Wait to Learn helps girls catch up faster. For those of you who know about conflict-affected settings, very often girls have lower attendance rates, don't go to school, have more responsibilities at home, which means they can't do homework. They don't have that chance. What we're seeing in Can't Wait to Learn is that girls' learning curves goes through the roof. That means when they go back to school, they're at the same level as boys, actually a little bit higher. so
not surprised.
Yeah,
not,
just to say.
Not surprised.
So for us, really, that prioritize education. As we hear so often, oh, but in conflict you can't go to school. Yes, you can. You can go to school, you have to go to school. So to prioritize education, to prioritize learning, invest in the right partners, invest in what you know works, I think that is our message for going forward.
Very well said. Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the work that you are doing in War Child. So now's the time where we can hear from you. We're going to open it up. Some questions for anybody up here. Please introduce yourself before you. Yes, please. Do we have a microphone?
Here comes the mic.
Here.
Pani Marta.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah, I'm Marta Farion, and I'm a board member of the Enterprise Fund that's also co-sponsor of this event. And even though I'm an attorney, but I turned into education and aiding education at the university level. And of course, we heard about grammar school, elementary school, high schools, and the same issues apply to university students because they also hear the sirens and they also need to escape or deal with it. So the same emotional issues pertain to universities, but I just wanted to say my great respect and admiration for the work that you're doing, and to remind everyone that education is not something that's on the side of a war or on the side of society. It is actually a question of national security, because it is in schools where you prepare leaders. It is in schools where, out of schools and universities, it's where innovation comes out of. So my question to you is, I understand that what is the key is expertise, but you need funding. And I wanted to know where most of your funding comes from. Is it from the governments or foundations or the general public, and how you deal with that? Because for everything you need funding.
It's a very true statement and a very welcome question, I'm sure. I'm going to take a few more questions and then we'll come back up to you all. Yes, Catherine.
Thank you so much. This has been such an impactful panel. Catherine Valinga from Canada. I'd like to hear more around occupied territories and how you reach those children, because we know the Russians are reaching those children. And as well, Laura, for places like Afghanistan, places where girls cannot go to school, how do you get to those children?
Great question. Thank you. Yes, please. And I got you.
Hello. I am Dmitro Tolmach, and our family, we are co-founders of charitable foundation Future of the Nation. It's Ukrainian. So my question is, how should our country balance between access global education for Ukrainian students with the long-term risk of permanent brain drain? Thank you.
Very good question. I'm also interested in hearing the answer to that. Yes, behind you, please. I think you hear. Yeah, no, I guess you can go.
Hello, Mark Siegel. I've had the honor of being a visiting professor at Odessa National Economic University for the past 3 years. And one of the things that we've really focused on is getting the students back in the classroom and getting them socialized again, which is a challenge. So we try teaming projects. We've, no matter what's going on, I'm in the classroom. But one other thing that would be interesting for you to comment on, what we've also been setting up is a way of socializing the kids, which we also did in Moldova for refugee kids, of using the sport pickleball to get the kids in a fun, more like somewhat silly game that they work as a team. And it's amazing, the change. So just curious to hear your experiences also in trying to use sport as a socialization tool and as a mental health tool.
My 82-year-old father kills me in pickleball. So thank you for reminding me about that. Yes, in the back, and then we'll come back up and get some answers.
Thank you. So great panel. My name is Mariana. I'm from Ukraine. I'm CEO of charity foundation Ridni. We work with orphans in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And before war, we have 100,000 orphans in institutions, in orphanages. And now we have the same number, I think. And we have one more problem because these children, these teenagers, these youth, they're not ready to go to the universities or to the colleges. So maybe you are also ready to work with this group of children and to support them in educational issues. Thank you.
Yeah, the issue of unassisted minors is a huge one, as we know very well. Do we want to take one more, and then I'll come up to the group? But I have made notes, and so I'll see if I get the right questions, you'll tell me. Go ahead.
Okay, Lena Kazarny, Soya, fantastic. I mean, this is incredible. And two personal questions. Natalia, how do you find the strength to be wearing a fuzzy sweater, hugging those kids, trying to deliver to them what they may not be getting at home every single day, the emotions? How do you find the strength for yourself to go through every single day and to be there for those kids? And Carrie, for you, I mean, you're a mother. When you see these children throughout the world and then returning home, I mean, I'm sure there's this feeling blessed and grateful, but how do you also manage your own feelings about all of this? I mean, some people choose not to look, not to see, and you're putting yourself right in front of these kids and right in the middle of this. And please share how that makes you feel. Thank you.
Then we'll start with Carrie.
I was like, I'll have half an hour to think about this. Well, I started working with War Child in 2014 after a catastrophically bad year for children, historically bad year for children in conflict. At the time, it was around 278 million children affected by conflict, and now, as Laura said, that number's doubled since 2014. So I was responding to things that I was hearing in the news that felt unacceptable. Before I had children, unacceptable ideas like 500 children being killed in Gaza in a single summer, and children on Sinjar Mountain being flung into helicopters to save their lives. And I couldn't comprehend how you would sit with those choices and with that position to be put in as a person, let alone a parent, how to the stress and the trauma that would be and what children would be going through. And it struck me that there must be someone who was not just dealing with the sort of basic needs, survival needs of a child, but also the impact on their mental health. And I think 10 years later, sadly, we're still in a position where survival for children in a conflict zone seems to be an acceptable outcome. And I don't believe it's an acceptable outcome. I don't think that just surviving something and coming out with all four limbs intact is enough. And that seems to be what we've kind of accepted as a global community is okay. So it's my privilege to go and see the work that War Child does. I'm constantly, completely inspired by War Child partners, the people that we meet who are making, these incredible differences to children's lives. But I'm also just struck. I mean, I have now got a 2-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 10-year-old. And so, of course, I meet a child in a setting in Uganda or in Lebanon, and it's my children. I think but my God, we all need to feel that so much more than we do right now. We all need to feel that there is nothing separating us from these children except dumb luck. And so I feel really privileged that I get that reminder every year, and it's motivating and unbelievably inspiring to work with War Child and to get to meet the people that I get to meet through the work. But more than anything, I just feel kind of constantly invigorated why there's so much to do, and there's these incredible partners who are making stuff happen. The big gap is that A, it doesn't feel like children are on the agenda in any way, certainly doesn't this week. And B, there's so much money. But and because really with War Child, what I'm so proud of to be in part, to get to work with them, is that they have put the research in. They've got evidence-based, proven methodologies that work, that we can scale. The only gap is the funding to be able to train people locally to be able to deliver that. So yeah, it's a unbelievable privilege of my life to get to see this in action, and a big part of my job to try and make it go further, because we've got War Child has the knowledge. Now we just need to expand.
So one of the things we're fighting is indifference. Very well, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Just listening to you, I think of it, there's a term I use called OPC. And in the world out there right now, I feel like some people just try to use OPC as a way to explain away their indifference. OPC, by the way, stands for other people's children. So it's until we get to understanding all children, right? Not other people's children and my children, and we care the same way. That's... Natalia? Mm-hmm. You heard your question. You had a little bit more time to prep than Carrie did. But you did fantastic, right? Fantastic.
But I could answer it once. I'm a fan of The Little Prince, and I do appreciate the value of the small steps. And the greatest things are done with the help of the smallest steps. All my family, we are in Zaporizhzhia. I have a 12-year-old daughter, and I see various perspectives on the learning process, like the teacher and like mother and also like a friend, because sometimes I have the feeling that my daughter is my mom, but not I'm hers, because she's very smart and precocious. And I should say that I'm also inspired by the actions of people who are in my, I can't say that it's a bulb, because the whole Ukraine, it's the bulb, because the everyday actions by our doctors, electricians, teachers, they are simply amazing. And when you know that there are a lot of people who try to return the electricity to the houses when there is 22 below zero outside, like my husband does, you think, oh, that's not a problem for you, just to change your time plan or the aims of the lesson. And one more thing, I would return to the timestamp film. I like this metaphor a lot. From teacher's perspective, it's genius, really. Like timestamp helps to save the person's life, because it stops the bleeding. The same way education is like the timestamp that helps to save the nation. That's why I do believe that these simple steps, these simple ideas help all of us. I would highlight that I speak on the terms of all of Ukrainian educators, help us to be strong and resilient.
Thank you. Thank you. So for us, Victoria, there were some questions about socialization. There's some questions about unassisted minors. There's a lot of questions that you heard. There's questions about funding. I'm particularly going to ask, we're going to come to the funding question.
I thought so.
Sorry, surprise. But maybe just as you'd like to sort of weave it together and sort of answer as best you can, which I'm sure will be great.
Mm-hmm. So, we don't have plenty of time, and we've heard many questions. One I would love to focus particularly, it was a question about occupied territories, and thank you so much, because timestamp documentary, it was also filmed there, but we couldn't use those moments, those materials in the movie itself, because it is dangerous for those teachers, for those children to remain in Ukrainian system of education. And as you know, probably last year Russia launched a special law. If they discover that Ukrainian child on occupied territories remain in Ukrainian system of education, online, any other possible way, it gives them permission to take the child from the family, to take it on the territory of Russia to special assimilation camp. And for now, the official statistics says we have more than 20,000 children that were abducted from their families and taken to other families in Russia to try to assimilate them and make them Russian instead of being Ukrainian as they are. And that's why I'm so surprised that actually we have 36,000 of learners on the occupied territories using the app, using all Ukrainian school online and other solutions created by the Ukrainian government so that they could keep this bridge between themselves and Ukraine. And one small digit, but we're especially proud of, is 6,000 learners from territories occupied since 2014, Crimea, Luhansk and Donetsk. And it means that those 6,000 school children, they see their future in Ukraine, they hope for good for these 10 years. And thank you for bringing up this issue. It is important, and I feel that there's not so much efforts to stop this abduction. And what I see now, that's the only topic that triggers Russian government, and when they receive those questions, they don't know how to answer. They got angry.
It says how important it is to parents and to kids that they would be able to, they would want to risk their own freedom to be able to continue following in the Ukrainian education system. So for those who question, well, is education a need to have or a nice to have, that answers your question right there, I think. So thank you so much, Zoya. So, Laura, I think there were a few questions that we'd like to hear from you from.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, I'm going to start with the question on how do you reach girls, for example, in areas where, like Afghanistan, where girls' education is prohibited, but also in areas where it's just extremely difficult to reach. We can think of areas of Syria or of Yemen, for example, where reaching girls with education is really tough. I would say the first thing that we do as War Child is we build local partnerships. And everywhere that we work, there are incredible networks of local actors who can reach children in their homes, who know how to reach children under the radar, so to speak, so that those children still get quality support and resources. So we're an international actor, and one of the things that we can do is we can tap into funding and resources, which a local actor cannot. But a local actor can reach every child. And that is really important for us. And so that is actually one of the things that we're doing in Afghanistan. We're scoping this year, could we bring Can't Wait to Learn? And if so, how? And how do we do that safely? If a government prohibits girls to attend school or to engage in learning programs, how do we do that so we don't put them at risk, but we still are able to respond to their fundamental right, their human right to education? And that is really important for us as War Child. It's a human right, and we stand for that, even though the international community is honestly letting us down on the human rights agenda. And we've seen a huge decline in support for international human rights. We've seen a huge decline in funding for humanitarian aid, which is a human right, which we all as a global community have signed up to and said we will guarantee, and now we're not doing it. So going back to that question of funding, the humanitarian infrastructure has been hugely defunded over the last year. It's a 40% cut in funding, but for education, it's much higher. It's the most impacted sector is education. The cuts are the highest. So we've been talking today about how essential education is for resilience and recovery, to provide structure for children, to provide a sense of hope, to support their development, to respond to their fundamental rights as children. Actually, we're seeing 65% cuts in the amount of funding available. And it was already only 8% of the humanitarian budget. So you can imagine how little funding there is. So yes, there are some governments who still provide funding for humanitarian education. We're seeing actually a small optimistic growth in foundations that are stepping in and saying, hey, we believe in this, we're going to fund this. But actually one of the reasons that we're here is because we think corporates and individuals also have a role to play. I mean, Carrie, you said it so beautifully. I almost think we should ended there. It's every child is my child, right? Every child is my child. How powerful is that? And that's true for all of us here. You know, how do we invest in something that we know benefits that person as a human, but actually is also going to benefit that country's economy, the global economy, the global relationships, diplomacy, and interaction. So there, I think there's really a call to action for all of us to really invest in education, to take up our roles and not just rely on governments, and in many cases, especially in the human rights framework, is letting us down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, everybody's children, education is the great multiplier, and these are the amazing people that you can support. I've been in the main center week, but this is what I'll remember from my week at Davos this year. I want to thank all of you for being here, but let's thank the panel, please, together. And Ukraine House, and thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was so emotional. It was so so important, and I think that all the messages will be passed. And just for the audience that is hearing us, how much funding do you need? Just let us pitch here.
Amazing. I mean, if you look at Can't Wait to Learn, to start up Can't Wait to Learn, to build the game for a new country and to reach 15,000 children, it's 2 million. To reach 100,000 children, including all the startup, it's 5 million. You're talking about an education career for 100,000 children, right? It's actually not that expensive. So that's what we're looking for. And I know you've got incredibly ambitious plans for Ukraine, so I don't know if you've got numbers as well to share, Zoya, putting you on the spot.
We didn't calculate. Now I'm frightened with what you said.
Yes, I think I encourage all of you that you have heard these numbers. So talk to War Child, and definitely, you know, support Ukrainian children. And this is really important. And we really thank you for what you're doing here in Ukraine in order to support, Ukrainian children need really, at this time, you know, they also, a part of the education, they need heat, right? Electricity.
Freezing. Yeah.
And they're freezing right now. So we have to keep them warm, educated, because they are our future. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause. And I would like to give you a small present from the Ukrainian fashion brand that we support women, you know, in Ukraine. So it is inspired by the Ukrainian contemporary artist to keep you warm here in Davos.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And thanks to Ukraine House. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I'll take, can I take for my daughters? Thank you.
Take a few.
Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will.
Dear ladies and gentlemen,
He said, no, no, no.
welcome.
You're asking me to double.
Ukraine House Davos is a place where we make partnerships, do deals, and we work jointly for the recovery and the prosperity of Ukraine. And it is my great pleasure to call on stage the founding partner and CEO of the Dragon Capital, Tomasz Fiala, for the signing ceremony.
In the United States. It's not that you meet in the middle, you just have to go up some.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to interrupt a more interesting speech, but we have an announcement to make. Let me first thank to the investors who have decided to support our infrastructure fund, EBRD, EIB, IFC SVET Fund, and IFD. Thank you for your trust and support. It's very much appreciated. Secondly, I would like to also thank our partner, Amber Infrastructure, with whom we have formed a joint venture already a year and a half ago to create the first fund to invest in Ukraine's infrastructure. So far, it's been a great experience, which combines our strengths on the ground with Dragon Capital staying throughout the whole period of war in Ukraine with all of our staff based only for about a month in Lviv at the start of the war and then back in Kiev. We have everybody on the ground. I think it's important not just to make proper investment decisions, but also to spend your money and pay taxes in Ukraine and support the country economically. And Amber Infrastructure, in order not to reinvent the wheel, is bringing a lot of know-how. We have always considered ourselves as a platform that brings into Ukraine not just capital, but also international know-how and makes Ukraine integrate more quickly with the European Union and with the Western world. Also, I would like to say a few words about the fund. We are very hands-on, both of our teams. We take only majority stakes and provide a lot of value added to the investee companies, and more than 70% of the projects are greenfield. And lastly, we will not be starting to invest only now. Dragon Capital has been investing from its balance sheet for the last 12 months and warehouses 3 projects on its balance sheet for the fund at cost. We have invested almost 40 million euros into those projects already, attracted financing from EBRD, 22 million euros for an energy generation project that is going online already this January and starting to produce much needed energy, and 2 projects, one industrial park and 1 intermodal terminal. On that, I would like to pass the word to the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure, Reconstruction, and a few other, and Development, Aljona Škrum. Thank you very much for being here. I think our interests very much overlap, and we are happy to attract a lot of private capital into the sphere that you are also responsible for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. So from the Ministry of Development of Regions and Territories of Ukraine, who are responsible also for logistics and infrastructure in times of war, I am super happy to welcome the signing ceremony and to witness the signing ceremony of the first private equity fund that is responsible and dedicated to infrastructure, logistics development, also energy and digital. You all know that the infrastructure, transport system, logistics, transport hubs are suffering enormously during the war. The ports, the railway stations, the roads, the cross-border points, all Russia continue to destroy and continue to damage. But nevertheless, we do restore, we do reconstruct even during the war. And I think that this fund actually answers all of the questions, whether it is at all possible to reconstruct infrastructure, to reconstruct transport system and invest in those areas in times of war. Obviously, it is possible. Obviously, we are already doing that. And with such partners as EBRD, IFC, AIB, also the SVET Fund and others, I think those partners demonstrate that the market is open, the investments are possible, are needed, and are there. And so I congratulate all of you on this important milestone. I hope that it will create also the backbone for Ukrainian economy, for Ukrainian resilience, because economy depends very much on the people, but also logistics, infrastructure, and transport. My congratulations to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to have this opportunity actually to present the first Amber Dragon Infrastructure Fund dedicated for Ukraine. For Amber, the region is very well known, so Amber has invested or deployed close to 1 billion euros in countries neighboring Ukraine. And this would be the first of the kind fund in Ukraine. So the first dedicated fund for infrastructure. Generally speaking, basically, if we go, sorry, I need to open the notes. Yeah, so we have the objectives here is to mobilize private capital. And I think there is a role to play for private capital. And private capital has proven resilience. And basically, the private capital will support the integration of Ukrainian infrastructure into European wider infrastructure. And we're very pleased actually to work with LPs here, and we're very pleased to work with the Dragon Capital, which is one of the most reputable players in this market. So now I would like to invite each of the LPs, and I will start with EBRD, Greg Guyot, to say a few words, and we can kick off with signing.
Super. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations to Dragon Capital and Amber Infrastructure for putting this together, and I'm pleased that we're joining with such prestigious partners to launch this fund. As you probably know, Ukraine is mission one for the EBRD. We deployed about 3 billion euros last year in support of Ukraine, and almost 10 billion euros since the beginning of 2022 when the full-scale invasion occurred. And I would put what I find most encouraging about this announcement is that whilst we know we need to continue to support the country and its people during the time of war, and we have a big job now, even as we speak, with reconstruction of the energy infrastructure, making sure that people have heat and light and jobs. But it's also very, very important we start to set the stage for rebuilding and building the new Ukraine post the settlement, which we all hope and pray comes soon. And it's an opportunity, and I think it's great to see Amber and Dragon and the partners start to lay the groundwork for this opportunity to build the systems of the future, the energy system of the future, logistics systems of the future, and well, you can count on the EBRD to be consistent in support for this time, but also for the future development and reconstruction of the country. Thank you.
Next from IEB, Andrew McDonald.
So thank you, Andrew McDougall from the European Investment Bank. Very briefly, just to say also congratulations to Amber and Dragon for getting this fund up and running in difficult conditions. We're very pleased to have been part of the Team Europe investment into this fund. I think when the concept of Team Europe was first being discussed a few years ago, I must say we were a little bit confused and skeptical about what it meant, but I think this is a really good example of Team Europe in operation. multilateral development banks like EIB and EBRD, working alongside national development finance institutions to support Europe's #1 external priority right now. This signature, 50 million, which illegally was done last year, was part of a record year for us in financing in Ukraine. So we did 1.5 billion in financing last year in Ukraine of just long-term investment financing, long-term patient investment capital, such as signatures such as this. It's not just about signatures, it's about real implementation and impact on the ground. So right now we are, with other partners, working on implementation on 500 separate projects across Ukraine. 500 in 150 different municipalities, all the way from the front line against Russia to the frontier with the EU in every part of the country. To make this successful, we need the partners. We need partners like Amber Dragon. We need partners in other financing institutions, and we have great partners in this effort in Ukraine as well. So I just want to say thank you. We're in this for the long run, as Greg has said. We see this as still part of the wartime resilience phase. We hope we will move into a new phase in the not too distant future of post-war reconstruction and recovery. And for us, there's also a third phase, a very important phase, which is the EU accession. And that really is our #1 priority in the EIB, is facilitating the investments that are going to be necessary for a fast and effective and successful accession process for Ukraine. Thank you very much.
IFC, please.
On behalf of IFC, I'd like to say congratulations to Amber, Dragon, and everyone involved in reaching this milestone. Today's signing marks a key step into IFC's strategy to build equity platforms that support Ukraine's recovery. We all understand the challenge. Balance sheets are strained, traditional debt may not be sufficient, and critical infrastructure needs investment now. Equity capital is how we bridge that gap, and channeling it towards infrastructure multiplies the development impact. Amber and Dragon have built something that meets the moment, a platform that combines global expertise with deep local knowledge, one that is internationally credible and firmly rooted in Ukraine. That combination is not easy to achieve, but it is exactly what this environment demands right now. We are proud to back this fund alongside such a strong coalition of partners as the fund works towards their target. The group assembled here today reflects a shared conviction that private capital has a critical role to play in Ukraine's recovery and resilience. By deploying our shared capital and expertise, we're helping preserve economic activity, job creation, and lay the groundwork for long-term resilience. We look forward to seeing what this partnership delivers. Thank you.
Sweat Fund.
This one, is it? Thank you. Sweat Fund has continued to invest in Ukraine throughout the 3 years since Russia's full-scale invasion. And through this, we have seen that Ukrainian well-run companies can continue to deliver good value. As the Swedish DFI, we support recovery and resilience of the economy through investments into the private sector. But also, we cooperate with the public sector in preparing bankable projects in critical infrastructure. Because we all know that infrastructure is central for recovery and long-term growth. Infrastructure such as reliable energy, transport, mobility, logistics, and digital infrastructure. And this is why we have decided to invest 20 million euros into Dragon Amber Ukraine Fund 1.
And we are particularly encouraged by the partnership of Dragon having a long and successful experience of investing in Ukraine, together with Amber having infrastructure experience from all around the world. 1 year ago, we decided to establish an office in Kiev. And through that, we hope to be a responsible investor. We want to understand the Ukrainian market, and we want to grow our investment portfolio in the country. We really look forward to this partnership with investors, with Amber, with Dragon, in mobilizing capital for long-term capital for infrastructure that matters. That matters for people, for resilience, and for the future of Ukraine. So congratulations, and thank you for letting us participating. Thank you.
And finally, Svetlana from Impact Fund.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you. Ukraine is a very big priority for Denmark as a whole and for Impact Fund Denmark. We have a very clear mandate to keep supporting Ukraine's resilience, recovery, and future through providing long-term catalytic capital. We kept investing in Ukraine throughout the years of the full-scale invasion, and I'm very proud to be here today to sign our commitment to Amber Dragon Infrastructure Fund. Ukraine's survival depends on the success on the battlefield, but it also depends on winning the peace, to keep economy running, to keep communities connected, to keep essential services running. The last few days have shown it, unfortunately, all too clearly once again. Hence, helping Ukraine endure requires investing already now, requires investing in energy security, in infrastructure rebuilding. Infrastructure, I repeat the others, is of course the backbone of any economy. If it's strong, it cascades across the sectors. Ukraine's infrastructure needs are immense, and in particular within equity financing. And this is exactly what Amber Dragon Fund is addressing. We are very impressed by the team and by the complementary partnership that you guys have assembled with Dragon's strong local experience and Amber's deep infrastructure expertise. So we are proud to be here, to stand here alongside you, and we look forward to supporting you as LP in every way we can for resilience, recovery, and future of Ukraine. Thank you.
Okay, so we make the photo. Thank you very much again for your support and trust. Let's make a picture, and I think the speech hasn't finished yet, so we can hear more about the Arctic afterwards.
Thank you, everyone. The next session will start in a couple of minutes, so please join us for the discussion, including the presentation by our soldiers and their leadership. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the delay, but this panel is really, really important in Ukraine House and generally in Ukraine. We as the country are fighting on the different fronts. We are fighting on the battlefield, we are fighting on the business front, we are fighting for our just and sustainable peace. And it is my great pleasure to introduce this particular panel, that you will welcome our brave soldiers who have left their civil life, their professions in regular life. They were engineers, doctors, they hold different positions in the civil life and joined the army. They will share their stories, their experience, and their feelings. So it is my great pleasure to introduce the moderator of this panel, Svetlana Gritsenko, a member of the board of the Viktor Pinchuk Foundation and also a member of the co-organizing committee of the Ukraine House Davos, who will introduce the panelists.
Thank you very much, Juliana. Well, I guess it's a bit hard to start speaking after the press conference of the President of the United States, when many things, people are still discussing it. But today I'm specifically proud to speak with the people who I'll now invite to our stage to speak of their experience before the war, their experience during the war, and what all this experience can bring to the world. So I'm not going to be taking long, and I wanted to start inviting our panelists. Major Alexei Kremenyuk, National Guard of Ukraine. Welcome. Major Yuri Filatov, 3rd Army Corps. Major Nelia Shelyakina, National Guard of Ukraine. And Staff Sergeant Ivan Remizovsky, National Guard of Ukraine. Okay, it just means I don't need mic, okay. Well, first of all, to start off, I wanted to say that all of them are active soldiers. They are working daily basis to protect our country, which we are very grateful for. And before we proceed to the panel and start discussing, I wanted to ask a minute to remember our soldiers who unfortunately lost their lives, and we're missing them. And that's why I want to ask for a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to start off this conversation. It's going to be a conversation about the experiences our soldiers had before they came and became actually military people, and then we'll be speaking about what they learned, what they brought from the civil life. But I want to start off with a short introduction, which I'm not going to be doing, not because I'm lazy, I just believe that you might do it more effectively. And I would ask each of you just very shortly, in a few minutes, tell what was your life before you went to war? What were you doing? What were your focuses? What were your dreams? What was your life? And I would like actually to start off with Ivan, and I'll make a small spoiler. Ivan was here in Davos back in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, as a volunteer in Ukraine House Davos. He's working, he's a volunteer, making sure it works here. But now, still, Ivan, tell us, what was your life before you went to war?
Well, before 2022, I was a PG student. at the Institute of Physical Chemistry, named after Pisarjevsky, National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, where I developed a catalyst for large-scale industrial process. But I have to put science and work on pause. Well, I think it was one of the most important decisions.
So you had a strong scientific background, and did you have a specific dream?
I think free Ukraine.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll now pass to Nelna. What did you do before you came to the army?
Before 2014, I live in Luhansk. As you know, Luhansk now occupied, and from the start of destabilization, I work at an IT company in Luhansk, and every day we joined public demonstrations in Luhansk to show one simple thing, that people in Luhansk do not want Russia. But Lugansk was lost, and I had to move in Kiev. And in Kiev, I joined a media company. This company was focused on freedom of speech property, and all this my way shows that for me always was very important to be a free and independent person and live in the independent country. When the full-scale war started, I joined a territorial defense, and there was a very unique team of people who wanted to be useful, and at that time we understood that without innovation we will lose, and that people start to think about something useful innovations to win and survive. That's how was born our unit, and now I'm there, and I'm chief of staff, and we are very effective and large team. So this is all, and I dream it in civilian life about simple things like in 2022 I been engaged, and I dreamed about wedding. So simple things and thrilling to be free. So
thank you very much. Yuri, what was your civilian background?
All right. First of all, I'm a father of 3 sons. From professional perspective, I'm IT architect with 20 years background. Last year, before the full-scale war, I was working as CTO in some IT company on Cyprus, and eventually come back for the war when it started. The dream is pretty obvious, to grow my sons, to enjoy the life. Yeah, that's, I believe, the same dreams that normal people have.
Thank you. And Alexei.
Hello, everyone. Thanks that you've come. My name is Alexei. I'm a major of the National Guard of Ukraine. Before the full-scale invasion, I've worked at the National Bank of Ukraine, but I'm a sociologist by trade, and also I worked at the World Bank programs, and also some like Chatham House, some programs. And I've joined the Armed Forces of Ukraine the next day after my birthday, 25th of February. 21st of February is my birthday. And when I've come like to 24-year-old, I decided to join the military because I've given oath to the country, to the personnel, and to the nation at all. And what about my dreaming? To be honest, I dreamed to visit events like Davos, but be afraid of your dreams, you know, like maybe it's not the role that I wanted to be in when I dreamed about it. Yep, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We just figured out that there are two people who have a birthday on 24th of February here. It's you and Ella. You have the same day of birthday. Well,
birthday.
You know, if you look into the history, after the Second World War, many techniques that were in the army, they were brought to business processes, to civilian life. I don't know, after action review, risk management, all these things appeared after those times. When we started the war in the full-scale invasion in Ukraine started, we realized that the civilian sector in Ukraine was in many ways stronger in terms of management and leadership. And many practices, they were really useful in building our processes in the army. And so my quick question would be, and here is who wants, and not everybody has to, but could you share, please, what of your previous civilian experiences were efficient for you and useful in terms of doing your daily job now, if any?
I may start, probably. Actually, you know, army, what we have seen so far, and we are talking to most of civilized countries and their armies, and what we can see is that army, you know, the saying of that army is always preparing to the wars that already have passed, but everything what we saw is extremely conservative in terms of processes, in terms of changes and readiness for change. And what we bring, I believe this is the most important, and this is something which allow us to fight a million army, Russian army, is that we bring this flexibility, we bring processes from previous life, from the same IT processes, development processes, the way of project management into the army, and we integrate these processes to make it possible to do innovation, to respond to always changing environment, and that's only possible when we incorporate the advanced business approaches into such thing as a very traditional army. Project management, risk management, working with big data, working with data, just data, and make analysis based on the numbers and things like that. Despite, even I'm not talking about drones, UGVs, and so on and so on. Just the normal processes that bring this life into very static organization as army is.
May I follow up?
Sure.
Yeah, I would like to follow up, and I even written down a couple of things that I think is important that civilians brought to the military. First of all, the open-mindedness, because military structure is very hierarchical, and you always heard the voice of the higher headquarters, and you need to follow the orders, and it's a good things, but sometimes you need to think more kind of not inside of the box, but outside of the box. And I think civilians are much greater in that features than militaries. The next thing is we are, as a civilians, we're more prone to cooperation, I think so, because maybe it's again about structures of civilian enterprises and military, because military, again, we are ruled by very strict laws, and in civilian life it's much more easier to connect with different personnel than in military. And the last but not the least is the ability to transfer thoughts understandably, because who encountered with any military orders understand me, it's almost impossible to read because it's very hard. They use very hard kind of constructions, and civilians are much better, especially journalists are much better in conveying these thoughts, and this helps on the battlefield because your soldiers and your subordinates understand you better, understand you faster, and it helps make a difference on the battlefield. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So as for me, the main from civilian life skill, it's
very clear focus on results. Results, yes. And of course, in business, people more open-minded thinking, and also we do not waste time for some bureaucracy, and it was hard for the first time to integrate our modern unit to the army, who have many bureaucratic things. And of course, it's clear goals and strong system and leadership. So it all helped me to create something really strong, strong team. And as my colleague said, that we are really like a business development, very easy to communicate, to be communicative with, for example, colonel. You never feel like an army people. They feel like scared to be free in communications and to agree some questions. So,
do you want to answer?
Yeah. Science taught me to work with hypotheses. War forced me to do it faster, on depression, and without long discussion. It's very important about time management. There is no tomorrow or later, it's only now. Window of opportunity and consequences for being late. And about decision making, often it's you don't choose the best option among others. Very often it's when you choose action, when ideal option now exists. And sometimes the cost of delay is higher than the cost of mistake.
That's a very good point. And to follow up on this, I wanted to ask you, started speaking about leadership, and you as people who came to the army from the civil life, you had your approaches and vision for the leadership, which is quite often different from that, I would say, typical army approach, you know, the way leadership is built, you know. So was this a problem, or was this opposite a strength for you? I mean, how did you managed to balance between, because you still, I'm sure you had to work with people who had strong military background, you know, where they're not used to some, I don't know, discussion-based decisions or anything, you know, they're used to different type of leadership and management. Was this a challenge for you, or opposite for you, it was easy to manage?
Maybe
okay, sure.
we may in the same order. But the leadership itself is in essence always the same, because leadership is something that allows you to lead people without even strong command or ranks. This is leadership. Unfortunately, in many cases, we saw in like more traditional units that they are very dependent on the ranks, and in some cases people forget what does it mean to be a leader. Hopefully we have our brigade, Third Assault Brigade, and later Third Army Corps. It's different because it's a new unit which was created initially by volunteers who come for a reason, and we always remember why we have come to army, and that actually closes this question about ranking and so on. We mostly rely on leadership, and you know. Leadership is a kind of science. It has their own way to develop. It has their own way for implementation, and the people who initially has this training, has this skill, are much better commanders on their places certainly, because they can bring this experience from the past and use it already as a commanders, as a leaders of the units.
Okay. Yeah, but I would like to follow up that I don't believe that any civilian manager would be better than the military commander, because we need to understand that this is two separate kind of things, because stakes in the military, stakes and price of their decision much higher than in the business. And that's why, like, yes, I agree with Yuri completely that mostly the guys who came from the civilian life, they're much better managers than the typical military commanders. However, it's not always the case, and these former civilians need to get some additional training in the military trade, because it's very important when you know the trade, and I think it's important in any sphere, and that's why, like, yes, we need to train them, and we need to invest a lot in training even civilians who've been perfect managers in the civilian life.
Yeah, you need to remember that the price of your decision is always someone's life. That's basically the difference.
It's the biggest difference, because sometimes you just put the equal sign between business and military and say, okay, we have the similar processes, we have the similar personnel, okay, it's almost the same as the business. However, it's not. It's much riskier, and first of all, yes, this is a price much higher.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to add anything on this?
I agree with guys that it's cost us lives, human lives, and of course we need to be a fast, have a fast decision all the time, and I agree with guys.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to?
Well, I fully agree. Well, as a sergeant, leadership, it's like you have. You don't have the formal status, but you have all the responsibility. So you always know your guys as personals, not as resources. And you try to lead them by your own example.
Mm-hmm. And if I may go on this, I wanted to ask also, so if you may be a bit more specific while I'll explain, because I'm trying to find out this panel the answers to the question, do you think that we as Ukrainian army today, with your experience, did we get any managerial and leadership techniques that we think might be useful as for the other armies in the world, so that you manage to step forward the way that you can teach others, share the knowledge, with your experience of leadership and management, as well if there is anything you think we already feel will be ready to share also with civilian sector, to make our recovery processes in Ukraine more efficient, to make anywhere in the world, to share. Do you see something, and if you can be somehow more specific, maybe with concrete case, how you feel, or the story of concrete case, what you did and you discovered, that will be very helpful. Are we keeping the order?
We might keep the order. Of course, as I said, we are in constant communication with most of European armies, especially those who's curious to learn from our experience, because this is a real war of today and probably a little bit of tomorrow, and with the previous approaches like conventional armies and conventional approach has no chance at all. Whatever modern weapon you might have, it will be enough for a week of this intensity of war. And you need to learn from how it's going right now, and the pace of how we take decision, how we plan, how we execute, how we do analysis, and all this cycle all together. And we are teaching our colleagues and showing how we do this, and we are pretty open. And to give a real example, after a session with some army command from one of the greatest army in Europe, he said at the end of the session that, guys, you are so much ahead that we still will fight with fighters, with bombers, with artillery, and you are already fighting with numbers, predictions, calculation, analysis, and so on. Actually, the technology of drones doesn't matter as itself, because that's not actually the game changer. The game changer is our ability to adapt new technology. If tomorrow Russians will find some solution against our drones, we will create immediately some response. And this our capability is actually the main thing, which is quite open. It is like misleaded by the picture of some drone. Okay, we will do drone, but no. In every half a year, we have a full change on a battlefield of technological stack. Different frequencies, different technologies for guiding, different countermeasures as electronic warfare, and so on and so on. This ability to maintain this space is the main thing. And in order to be able to maintain this space, you need to adapt quite advanced approaches. And these approaches are actually taken from business, because business, they have competition every day. They have their own small war with their competitors, with the market, with the customer, and so on and so on. And to be on the market, they are actually performing this kind of war. And this approach must be actually applied to the military, and then you will get a result. Neither business itself nor military itself cannot succeed in modern warfare.
I'm thinking you mentioned the market. If I may follow up with you on a question. For you personally, not like your unit, but for you personally, when you're speaking in the market, if we can call so, where you're working at, how much the external factors, like, I don't know, Trump's speech, Greenland, whatever you hear in the world, how much it actually affects your personal work? Or in the army, you adapted just to take out these external factors and do your job?
This is the same stuff, the same approach you're doing on the business side. You also consider factors, you rank them, you understand what is the most impact, what is the most probability. You have these metrics. It might be in your head, it might be on a paper. Mm-hmm. Then using this matrix of probability and impact, you can select what factors you have to consider. And also, as have been said already, also consider time, because as Ivan mentioned, sometimes time of taking decision might have a bigger cost than wrong decision.
Mm-hmm. That's very strong thought.
Yeah,
yes, Alexei. We're not changing the order.
Okay, perfect. Follow the order as an army.
Yeah. That's exactly why I bait.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, what I would like to say is that we, as the army at all, what we can teach other armies, I think it's how we can, not perfectly, but very good incorporate a lot of civilians with their own experience, because it's not easy task to take the guy, for example, who recently was CEO of one big company and put it in a position in military and say, okay, and now you will be above the guys who went through the rank for the last 10 years. But if you have a more experience, if you're more compatible, if you have more knowledge, I think we need to do this, and sometimes we have done this through our war, and I think it's very good experience, because one time I spoke with the guys from one Baltic nations and Baltic states, and he told me that we came to you to learn how to incorporate all the civilians to our fight, because we understand we will fight, maybe not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow, but in near future, and it's very hard to do this, and we try to understand how we can do this, and I think there's a sphere where we can teach other nations. And what civilians can take from military, I think this twofold things. The first one is how to make a decision in a hazardous environment. And the second one is linked to the first one, is some military algorithms that we use during our planning procedures, during our fight at all. I'll explain shortly. We have this process, military decision-making process, that we got from US Army, and this process helps us planning our operation and then organize it and then kind of oversaw it. And one of the steps of military decision-making process is a wargaming, when you trying to challenge your own course of action that you developed a couple of steps ago during the MDMP, and you would like to challenge it and you would like to test it in a more senses and more ways that exist. And I think it would be very useful for any civil organization to conduct this wargaming, or ask us or ask other guys to make these sessions of wargaming in your organizations, because it could help your managers understand what risk we take when we make a decision. Because it's almost like when you first look at this wargaming, you say, oh, okay, it's very easy. It's almost like on the any market sphere. But when you started to deep dive in it and say, oh, it's much harder, much harder. Because in military and during the decision-making process, you don't have a right decision. You have a decision that is completely right in this specific moment and at this time, and you don't have a true, a very right decision. It's very depend on the situation. That's why, and always you need to take in mind that no war is fight without losses, and you need to take into account. It's very pragmatic, but sorry, it's a war. Yes.
I also would like to say that, of course, we have a huge experience, and of course we can share it, but we should remember that our enemy adapt in weeks, not in years, and we should continue to our process with innovations. And it works only in one solution, when it's military work with civilian companies, with programmers, with engineers in one solutions all the time. When it will work not only when you have idea and plan what to do, it works again with a fast decision, with a fast investments and funding, with everyday feedback from the fields, from the front line. And of course, when politic wish is to growing up, it's all together. So our experience is huge, but we should also run and be first all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
The timing, yeah. Do you want to add something?
Yeah. I think even on the battlefield, you have to experiment. It's not about improvisation, it's about control risk management. For example, in 2022, we started to use small drones as injury, just for coordination of our actions, just shouting over the fence. It wasn't breakdown technology, it just was a theory that was used in practice. So later we reached our knowledge and scaled them. So now we can use them, we can share them with our friends to help each other to protect our families. And I think that when we talk about the innovations, many image some complex things. But first of all, it starts with engineering thoughts and simple decisions. For example, type of drones that enemy called Baba Yaga, it just civil drone that adapted to combat condition. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a million questions. I don't know if somebody from the audience wants to ask, I will just give a word, or if there are no questions, I'll pass. So are there any questions at the moment from the audience? Yes, please. You have the mic.
So I'm Steven Hartung from Germany. In the past month, we have had some sabotage in Berlin. So more than 100,000 people had for 4 days no electricity. So, and what can we learn for the bureaucratics in Germany? How to prepare for, I don't want to say war, but a pre-war. And on the 2nd of March, we will do an event for that to bring together different kind of people, some military, some people from the ministry for inner themes, and also for the communal or the local government, just to talk to each other and not to say who is in charge. No, I'm in charge. No, I'm in charge. So that was the experience in Berlin, that no one was in charge.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think? What should we do in Germany next?
That's a hard question, but maybe you can
but no.
Start sharing the experience with civilians.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if you were on a previous panel. There was a good question about what give us hope and actually energy to continue a fight. And I answered that that we simply have no choice. We either we fight or die. You have this choice right now. You either adapt, right? Change or die. It's written on the site of this exhibition. But in general, this concept of multiple responsible or no responsible actually rise in condition when there is no big risk, when you have options. And the problem of I believe for the whole Europe is that living in the concept that you have many options, that the war will not come, that sabotage will not happen. It is like normal way of thoughts for a healthy mind, right? But this is a kind of protection of mind that no, bad things will never happen. And the way to fight with and solve such complicated situation is that imagine that there is no choice, like we have. Kiev was completely out of power. It's minus 17 degrees on outside, no power, no water, and in such condition, and no help, and no one will come. No, not the Trump. No one. In fact, because we are in the war, we are under missiles every day. In such condition, this immediately you will see the only way. There will be no. You have no choice, right? Just finding a way to survive. You need to imagine this. I understand how difficult it is. We also wouldn't imagine that we would wear this uniform before. We were all civilians, but we have to. But you know, it's better for us to be prepared, and it's better for you to be prepared for such conditions. So right now you should think that there is no other. There is no one else who will solve these problems except of you. And this change in mind will automatically streamline the processes and find one responsible and fix the things. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, I have a very practical answer. Maybe it's time to try MDMP in civilians' life. I mean, like especially wargaming that I mentioned before. You just brought your civilians who are responsible for this topic. You make one guy who is a play for sabotage, and then you understand who will do what everyone will do during when such things happen in the future. Then you make some amendments to your law, maybe some amendments to your instruction, and etc., and you'll be you will have much more understand what you will do, and you will be much more prepared when some same things happens in the future. because I think it's a very, very important and very crucial tool for solving the problems.
Do you want to add anything? Okay, any other? Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Emil. I'm from the Netherlands. As you mentioned, the development on the battlefield, technology development are going extremely fast. What do you see in practice? Are these also foreign companies that's providing this technology to you, or is it mostly still Ukrainian companies?
Yeah, that's okay.
We don't change the order. It's fine.
Yeah, no. If you are talking about technology, so I'm head of unmanned systems of South Army Corps. Mainly, this whole technology. When we are talking about technology, this is unmanned technology. This, of course, there are others, but this is the main driver, I would say, for this war. What we see right now is that it is, I would say, 90% of what we have is Ukrainian technology, and the reason for that is pretty simple. Because, as I said, we have change of environment every half a year, completely. I saw no companies from the West that being able to perform not even change of the product in a half a year, but rather to prepare a technical documentation for half a year, unfortunately. Due to bureaucracy, due to different pace of work, due to logistics, a lot of problems, but the pace of change is tremendously low. And the suggestion for this particular case is partnering with Ukrainian companies that are delivering to the front line and getting feedback immediately, or establish a direct relations with a military unit who is able to provide qualified feedback. As an instance, I believe we all here are representatives of pretty advanced units who take care and who understand that the importance of giving a qualified feedback, importance to maintain these relations is a mutual interest, because vendor can make a better product, and we can get a better technology and use it, be more effective on battlefield.
Anybody want to add? Okay, any more questions from the audience at the moment? Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Quintin. I want to start off by saying I have a lot of respect for you guys. And my question is more about the leadership. You guys start to work for the army, you get a leadership role. How do you pick this up, and how do you lead a group of people that you probably have never met before and who have very little to none experience in this setting, in a war setting?
Let's change something.
So, hard question, because, you know, it's very difficult to have an analysis of all the way to become a leader and to how it's created, because it's process not, do you know, not, it's without plans, you know, you just start do something, you just had the skills from your previous life, and you try to create a team and communicate with people with these skills from civilian life. And of course, communication with people from army, it's like a difference, but I would say that our modern army, it's every day better, you know, and communication without people better. It seems to be like business companies, and really if I will say about our units, it's a really modern army. It's not similar, and it's not look like any unit in another country or in army. And one of my goals to help in our country to make an army just a high level, very modern army without old stuff, you know. So
I actually have a follow-up question. That was a great question. How do you, as a tiny woman, you know, manage the man under your... So my question is actually, you know, of the women leadership there. Is there any, you know, do you feel really, you know, underestimated? How does that work? Thanks.
It's the most popular questions to me in Ukraine also, and my friends, girlfriends asked me how it's possible. You know, everything is changed when the war in 2022, when in Kiev it started, and when I come to territorial defense, and it was of course hard. And then I was not from the first day just said, hey man, I'm a chief and I was just a soldiers. And of course it was hard. It was very hard communications and people was very different. And then I had some way, I learned a lot about army. And when we started to create our unit, the mostly people there are civilian. The mostly, it's more than 90%. And but for creating this unit, I communicate a lot to the our head officers of army, and I would like to say about National Guard of Ukraine that I proud of this army because they are so normal men, you know, and it was easy to they understood me. Of course, first time it was, oh girl, what are you doing here? But then we started working. They saw that I'm focused only on results. I don't care. I can just open the door. I just small, but I can be really strong and serious in important questions. And step by step, they just saw that they can work with me. And I'm not from the first day was a chief of staff, and just step by step. And everyone said, "Oh, she did this, she did this, she did this." Okay, in my team, our commanders of departments, we have a very cool communications. We understand each other. I never use this, I'm commander, you listen to me. Sometimes, of course, if necessary, you can be a little bit stronger, but everyone knows that I will always help with any questions, and I can I like a shooter, yes, like a troubleshoot, and they step by step would just respect each other, and it work the best. Yeah, thank you.
No. Thank you. Normal guy from the...
Yeah, at least.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up to your question. I think the main goal of the leader in the army, and I've heard this from my brother in arms, and I totally agree with him, is to build trust with your subordinates. It's the most important thing. And you can build it through different ways, but from my experience, first of all, you need to be honest as much as possible with your subordinates. You need to attitudes to them like fair. And also sometimes you need to put you in the same strengths in there. And I like the book from General Mattis, Call Sign Chaos. where he depicted how he lived with his fellow Marines during preparations to the Iraqi campaign and to the Kuwait campaign, and how he lived with them in tents in the desert. I think it's a great example of the good leadership, because you can't be in a, you can't sit in a very warm place when your subordinates just doesn't have a basic needs and you can fulfill their basic needs. And I think it's trust is the most important stuff, because then you will lead them. Sorry for this the straightforwardness. Lead them to die, because they may lose their lives. But again, sorry, you need to you need to be and you need to train them not think about maybe not the death, but they need to think that they will return to their home, and they have to these beliefs. And the trust is the main driver, and this cohesion, brotherhood, all of this is about trust.
Yeah, and probably I would add that it's often considered that we who are wearing uniform are somehow different from like a normal people, and it's not. It's actually the same people with the same humanity, with the same essence, and the same same laws of humanity and human nature actually works. The difference is that our conditions are brought to very extreme, and it makes a difference. Basically, that's it. And the leadership, as we discussed, leadership is the same. The same. You're being a child, being a leader, being on business work, being a leader. Lead by example, by knowledge, build trust, and that will build actually will make you a leader, not the rank, certainly.
Thank you. I always hate this part when I have to say that we're out of time, but unfortunately I have to. I want to thank you all for sharing and being frank and open and direct with your experience of what you're doing. I'm very sure, it's not I'm hoping, but I'm very sure that as today is in the future, people with a war experience, I mean military people, will be part of Ukrainian leadership in different fields. Yeah, I'm not talking only about politics, it can be business, it can be civil society, everywhere. And I'm sure that your practices, you will find a way to implement them for the best way possible. And I just want to thank you once again for protecting us and that we're able to be here alive. It just thank you to you and your comrades, Norms. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, and we are very proud and honored to have you, with us today. Thank you very much for everything that you are doing to protect us and take care of yourselves. I wish you know that you protect also your families, definitely, and you come back to your families as soon as you can, of course, and wishing all of us that we achieve this just and sustainable peace very, very soon. But it is great. It was a great and inspirational, I would say, panel, and I'm very happy that you have such a great sense of humor, positivity, a great energy that you have shared with all of us today. Thank you so much. And on behalf of the organizing committee of Ukraine House, I would like to share with you the scarves made by the Ukrainian designer, to keep you warm in Davos. Yeah? Have some. Yeah? Я вас зараз, ні, тебе, потім ти всіх решта. А можна тебе? Виходь. Та сідайте вже всі. Так, сідайте. Сідайте вже, дехто. Where should I go? Oh. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome. On behalf of the organizing committee, it's my great pleasure to welcome you here in Ukraine House Davos. And this is our third day of work, and this is our last panel for today, in cooperation with our great partner, Kernel, for which we are very grateful. And this panel is dedicated to Ukraine-EU cooperation, and definitely there will be a lot of discussion about the agro sector and the other important matters related to the strategic industries of Ukraine. As you know, agro sector feeds about 600 million people worldwide. It's one of the strategic sectors of Ukrainian economy, driving sectors, and we will hear more from our panelists. I would like to introduce Orisa Lutsevich, who is the head of Ukraine Forum at Chatham House, who will introduce the speakers. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Uliana. My name is Orisa Lutsevich. I am the head of Ukraine Forum in Chatham House, which is the foreign policy think tank, and I'm really pleased that we do have such a strong focus and such a strong panel on what I think many of us believe will be one of the biggest catalysts of Ukrainian recovery. I would even argue that Ukraine has already won by opening its accession door to full membership in the European Union. It clearly will be the generational project for Europe in reconstruction, in recovery, and competitiveness, and I think that the largest prosperity for Europe that could be generated, not just for Ukraine, but for common markets more widely. And interestingly enough, something maybe we'll discuss, how Ukraine actually can be also a catalyst for change within the European Union in many ways, in the common agricultural policy, in a defense union, in digitalization. I think honestly it could be a win-win if we see it this way and if we put the right trajectory in place from the very beginning. But I have an amazing panel today. Next to me is Taras Kachka, who is the Vice Prime Minister on European and Euro-Atlantic integration. Taras is long known to many in Ukraine and abroad, negotiated deep and comprehensive free trade agreement, association agreement. He knows European Union in and out, and I think this is one of the strongest assets Ukraine has on this trajectory. Next to Artem is Yevhen Osipov, who is the CEO of Kernel. It's the leading producer and exporter of agricultural goods, grain, oil, works in 60 countries around the world with more than 10,000 people, is a partner of this panel, one of the largest taxpayers. So I think it's very important to have Kernel with us. So let's say a round of applause. Next to Yevhen is Artem Shevelyov, who is the EBRD board member for Ukraine. Artem is, again, a very experienced Ukrainian economist, investor. He understands, he's been working long-standing relations with Ukraine and Ukrainian markets. So we are very happy to have EBRD here, one of the largest investors in the real economy today, even in wartime. Next to me is Pierre Helborn, who is the former vice president of EBRD, also a former envoy of President Macron, one of the first envoys that was appointed to rebuild Ukraine. And I think it's, I know that audiences watching us in Ukraine sometimes are skeptical of that concept, but I think that is actually what is such an important vehicle already now during the wartime, that we have mobilization of private and public capital to rebuild Ukraine. And last but not least, it's Michael Björnert, who is the chairman of the management board of Privatbank. Obviously, Privatbank needs no introduction to many in Ukraine, but if you do not know, nearly 70% of Ukrainians use Privatbank. It's one of the most modern digitalized banks. It's owned by the state at this stage, but it's also a leader in banking revolution in Ukraine. And I remember from the first days when the bombs hit Kiev, my worst nightmare was thinking, what if they really attack Privaten, you know, and the banking system stalls, but that didn't happen. And more people use digital banking during the war than even before the war. So we are really happy to have you with us. So let's start with Taras. Wake up. I know you're very...
As usual.
Taras, look, I mean, I think there's a lot of skepticism how long it may take. What it will take, will it stall? What do you answer to those people? What is your agenda in Ukrainian government for 2026 to make sure it's a highway to the European Union membership of Ukraine? Because I think that keeping that momentum is tremendously important to keep strong morale in Ukraine and to keep Europe on its toes, make sure it changes and that it delivers actually on its promise.
So first and foremost is to do reforms, and second is to do reforms, and then we can, you know, do the same way. So I think that what is important is on our understanding what will happen with the European Union is that Ukraine, so that it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, this is a matter of fact, that we are on the final stage of accession to the European Union. So everyone who successfully joined the European Union, usually after this stage that we achieved, like managed to do it like in 2-3 years max. So, and this stage is like 100% depends on us, on Ukraine. So we have full to-do list, so starting from rule of law, not ending with statistics, because statistics is going with rule of law, the most interesting and the most boring part altogether. But then till the...
I mean, it's in the fundamentals.
In fundamentals, yeah. In fundamentals, we have rule of law and statistics, and then public procurement, financial control, all this kind of stuff. But so that all 6 clusters, all 33 chapters, all like horizontal things like economic criteria and rule of law, so that we have the full to-do list, yeah, so that the technical things, the political things, we know what to do. It all depends on us, on parliament, on government, on institutions to apply these rules. And more rules we apply fast, better. Yeah, so that it's like everywhere. It's like secondary school or graduation in university. In order to you can graduate cum laude, yeah, so that or just graduate, yeah, so that. But in order to graduate, you need to have a minimum enough marks, yeah, so that. And if that's why we need minimum exceptions, minimum transitional period, and to do everything as fast as possible. It is possible to do it in like in 2 years, like 26, 27. Then we, like by tradition with the European Union, we start to prepare the international agreement. Maybe we can do it in parallel. So since there are like a lot of political and geopolitical discussions on whether we can join earlier, so maybe some different formulas. But if we will, Ukraine will manage to do all necessary reform by the end of 2027, we can be there in 2028. So that's 2030, so that this period of time. What we now see is that Ukraine is not requiring a lot of exceptions, so that we have very minimum number of exceptions. We have the biggest problem for us is environment, for very particular reason, is that we discovered that for many years, Ukrainian Ministry of Environment was a zombie ministry. That without own brains, so it's without own policy making, that depending fully on non-governmental organizations or think tanks and so on. And I like all the think tanks and non-governmental organizations, but in environment you need to have a strong ministry, because this is about balancing in interest of industries, different industries, communities, municipalities, a lot of balancing acts, very complicated balancing acts. So that's why in environment we will ask for transitional period, because we will not be able to implement the most complex directives like in 2 years. This is the only reason. In agriculture, we have literally like 2 elements where we see that there might be a problem. One is like minor, very technical. So it's not especially it's very difficult to discuss it, like for those who are not veterinarians or like. and one is like also like boring of this kind, but it's about crop protection products, so pesticides. We use it, and also like for very like technical and temporary reasons. So that's unfortunately, not unfortunately, yes, but the reality is that for last 3 years, the EU like jumped in prohibition of a lot of chemicals used in agriculture, and the European companies, chemical companies, are offering what is prohibited on Ukrainian markets, and that's why if we will like make any rapid alignment with the European Union, it can collapse in the for everyone, for Ukrainian companies, but also for EU farmers, because if kernel will go to the EU and buy all the chemicals, the prices will jump. Yeah, so that's also like the only thing where we believe that that we will ask for some kind of, let's say, accurate approach in order not to make damage to Europe or to us, to small farmers particularly. But then there is in agriculture the biggest problem is not on us, but rather on all Europe and Ukraine on find a proper balance on how we govern common agricultural policy. And this is our joint undertaking. It's not our homework. And I believe, so that just like not to go into very detail, that I'm stronger and stronger convinced that integration of Ukraine to the EU will save European agriculture. So that, and everyone who says that Ukrainian agriculture is a threat to the EU make mistakes.
Okay,
so that,
great.
Yeah.
I think that's...
It's not that you stop.
Yes, I want to stop you because I know that you have a very long table of homework.
And then statistics, regulation, 232, paragraph 7.
We'll have to stay here till morning. But look, I think it's very important that you bring in how ready Ukraine is already, something that people forget. But the DCFTA and association agreement, Ukraine, started working in 2007, if I'm not mistaken. So think about it. It's done a lot of approximation in various sectors, so that gives a springboard for Ukraine. But there is, of course, a war, disadvantage. I mean, it's terrible tragedy, it's terrible damage to the economy, and European integration is not just alignment of regulation. It's also, it's also alignment of economic growth, GDP per capita. So Ukraine needs to create that double-digit growth to defend itself, to rebuild its country, but also to catch up with European economies. This is why I want to bring in Artem to look at in which sectors you would see this multiplier effect if Ukraine starts joining, whether it's a 1-tier, 2-tier, we can discuss maybe in questions, but where do you see the biggest multiplier effect? Which sectors would benefit the most? Where investors, hopefully listening to us, being in the audience, should jump in to accelerate that growth in Ukraine now already to sustain, but in the future? Artem.
Sure. Well, one of the sectors we'll be talking about is energy sector, and I do apologize, but I would like to start by asking for a moment of silence to remember a dear colleague, Alexander Brecht, one of the top management of Energoatom, who tragically died today repairing damages done by Russia. Thank you so much. So indeed, I do believe that there are several critical elements. I call them the security pillars. There are 4 security pillars which are critically important for Ukraine's integration into the European Union, but actually it's critically important for the European continent. Number 1 is the energy security pillar, and we usually use the term energy security in respect of Ukrainian situation, but in reality it is about the European continent. With the advancement of AI, with the advancement of new tech, the energy consumption on the continent will be growing dramatically. At the same time, we see that there is a limited amount of additional generation capacity that could be created on the continent, and that's where Ukraine comes in. I mean, Ukraine is very well advanced in nuclear power generation and can guarantee that capability to Ukraine and to Europe. There is, of course, conventional power generation, and again, that's where the innovation and rebuilding Ukrainian energy system will definitely benefit the European continent. Then, of course, we are talking about the oil and gas. I mean, President Trump spoke about this at length earlier today, and surprise, surprise, at length.
Didn't mention Black Sea, though.
Exactly.
Only
is it a bad thing? But, well, joke, no joke, only 40 years ago, Ukraine was an actual net exporter of natural gas. Ukraine produced, with all its heavy industry, Ukraine still produced more natural gas than it consumed.
And inefficiency.
Exactly. And now we've gained in efficiency on the demand side, but we have a huge upside on the production side for both oil and gas. So again, it's something that would be beneficial to the European markets. Then it's, of course, food security. We already mentioned that, and here I can only scream in full support of what Taras was talking about. Ukraine is a competitor. It's not a threat. The competition brings one simple result: efficiency. So if you get a properly paced and properly structured Ukraine accession to the European Union on the agricultural markets, you're creating a huge powerhouse that would provide food security. Uliana mentioned 600 million is the number we knew before the war started. Potentially it could be significantly more, and of course in the context of the global south and feeding the global south, it's critical that you have a very advanced Ukrainian agricultural industry. And last, but definitely not the least, is the defense security. Let's be very clear. There's no more capable armed force in the world today than Ukraine. I fully respect the military might of the United States of America, but Ukrainian armed forces are the only armed forces that are actually battle-tested, battle-hardened, and are now supported by very advanced weapon solutions in the drone tech and associated sectors. Europe has admitted, we see that there has to be a defense solution, that Europe needs a very strong defense element. It is impossible, and European leaders have admitted that, it is impossible for European countries to mobilize the armed force of the size that would guarantee security for the European continent. You don't have to look far. You have Ukraine there. And again, I do believe that the defense pillar, the military support, and the militech support will be essential on the process of European integration. International financial institutions like the EBRD are already working in some of those. Unfortunately, we're limited to what we can do in the defense sector. But when it comes to the energy, so agri/food, and which one did I miss? Material security. That's, again, the rare earths and critical minerals. This is where we operate.
Yeah, and it's great because I think, obviously, what Ukraine has won right now, and again, I think it's important that we just understand that this courage is already paying off for Ukraine, because Ukraine not only opened the door to European Union, I also became a real actor, not just an object, not just a dish on the table, but it is shaping the Europe. It is shaping the Europe because, one way or the other, Europe will turn, if it needs to survive, into a defense union. Started coal and steel, started monetary, it will become a defense union. I think that's a big added value, but also, I want to bring in Yevhen now and to look at, it is the beacon of global security. security, which is so important for European security and democracy, because we all know about forced migration that happens, and actually actors like Russia weaponize food in order to, but it's also operating in an immensely complicated environment. I looked at, what happened with the attacks on Odessa port and infrastructure just throughout this year. The agricultural export collapsed 45%. Ukraine is being bottlenecked into preventing it to ship all this food and materials to global markets. But you are persevering no matter what, right? I mean, this is what Ukraine is. You know your strengths, and where do you see your strengths could be a win-win with the European agricultural sector? What is your message to those Europeans who are fearing you?
For us, integration to the European Union is not about the future, it's our current job. And if we look at the real numbers, we will see that the company and the business, it moves faster compared with the politics. Because politics, as usual, they are not fast, they have a lot of other concerns. Yeah. But we understand that Ukraine is a natural food security hub for the world, because we produce much more food compared with our consumption. And from the other side, we understand that for some sectors of food security in Europe, they have a deficit. It's mainly in corn for the feeding, it's mainly in oil production and in sunflower and in rapeseed and soybeans. And in such case, then we look at the export from Ukraine, it's like the puzzle. If we compare the Ukrainian export possibilities and the import from import to Europe, we will see that it works better together. It's not about the competition, it's just about how to make the more strengthen the structure, then we work together with the Europe. And if we see now that around 50% the import to the Europe of corn, it's corn from Ukraine. And around 90% of sunflower oil imports from to Europe, it's oils from Ukraine. And this is our position. And in such case, we started this cooperation with Europe clients much more years ago. And I believe that the customers votes for us with our cooperation and with this business. And what we need to focus on, Taras mentioned about this, that we need to focus on how to implement all regulations that you have in Europe and to be allowed with them in Ukraine. And in such case, what is the goal for our company? Yeah, we are a big producer, but from the other side, we have around 6,000 farmers who supply the goods for us. And we are a provider for them, like we create the ecosystem, how to prepare them to make business due to the regulations of the European Union. And it's very important for us to go together and to help each other. In such case, we will have this win-win scenario, because we are naturally live together.
And what about, again, I keep coming to this growth, because Ukraine needs to generate growth, and that means it has to go up the value chain of what it produces, right? Processing, and not just sending the oil seeds, sunflower seeds, but more processed materials. Do you think your company is interested in that, or it's part of the ecosystem that others will be? How do you see that progressing?
In our case, we are already in this process because, for example, around 50% of the goods that we export is the added valued products. And in such case, we are a good example. And from the other side, that we see a bigger possibility in the future. For example, Europe needs more bioethanol, and it's a possibility to invest in these capacities in Ukraine and produce more bioethanol in Ukraine. And the same due to the logistic chains. We need to invest more in logistic chains and to make it more efficient between the Ukraine and between the Europe. And very important point, it's like EBRD mentioned, it's about the energy production, because we understand that the energy consumption in Ukraine and in the Europe will be growing up with all of these new technologies and international artificial intelligence. In such case, for example, we like a company launches a new green energy project. We are going to install the wind turbines and the sun energy and storages for the future development of Ukrainian infrastructure and of our all Europe infrastructure.
Excellent, and I think it's good to give these ideas to potential investors, right? I mean, to be honest, this is where the partnership could be or should be coming, because if you enter in earlier, I think you can get the top-notch companies as your partners rather than if you're late. So whoever is thinking about investing in Ukraine, it's always proven very successful to partner with industry leaders in Ukraine that are modernizing. And we were just in the green room before the session saying that how much there is also cooperation between security, government, business, a real ecosystem in defense, right? Because the first drones actually who came to Ukrainian army came from farmers who had them and said them, look, take them. We think if you attach these explosives, you can defend us against the Russian columns of tanks moving in. So it's a fusion that creates added energy in Ukraine with companies like Kernel. And Pierre, when you hear what Yevhen says, that fear not, Ukraine, use it as an opportunity. France is the largest beneficiary of the common agricultural policy and the subsidies. It's also a large agricultural sector in a leader, global leader as well. How do you think that will have traction, these arguments that Yevhen has just voiced?
So thank you very much for the question, and obviously coming back to the question about what we're talking about, critical and strategic sectors. Obviously agriculture, like defense, are two main areas where it happens that France is also a very big actor, which creates, and we have to be honest about that, also fears in a country where we've been championing enlargement of the European Union to Ukraine, especially in a very determined way in the last years. Macron has been championing that, convincing also some of our partners to back this agenda, which has created quite an historic momentum to the enlargement policy, which didn't exist before. So agriculture, I think energy obviously being siblings in a way in terms of energy mix with Ukraine because of the importance of nuclear energy in France. We see a potential to make the enlargement to Ukraine of the European Union as a huge asset for Europe. But we have to have a serious discussion about the political economy which comes with it, because I think it can be a strategic asset in food security. For example, we are importing, and that's why we've not also been enthusiastic about Mercosur, for example, agreement, importing a lot from Mercosur countries. Soya wouldn't be more secure for Europe to import more from Ukraine? Is a question, I think, which should be dealt in a geopolitical, more or less, dimension. So obviously, there are also questions which have to be handled about standards, which otherwise will make enlargement and accession a very difficult sell for public opinion. And as we know, it's about France, but it's in many countries. You have also concerns of what it means for more or less each of these constituencies. We saw that in Poland. We see that in other countries. I think we've not seen that very much in France, but we have to deal with these questions up front and to convince people that it is a chance also for our citizens to have Ukraine in instead of having Ukraine out. It means also, and I would say, I will not dwell on other sectors because I think on space, on defense, obviously we have to do much more, and after 3 years of being very much devoting a lot of energy to push concrete contribution, not only speeches, but investments in Ukraine, like we've done with Xavier Niel in the telecom sector, which has been the largest, more or less, investment in Ukraine in the last 10 years, like in the rail sector, which is also a link between Ukraine and Europe, which will allow Ukraine to export much more, which will allow Ukraine to integrate within the European Union. We've not been as successful in defense, and that points also to the fact that we have no really the ecosystem in terms of financing at the European level, because EIB has been pushed to do more on defense, but it's far from the objective. The others say it's not in our mandate, EBRD and the others. So we lack a little bit of thinking about how we build a plan where we integrate Ukraine in practice, also through business, within the European Union. We make it a positive story for Ukraine, but also a positive story for Europe. And last point, which is related, is the political sustainability of the process. We all see that the EU is in a way a much reliable partner of Ukraine than others.
Yes.
Also building on that and thinking Europe first when you are in Kiev, and I know Taras is very much pushing that agenda, requires also a lot of engagement in Brussels, but also in each member state. Because in some countries you would need referendum, in some countries you will need obviously ratification by parliament, and we all see polls in most European countries, and they are a little bit scary. So we have to continue to convince citizens that what we are saying in Davos, in Brussels, or in sometimes the Brussels bubble, is something which is understandable by citizens.
I mean, it's interesting because I think in Ukraine's case, compared to other enlargement, it's not going to be just connecting the wagon to a moving train, if that metaphor is something was used before. We have to change the train, to be honest, because I think to a degree the centrifugal forces of fortress mentality in some of the EU member states is challenging that model. It's not an easy railway, so to speak. Perhaps it has to become some shuttle, I don't know, like to be honest, because the European Union itself is under pressure from three sides, from America, from Russia, and from China. Ukraine is the front line of that. And that's why I think I understand. Maybe we'll come back to this after Michael's comments, how you feel within Brussels, where there is groups of thinkers about that new European project, or modifying the logic of common defense market, energy, where Ukraine is much more plugged in for this geostrategic investment. But Michael, to come to you, it's a perfect segue because Pierre already mentioned the inadequacy of funding instruments. Yeah. Ukraine's recovery needs are more than 500 billion, right? I mean, that was before all the energy infrastructure was tallied down by the World Bank. It's probably be 800 billion. Maybe that's why this number was part of the recovery Ukraine prosperity plan. And it will be a blended finance, right? Yes. It will be international financial, it will be private, it will be sovereign, it will be banking. Where do you see, do you see the kind of outlook of that architecture, what Ukraine needs to do from your perspective as the largest bank operating in Ukraine?
Yeah, thank you. No, but we have a lot of challenges. We have a lot of opportunities, but we also have a lot of challenges. And when you look, I think you usually need to divide the society. If we take away the private individual, but we take the SMEs. Yeah. In Ukraine, it's working quite well, actually. The company, or the SMEs, the smaller companies, are actually surviving. They are resilient. They are investing what's necessary to be resilient. They try to grow where they're standing here and now. The banks are facilitating lending very much with help of EBRD and IVC and EIB and all the others in risk sharing facilities. They are lending in hryvnias, which is also good. So here I think we have a part, and this is very much the backbone in a society, that the SME sector is working, and it's working quite well here. The larger challenges we have in the corporate structure, the large corporate structure and infrastructure project, here we have tremendous challenges, and therefore I'm very happy that Taras say we are only 2-3 years away, because we need Europe to actually facilitate the challenges we have in that. Because we talk about 800 billion US dollars. It's very easy to say. Privatbank is large, but if we should lend out all of our money, this is less than 0.5% of our lending. So the largest bank in Ukraine can facilitate that. So this is enormous amounts. So therefore, as Dennis here, we need to have private investments into this a lot. We need also to have debt investors, meaning that people who would like to buy bonds, corporate bonds, but also different type of structured bonds, for instance, for residential, it's called covered bonds, where you take the residential, into as collateral. You need to have banks, not only Ukrainian banks. We need to have all, I would say, international banks, and all of these facilities need to, share the responsibility. It's enough with, I would say, investment, and it's enough with room for everyone. Everybody. So this is more about how we generate a system for allowing all these sources going in the right way. And here I think it's very, very good if we came into the European Union, because then we come into an already existing structure of rules, we come into an already existing capital market, and that is necessary to generate all of these in a better way. Investor doesn't like uncertainty.
Yes.
And we need to generate capital in many different ways. And I don't think we should be afraid at all. I think that Ukrainian companies are very, very, we have the braveness, we have the drive.
Innovation.
Yes. So I think we should go do it. And also, I must say, the banking sector should not be afraid of moving into this, because we are more resilient than banks are in Europe. We are more, I would say, cost efficient. We are working with innovation in a much, much quicker way. We have everything in the cloud. We're working with AI, like I would say very few European banks are doing today due to some certain factors. So we are not afraid. So I think that if everyone find, a contract to move into this and really facilitate for each other, but I think that the frame would be fantastic if we have EU frame for this.
It's a kind of a scaffolding. We have it. We know that Taras is in charge of keeping it together and keeping it solid, this European integration framework. And I think very important that...
Too much responsibility.
Nothing is too much for your big shoulders. But I think that what you, Michael, mentioned, SMEs, and I think it's very important, because it's a backbone of new economy, it's a backbone of democracy, it's a backbone of prosperity that is distributed, I think, because we all know Ukraine had this development trap, because it had lots of consolidated, big vested interest companies that prevented competition, and I think European integration could facilitate that more equal competition, but also municipalities and communities. We work a lot in Chatham House on thinking about this inclusive framework for reconstruction, where we actually say, look, there's no the world of yesterday. There's nowhere to come back. There's only the future we can all build together in the new social contract with Europe, Ukraine, where United States stands. We keep, in engagement, but we are not counting too much on. And I think that maybe, Taras, if you want to reflect quickly before I bring into the audience on something maybe you've heard from the participants that specifically.
How long time we have?
1 minute. Then we'll go to the audience.
No, generally, because short reflection,
Short reflection.
for 20 minutes.
Short reflection.
Yeah, so I think that everything that was said is extremely interesting, rational, and is a part of the very big puzzle that about European integration. So that when you try to describe European integration is like in the very simple manner, as I started, first of all, it's like very trivial. So that, and also explains nothing. So that you just join the European, so that union agreement and so on. But then you have, and you say that everything will change. But in reality, maybe visibly, nothing will change. We will have the same Ukrzaliznica, the same strong kernel, banking institutions, French companies. So that's just like, so that's. And maybe if we will have a really prosperous no EBRD, but it will be like I think that remote future, so that we like EBRD. We're happy so that's or maybe EBRD will be a shareholder of our Ukrzaliznica, yes. So that it means that these changes are not exotic. So that these changes are something that change the quality of your life. The same courts, but courts you are trusted. So the same banks, but banks that are issuing credits and you trust into these credits and the price of these credits are really good. And the corporate governance of companies is comfortable for the bank to issue these credits, and things are moving and moving and moving. So that's why European integration is a foundation of success of Ukraine, and foundation is usually something not visible. So what I think is we are looking for is to make normal thing normal, that will highlight our curiosity, business acumen, energy, everything that we are proud about now when we are fighting in this war. So that's why, that the reforms are so boring. That's why these rules are so boring, because they should be like invisible, internal part of the big business exercise. So that's why I think that the biggest message is that and what is really important here is that we are talking about the very long-term transformations, because I can take for everyone who is present here and can relate it to the business that was successful, it takes like 10 years and years to transform, to implement, to develop something. And just to conclude and to give a space for questions, I think that what is changing now is that the aspiration to become a European state transforms into serious work. And serious work means that we understand that we can talk about 500,000 billions, 800 billions, trillion more. Everything is possible. I think that the scale of investment in 10 years could be really huge, because the demand is huge. But we're all conscious that it is not a matter of one policy document to be signed by me or by any politicians. It means that the enormous number of many legal documents on every layer and extremely boring documents, but now it is serious, and when it is serious, it is complex. It means that you need to really apply to do work, to do something that every people hate homework, so that's if you do not hate homework, you are not normal, so but this is exactly the moment where you know that where you do what you hate, you change yourself. So that's why European integration now is really serious, because we are conscious that these hundreds of billions are here, so they are available, but we cannot escape this complex work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's hope, yes.
So about EBRD, you will stay with us, don't worry.
I just want can you hold us a moment, or it's very brief comment?
It's really short comment, but I try to refocus that, because Pierre and then Michael made a very important point about, and then Taras elaborated on that, how important it is for Ukraine and how we are prepared to do our homework. But I'll be slightly provocative. With everything that has happened in Europe in the past 4 years, and especially in the past 12 months,
yes,
the competitiveness of the continent is seriously undermined. the only source of competitive advantage that Europe can get is in Ukraine.
So Draghi should update his report quickly.
Energy, innovation, food, materials, you name it. Literally, no other opportunity. If there's no Ukraine in the European Union on a fast track really soon, Europe will struggle to remain relevant.
You mentioned Draghi, but in reality we need to refer to Letta report. So that's Enrique Letta and the Delors Institute. And it's also quite important, because what Letta is saying is that we still lack proper internal market in Europe, and it's like Delors Institute, and Jacques Delors actually famous with inventing internal market, but as well so that his idea on how to expand the internal market of then European Economic Community to EFTA states, to beyond the European Union, because this is the scale also matters, and this is exactly as you said, that this logic of the internal market 2028, so that promoted by Enrique Letta, should be added with this Ukrainian energy that brings this this life into this internal market and competitiveness on the global scale.
Okay, excellent. Let's take a few comments from. Please introduce yourself and ask your question.
Well, first of all, thank you for an excellent panel discussion and for the way it's been facilitated. My name is Alan Cairns. I'm a former UK cabinet member. I now look after a company that's got some interest assets in Ukraine. Can I press the panel in the most positive way about regulatory standards, predictability, transparency and timely decisions, and what progress is being made, because that will without question be an expectation of the European Union.
Okay, well, we'll answer that. Anybody else from the audience would like to come in? Yep, over there in the back. Just trying to see with the light. Please just raise your hands a bit higher, because yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so taking it into a completely different direction, Catherine Valinga from Canada. Where's Canada in any of this? So no,
maybe it's joining European Union. We don't know.
It's nearly in the European Union.
We saw our Prime Minister yesterday.
Yes.
We know we have a free trade agreement with Ukraine, with EU, and we have made lots of overtures with Europe and Ukraine. So hearing anything about Canada in strategic sectors, because we've got the ag, the critical minerals, the banking, the so many ways to cooperate, and I'm curious if you're seeing any of that.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Anybody else? Go ahead. Yeah, in the back, gentlemen. I see the get up, please. Yes.
Hi, my name is Alex Pumba. I represent Alpine AI, a Swiss company that works with AI solutions in sensitive industries. I want to ask about technology transfers and/or collaboration between European companies and the Ukrainian government. How that has been working over the past couple of years, what has been learned, and what the current status on that is. Thank you very much.
Okay, interesting. So let's just say there was one about transparency, predictability for investors, wider world beyond EU, and the technology transfers, and maybe connected to that, property rights, intellect. Do you mean specifically defense when you say sensitive industries? No. No.
And you will ask to answer in one sentence, yeah?
No, you can answer in a few sentences. We'll come back to. We have time. We have time. Yeah, you'll go ahead, and then we go.
First and foremost, there is a Canadian conspiracy. So because I got this same question like an hour ago in Polish house. Yeah, so that's why there is a Canadian conspiracy.
Carney made a mark on people.
Yeah, so that, but as I can repeat the same answer, that first of all, indeed we managed to agree FTA, modernized FTA during wartime. So Canada supported us within G7 and bilateral level, so that nothing will disappear. So that I think that it is clear that the Ukrainian rebuild and recovery project will be a project like a global. It's not only EU. Yeah, so I'm responsible for EU accession, and I believe
transatlantic.
Oh yeah, and then the endless list of other stuff, you know, such as but on the EU, why we are so keen on the EU accession? It doesn't mean that we concentrate only on like Brussels and member states. I think that this is a global consensus everywhere that accession of Ukraine to the European Union is a solution for long-lasting peace in Europe. But we are open, so that's also quite important, that we were always open economy. So we imported a lot, exported a lot, so that's why cooperation with Canada is absolutely natural. Yeah, so that's and the broader geography as well.
Then the first question may be on transparency and predictability, especially for investors, you know, when they, I mean, that's a cluster one, I guess the fundamental.
Again me?
Again you, yeah. But
No, but I
go ahead.
think that,
think about it and then.
No, but it's of course at different levels in among companies. When we're looking into Naftagaz or Kennel or others, I think it's in excellent shape. Honestly, they are working with this. They have been out in the capital market. They have the demands and they have adjusted. But if you then go down to SMEs, then we have a couple of things we need to work with, especially audited, financials that is a little bit lagging compared to how it is in the rest of Europe, and where you need to trust a little bit on, regardless what the name is on the internal, external audit and so on. So there is things that can do, but that's why I also think it's good with some rule set coming in from EU, and the banking system now is to 80% already adjusted to this. So we are on our way, and then, of course, if you should do an IPO or doing a large investment, those companies probably need to work a little bit harder. I had a meeting with Kyivstar earlier today, and he went through exactly how much they needed to make everything transparent in another way. But I think, I'm a Swede, I've been working there all my life in large corporate business, I think this is good.
Yes.
Yeah.
And anything on technology transfers? Anybody would like to answer that? The question on technology transfers?
Probably, as someone who's probably the least related to the field, but just having seen how some practical transactions worked, I think there has to be a balance on the investor side as well. In Europe, there is a bit of a sentiment that, well, look, Ukraine is at war, they need resources, so let's try and get the IP in here at concessional terms, I'll put it mildly. Look, Ukrainians worked hard, fought hard, and died for that IP. So if it's a honest, fair deal, then I don't see that being a problem. But again, I've seen transactions where the European investors were trying to get a very advanced intellectual property at a very discounted rate, let's put it this way.
Michael, yeah?
Maybe on technology transfer and economy. So I think that you see that in order to understand the, let's say seriousness and then the credibility of Ukrainian economy in terms of technology transfer, it's important to look not into the something like hyper popular or hyper edge like AI, but rather to things like agriculture and kernel or defense industry. Yeah, so that's that the things that are not so, let's say, not on the front pages. Yeah, but in agriculture, I think that Ukraine transformed itself on the basis of receiving technologies from the West, and now is can share also technologies, and it looks like very predictable, trusted business between companies. And we have examples of this. In defense industry, this is a challenge because I think that that the challenge is related not to the legal things, but to the fact that we are rather advanced and very advanced on the hyper speed. Yeah, so that's the changes and they are very, very fast. And European defense industry is still rather conservative, with a lot of successes. Yeah, so especially in anti-missile, but with a lot of things that are not so important for the modern warfare. And the challenge of technology transfer is how to manage this conservative approach and very big dynamism. But there are areas where we have a lot of experience.
Michael and Pierre, you want to add something?
Maybe you're taking that perspective. I also think that Ukraine is extremely advanced, and that is because of the war. So if you take the banking industry, we have everything in cloud. because we had to, because the Russians came in and we were afraid to have a data center on ground that could be captured. And of course, if a bank have had, almost 4 years with the data in cloud, and the Europeans haven't had, of course we are more advanced. We have started to utilize that, and that goes through a lot of sectors that we have, due to the war, been adapting ourselves quicker to new technology. And I listened to Kyivstar yesterday, how they have satellite broadband almost as a standard service in a couple of months, which I don't think any operator otherwise have in Europe or Canada. So I think that it's good that we share, but also that we respect the knowledge and do good deals. Not only equity, but also that we're building depth, so some of the ownership can stay in Ukraine. I think that's important
but also
as well.
in a way, right now, when there are some capital controls in the future, we can see Kernel investing in European agriculture as well, with technology transfers going the other way around.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Yeah, it's true, and I want to add a few comments for these questions, just to put on the ground, on the business side, what we are talking about. Due to the modern technology and artificial intelligence, I want to mention that, for example, we have the program with partnership with NASA, with Kernel and NASA. Then we together make the prediction of the yields and the identification of the crops of the fields. And despite the war, we implemented DAB, it's named Digital Agribusiness. Its program, its ERP system for manage the agribusiness from the planning the crops till to the harvesting the crops. And each stage of our technology is due to the algorithm, due to the using of database knowledge, and it's really it's the most modern thing that you can find in the world, like how to manage the agribusiness. And one more comments about the transparency and about how the predictable is Ukrainian agribusiness for the world. Just few numbers from our company, for example. After the war was started, we are still investing in Ukraine, and for this time we invest more than $500 million in Ukraine. And we pay taxes more than $500 million for the same time. And we make refund for our debts for the international financial institutions more than $700 million. This is just a simple answer on your question, I believe.
I think that we need to add on this that and also the state is the same, so that we are really there is a many dimensions of trust, yes. So that, but as I said, that on political level, on financial level, we are let's say not like glamorous or like that first everything is shiny and glance. But we are a really good partner, and we see that we survived as a state, as a nation, and our businesses also survived. So that the only minuses we have are related to the actual physical destruction caused by Russia. So like it happened with steel industry that lost its like 3/3 of its capacity because of destructions. But nevertheless, our steel industry survive and even increase production on the facilities that are operating. So, from this perspective, I think that we will use this message to. I think it's rather for government to ensure that we also support this credibility of Ukrainian business with proper regulation.
Last comment from you. I'm sorry, I will not be able to take more questions because we need to wrap up here.
Yes, maybe to conclude on what Taras was saying about trust, because Europe is about trust and sense of community. Trust, by the way, Jean Monnet and Robert Schuman created more or less were the father of the coal and steel community, based on the idea that integration of businesses will create these bonds to be the strong foundation to a very political project. And I think the more European companies will work in Ukraine and the more Ukrainian companies will work in other parts of Europe, the stronger these ties will be and the trust will be higher. And the second remark is, obviously, Europe is not only an internal market. Obviously, it's an internal market which has to be improved, and Draghi and Letta and others have put a very important element in terms of the agenda of competitiveness. But at the end of the day, it's about freedom, it's about the same values, and we see that not all regions in the world share completely these values. Ukraine shares them with European countries, and hence also the importance of all what at the end of the day create trust in the business dimension, the rule of law, predictability, the fact that you have well-governed state-owned enterprises, that you can trust when even statistical figures are produced in the public, and that you can say these are real. So I think this is very intertwined with the economic dimension, but I would say at least French people have this idea that the European project is much more than figures and new businesses, and that freedom, but also a sense of purpose which is shared, is as important as business transactions.
And then this is exactly, yeah.
And a good glass of wine.
And this is exactly why this is a European project is exactly part of Ukrainian victory. And we can all right now just take a moment to understand that this is something Ukraine has already won. I'm confident, because I think I can trust that this is, Europe sees it now as a geostrategic investment, that Putin failed completely to achieve his political objective of this war. Despite all the suffering, and our thoughts and prayers go to all Ukrainian defenders on the front line, we know that Ukraine has partners. It's not a one-way street, it's a two-way street. So I want to thank everybody on this panel who is with a daily job doing it, making this highway really fast, efficient, and I hope next year when we discuss again European integration, you'll be nearly there. 2027 was mentioned. So I would like to thank all our panelists. Please join me in the round of applause. And to thank Kernel again for being a partner to this very important session, and Slava Ukraini.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up this session, I would like to say that, Ukraine-EU relations are really deep. We are going to go deeper tomorrow morning. We added additional session upon the request of the EU Commissioner Marta Kos, that will be joined by Taras Kachka. And also we will have the BlackRock representative joining us from business. So please, it's at 9:45 after Ukrainian breakfast. Okay. So please make sure you don't miss this opportunity to go deeper on these questions.
So thank you. I will change the schedule.
And yes, so thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you very much, Orisa, for an excellent moderation. Thank you very much to Kernel for this partnership, and to all the speakers on this particular panel. You know that Ukraine is very famous on its creative industries, and usually we bring some presence, small presence from the small and medium business in the creative industries, sharing their expertise, and beauty definitely. So to keep you warm in Davos, we brought this nice scarves from the Ukrainian brands as a present for you to bring home.
Thank you.
And I would like also to, say that please don't go anywhere, because we are just going to the next panel that will be related to the agribusiness. We will show please have a look. We will show the film, and we will have an exciting story about the Ukrainian farmers. Yeah, okay. Okay, роздали? Yeah. And this is for Qatar. And picture time.
Ну, дивіться, це є мої складські приміщення, які були побудовані з нуля. До нас прийшло усвідомлення, наскільки шикарно ми жили. І від моєї нової сучасної техніки не залишилось нічого. Була моя майстерня, нема пояснень. І я не розумію. Але навіщо і змиватися так над людьми? Ну що за бред? Ну хочеться знайти пояснення. Так, звісно, я особисто знаю Олександра Дмитровича. Звісно, Олександра знав кожен фермер. Розмінував, ну, по чуть-чуть.
Самі розмінували, вивезли біля 5 тисяч мін з господарства самі, противотанкових.
Людина дала нам такий поштовх для того, щоб ми зайшли, тому що він був першопроходцем.
Залишилося тільки 2 будівлі з цілими дахами. Це все було зруйноване. В цьому ангарі, який ви бачите, який повністю згорів. Ось тут з 10 березня по 28. Але ми бачили, що почалися арешти людей, людям почали одягати чорні мішки на голови, вивозити кудись. У мене був зі мною ще мій менший син, 13 років, Богданчик. І ми з дружиною вирішили, що ми будемо виїжджати. Коли відбулося визволення, ми всі сюди поприбігали, дарма, що воно все було розбите, дарма, що воно горіле, дарма, що з дірками. Ну воно наше, воно чекало нас, і поля нас чекали. Зараз ми знаходимося на полі соняшнику, який змогли вирости в цих жорстких умовах в цьому році. На жаль, ви бачите, що хвастатись нема чим. Я такий соняшник отримав перший раз в житті. Ми подрібнюємо і потім задисковуємо в ґрунт. З Олександром Гордієнко я знайомий давно. Виділявся серед інших своєю активністю, своєю безкомпромісністю, своїм. Розмова йшла і про розмінування, і про роботу в цих умовах. Він приїздив до мене, ми домовились про те, що я йому підготую насіння, буду тримати це насіння в господарстві до тої пори, поки він не підготує 2000 гектарів парів і буде, навіть в таких умовах він сказав, що буду сіяти. Радий, що хоч щось в цій пустелі ми змогли отримати якісь сходи. І це гарантії майбутнього життя.
ось дуже важлива для Херсонщини. Але з початку цього року виникла нова проблема. Це FPV-дрони і різного виду БПЛА.
Дрон на машину летить! Тікайте! Тікайте!
Гинуть люди, гинуть фермери. Це, напевне, дуже важко. І саме гинуть ті люди, які більше всього ризикували, які були прикладом такої мужності фермера.
5 вересня відкрила смс, там було аудіо, я натиснула плей і чую, кричить: Алічка, папу вбили.
Алічка, родінька, я не знаю, що робити, папу вбило, Боже, я не знаю, Боже, за що? За що? Я не знаю, за що?
І я, мабуть, ці слова і цей крик запам'ятаю на все життя. Бо я не хотіла в це вірити, слово «папа» не хотіла навіть приміряти. За словами людей, які знаходились там біля нього, це сталося десь о 8:50 приблизно ранку. Він знаходився в машині своїй, це білий Форд. Всі знали, яка в нього машина. І я так думаю, що реп, який був на машині, він просто не побачив частоту того дрону ворожого, який направлявся в сторону автомобіля тата. І це було пряме влучання в лобове скло. Я так собі думаю, що по характерним пораненням на обличчі, що тато, скоріше всього, підняв руку, щоб закрити голову, і шматок дрону проткнув йому грудну клітку і попав в легені. Він ще був хвилин 40 живий. Хлопці його поклали назад, за їх словами, назад в авто, поклали лежачи. Він встав, можливо, в шоковому стані, сів, почав кашляти і стукати, так розказували хлопці, почав стукати водію так в сидіння, що давайте швидше, мабуть, це він хотів сказати, бо він кашляв. Видно, кров почала поступати в легені. Його довезли до медпункту. Патологоанатом сказав, що тромб. Гордиться тим, що дідусь його часто називав козаком. Дідусь сам говорив, що він як кошовий атаман Костя Гордієнко. Щедрий, веселий, голосний, з музикою, з піснями, з свистом. Ви запитали мене, якщо би він був тут. Нема ніяких, якщо він тут завжди зі мною. Я його бачу у всьому. У цих конях, які зараз тут знаходяться. У 2 голубах, які мене зустріли на конюшні. Той прапор, який ми поклали тобі з собою, прапор України, передав Богу і попросив миру для нашої держави.
Добрий ранок. Таке у нас сьогодні сонечко сходить. Ранок гарний. І в цих умовах сьогоднішніх військових ми теж не опустили руки і працюємо.
Саша тобі пообіцяв, що буде продовжувати твою справу, то так буде точно. Як ти сказав?
Коли на похоронах?
Угу. Як ти сказав? В церкві тоді.
Коли я виросту, я стану теж фермером, я буду вирощувати тварин.
Я пам'яталась, який він?
Радісний.
Радісний. Такий завжди сміявся голосно, так?
Завжди улыбка на лиці.
Завжди посміхався, так?
Да.
Ой, сонечко. Ти хотів у майбутньому?
Нормальна країна. Без війни.
Шок. Одним з найкращих наших клієнтів, я маю на увазі тих, хто знаходився в Херсонській області. Людина взагалі у нас дуже поважна, ну я вважаю, нема такого фермера, який би його не знав.
Звісно, шок. За що? За що найкращих людей забирають вищі сили? Чим Олександр керувався? Ну, власне, тим, чим керуємося ми всі. Ми хочемо працювати, жити на своїй рідній землі, розбудовувати країну.
Воспоминання. Тобто він не зважав на небезпеку, він бігав з тою рушницею, захищав своїх співробітників.
Перші, які виникають у мене на думці, слово «потужний».
А ще в нього була жага представляти інтереси певної спільноти людей, громади. Він був депутатом обласної ради, він йшов не через владу. Йому не потрібна була влада і якісь регалії. Йому потрібно було, щоб він був голосом тієї громади, де він живе, щоб достукуватись до влади.
Да, гарна людина була. Жалко, звісно, чоловіка. Ну. Дружини так само брат загинув від FPV-дрона в Вовчанську в прошлому році.
І це було вчинене однозначно навмисно. На нього відкрили полювання, це однозначно, і він це знав, і він про це стверджував в своїх і дописах, і щоденних сторіс.
Ну, а сьогодні нові реалії. сьогодні ось
Про цих нелюдів, які просто знищують фермерів.
Можна зробити висновок, що його знали, да, і в деяких випадках реально вони могли на нього охотитися для того, щоб уразити. Да.
Все просто запугування. Треба нас здавати. Тобто я вважаю, це чисто психологічний тиск.
От взявши всю історію, скільки вони вже мордують Україну, да? Це ж не сталося в 22-му році, це сталося вже багато століть тому.
Люди, да. Людьми. Дрони літаються, а ми працюємо. Подивіться на цих молодих дівчат. Це люди, які в ці моменти в житті не можна ісчерпати. Приїжджайте на Україну, на наші помідори, на наші кавуни, на наші дині, на нашу редиску.
Мене рухає ще мій возраст. Да. Мені вже багато років. І я хочу шевелитися, щоб мені жити. І до перемоги ждати всіх перемоги і всіх дітей. Оце мене все оце підбадьорює.
Перемогу, ту Україну, яка в нас була. Дівчатами перемогу, тільки перемогу.
Щоб вона тільки настала.
Зразу ми повернулися, як тільки освободили. Тут ще було все розбито. Ось такий наш двір. Ну, зараз хорошо. Хто любить солодко, той любить. Ну, у цьому році вони у нас маленькі, трошки однобокувати, їм не хватило. От. Ну, люди все одно приїжджають і купляють, бо вони добре солодкі. Якби ж було по-нашому, щоб все ціло і раділо. Щоб люди поверталися до своїх домів, щоб наші домівки були відбудовані, щоб поля родили, щоб дощик ішов, щоб були врожаї, щоб дітки сміялися і рождалися. І щоб люди любили один одного, не було вражди. Така в мене мрія.
Так, зараз, я вважаю, є образ херсонського фермера, який реально відомий становиться на весь світ, який веде свою боротьбу не тільки з погодними умовами, відсутністю опадів для того, щоб отримати прибуток, а саме безпосередньо веде свою війну з ворогом, з тими засобами, які проти них здійснюють ворог, і вони не опускають руки і за тих близьких, за Україну.
Руки ми не опускаємо. Ми хочемо жити і працювати на своїй рідній землі. Де ми народились, ми можемо зробити, можемо спланувати, пристосувати.
Я тут народився, я виріс. Тут, на мій розсуд, це саме файне місце в Україні. Це моя земля, я повинен її обробляти.
До старшого сина виїхали, він все мені казав, що шукай жилье десь там, щоб купити. Я кажу, я не можу. Я кажу, навіть якщо буде щебінь, я буду в сарайчику, в погрібі, Лів буде жити, буду відстраювати, я не можу. Народ український незламний, яку має силу волі, силу духу, скільки б нас не гнобили, як би нас не ламали через коліно. І прикладом цьому є Олександр Гордієнко.
І в цих умовах сьогоднішніх військових ми теж не опустили руки і працюємо.
Звісно, напевно, хотів залишити слід на цій землі від своєї діяльності.
Це гарантії майбутнього життя.
Я буду кричати на все село. Перемога. І всі будемо збиратися з сусідами і святкувати родинами. Да.
Діти – це майбутнє. Майбутнє і власної сім'ї, і держави, і суспільства.
Всім добрий ранок. Таке у нас сьогодні сонечко сходить. Ранок гарний.
Хочеться просто сказати, що забравши з нашого роду Гордієнків, з нашої козацької січі Гордієнків, забравши одного козака, вони залишили живими цілу козацьку січ. І ми обов'язково зможемо дійти до перемоги і виконати татову справу, яку він розпочав.
Hey. Oh gosh. Thank you so much for watching that. Yeah. No, thank you so much. I know it's a really difficult watch, especially if you're Ukrainian, with this film. But it took like a whole month to shoot and edit this entirely myself. But I really wanted to capture this exact story in the way that it was told through his family as well. And again, even though Alexander should still be here, his land is still there, and his legacy is still there, and it's going to be there forever. But yeah, I mean, I know we started a little bit late, so there's a couple of minutes if anyone wants to ask me a couple of questions about how it was made. I'm going back to Kherson on Monday in a few days to do a follow-up to this, so if you want to know anything about that, feel free to ask.
I guess my question for you is, where are you showing this? Are you showing this on your, I mean, I know your Instagram is very, very popular and you've got a lot of followers on it, but where can we push people to actually see the film? If you can tell everyone in the audience, and you know, we're happy to put some links out, and you know, tell us how we can help distribute this story more.
Yeah, so I publish a new documentary every month in Ukraine, usually either in the Donbass or somewhere like Kherson. This is the sixth film about Kherson on my YouTube channel, which is growing quite a lot at the moment. It's had something like 4 million views just this month, so just if you type in any of the stuff, it'll come up there straight away. But I'm also going to be submitting this to film festivals this year as well, so it gets more of a reach for people to see what's happening. So, yeah. If there's anyone else that wants to ask.
Thank you. My name is Kate, and first of all, I want to say thank you as someone who is from Kherson region, and my hometown is still under occupation, but it's city Kakhovka, but Bereslav is like the nearest city, and it's very emotional, and I want to ask you, what is the most challenging part? Because as for me, it's emotional part, but maybe it's like the not safety, the drones, or it's a people's story. Thank you.
I think safety is one of the most difficult parts of this. Whenever I make a documentary like this, I'll usually, instead of what a lot of reporters do, which is just kind of turn up and film for a few hours and leave, I was living and staying with these farmers for a few days and being on that site. So physically, it's a nightmare because there's constantly things coming in. There's no air defense systems like in Kyiv. But I think emotionally, it's probably the most intense part of this, because I sit with this footage for weeks and weeks and weeks on end and edit everything very, very, very intensely, and I become completely emotionally attached to everybody in it. And there's a difficult part in Ukraine, which is nothing compared to what Ukrainians are living with, but even as a journalist, where everyone that you get close to is a new phone number that you put into your phone that you don't know if there'll be a day where they don't answer again or they can't answer again. So I'm always checking up on everybody and all the subjects in my films, but they're still living 12 kilometers from the Russians. And yeah, I think that's probably one of the most difficult parts, is just always checking in, making sure people are okay, because you become really close and attached. But it's important because they are screaming for people to hear about this and hear these stories. So it really feels like the right thing. Yeah, or is that every... Yeah.
Caitlin, I have to stop crying to ask you this question, but do you feel, you know, for your own safety, I mean, you're taking incredible risks for Ukraine, for the Ukrainian people, to amplify these stories. And, you know, it's very emotional to think that for Russia, a farmer is a threat. A farmer is a threat. It tells you that every Ukrainian is a threat. If a farmer who is working his land that he has been born on, that he has raised his family on, is a threat, every Ukrainian is, and the people who amplify these stories. So thank you for everything you do. It's incredible. Thank you for your passion for Ukraine. We will include you in our prayers because you're doing really God's work. This is incredible what you're doing. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. I mean, I think the farmers are the people that are, I think, the most inspiring. But I mean, Russia's goal is to eradicate every single Ukrainian, every single piece of Ukrainian literature and art that's ever existed. But I chose farmers because farmers are loved all around the world. There was an episode of, I think it was Dragon's Den or something like this, who tried to sell some farming products for a cheaper price. And they tried to make him upsell. And he said, but they're farmers. Everybody loves farmers. They're the reason that all of us are alive. And to target that very thing, I think, transcends culture. I think people in America can really relate to this as well, as just the ultimate evil. But the bigger picture is it's everyone alive in Ukraine. But no, thank you. But yeah, I want to just keep telling stories like this as much as possible, more often as possible, and that's why I'm going back. But thank you all for watching so much.
Thank you. Thank you, and this is the gift from the Ukrainian friends to keep you warm in Davos. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's really kind.
Thank you to everyone. You know, by this we are finalizing, you know, our third day. That will be followed by the evening reception, networking reception, that will start in half an hour, I would say. So please stay with us, stay with Ukraine. Support the farmers, not only the farmers, but the small and medium businesses that are operating in Ukraine. Thank you.